Inače pa imate World Hemp Congress program, pa tu imate staršega govorca do napisano, da staršega država, pa što je, pa kaj je, da to ne što je, pa kaj je, in tudi se, če pa karkoli pa ne znate. Tam na kongres kontakti. Marija B.Ag.
Ministrstvi, to je A, tam se pravi, kak je vhod pa desno, tista, tisti vhod. Prvi vhod je takoj ministrstvo.
Gremo s online, hvala lepo Marija.
Ja, hvala.
Ja. Pošljite mi članek, pa da ne drugega najde. SDA, vodimo.
Ja, SDA bo, ja.
Dobro?
Ja, dobro.
Hvala, da je počne to. Good morning. Ja, petka je bilo malo dobro.
Well, I guess if there's somebody in the morning here, they hang around, and then also.
Everything's fine. We can start. We can start. Okay. Yeah. The trackpad here. Have you seen Mila?
She just went outside.
Okay.
I believe she's going to the minister because she told something about seeing the minister now.
Oh, I think there's coffee with minutes right now. For sure.
Yeah, thank you.
No. No, there's a really just you can't get in. Like, there's some reason for that, but if you can't do that, then that's when you will not have the He's got his name, oh, it's not different, but. It sounds good. It sounds good. Yeah, actually, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, there's those little plus button. Transport is just replay. Yeah, 48 or 44? Oh, oh. I mean, 48 is okay, but it's. You know, I've never looked into it, so I don't know. No, that's the stuff. No, right here. No, you were there. We just had on 2 seconds. You shouldn't have to press it on there. No, it pushes it over. It locks it in place.
Oh, this right here.
What was it? I had to screw it in.
It has to be back. It has to be back.
Just move it. Let's do that.
Oh. That's not oh, this is good. Then it, once we tighten it up, that looks like that.
Yeah, yeah. It was, I don't know what it was, something was.
So it screws sits down. It's not.
Yeah, totally. I screwed it in the camera and stuff.
And you
Yeah, that's right.
look at it happens.
Yeah, but it would go past this.
No, yes, you go like this, and you stop, and you turn it, and it hits the phone. This, I think.
But I just saw it, I put it
No,
on.
but try putting this back. Slide this clamp up. And this one, oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's the one called, just very tight.
Yeah, that. You bought that with the right stuff.
Yeah, but we need something called. Yeah, but. This is actually one of the best.
It's super compact.
Yeah, and it's got a full good connection.
Do you think so?
No, actually, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I was gonna put Oxy under it.
Oh, you know what you do these carabiners to go from one to another.
Solid. It's all there.
You have another one?
Yeah, well, another one. Is that one right off? Well, I gotta leave it up there. Well, where are we gonna be?
I didn't know it honestly, I don't know, we want maybe you can find that spot.
Well, see, the thing is, you don't wanna be in their way.
No, what my thought process was something like, something here.
That's not in their view. They don't,
What's that?
their views over here now.
Yeah.
So if we were to get right here, it just brings up really nice. Like something like right here. But I don't know what would be the best place for that.
We're just worried about him, right?
Just to see it.
And we're not doing this for information, we're just seeing that. No, that would be fine.
Yes. I think this is the different place here, actually from the festival. So I think maybe we just have to get the password. Oh, no problem. I think it's quite okay here. We have the cable and on any point it's even better for the live streaming, you know. Okay. Not to share with too many people.
Yeah.
So, last time it was also only a cable from the wall.
Yeah.
So I thought, yeah, maybe own access point would be great.
But how do you just film everything with the camera, or do you actually have the stream of the Skype? You have it the stream that and then move it to the computer?
No, this one here with the inside camera, I will place it in front, so it can film what's on the projector.
Okay.
So, and yeah, sound from the surrounding. Okay. And here we go with a big and great picture.
Yeah.
And afterwards I will edit it and add the slides.
Oh,
So directly into the video.
yeah.
So it can write best.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's not so much work, but yeah,
Yeah, I get.
it's documentary. You don't have to cut so much. Not an action film.
This is
It's in the gray fountain. Well, that's not what that's called, that's the brand. Yeah, she did. Did you find that screw? Yeah. Just it fell off in the bag.
Hmm.
Yeah, those are your. Well, there's many ones.
ANNDREA, HERMANN.
Yeah, because it keeps from killing.
They're 9 hours behind us. So, middle of the night. Usually from the minus 9.
Oh, that's good. Maybe we can just have like my down couple of whiskey.
Oh no, she's a little bit older.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. This one's from the top, this is book.
You got the shot.
Okay.
Is that how the shot is going to be like that? Yeah, you're out of the shot.
there could be a problem yesterday with her, but she took some minutes before the morning for her. She said, okay,
Aha, ja.
yeah,
Andrea is online of it?
online, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Ja.
She
Hoe
will
kan dat online naartoe?
be 15 minutes before.
Aha, ja. Aha, meine wieder. Andrea treba potrebno questo, che ci bisogna da te, ampak M.Sc se že čakajo online. Ja, zapisano. Ja, gleich weiter. Evo, idemo. Neku online čakajo. Online čakajo.
Andrea is already waiting.
Oh, Andrea, yes.
She wants a call before the call, at least
Yeah, okay.
like 15 minutes before.
You are online, you can play?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Go? Ja. Ide, zdaj jaz jo vzpostavim. Moraš še samo pogledati, kaj je na imenu. Eno spikera smo mi sigurni. In to luča KRUSE. Halo. Ja, gdje bude? Što je to zljubo? To je še gdje zavtra bilo? Ne, zavtra je še bilo. Summit, Hermann. Presentation. Koliko je ura? Ob 10, 10 o'clock. Ja, ob 10 prejna. United States. How is it? Are you good?
Yeah.
Are you sick?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Good?
Yeah.
After next week?
Yeah, not bad.
Only the documentary.
Ja sam želio.
We was already with minister together, so.
Ma to je Skype malo, ali nije problem.
Kaj?
Samo to.
Samo malo kad zamijenjen je to, samo malo kad sučen, samo kako mislim ja. Kao sam deli, tako sam. Šťastivan dan.
Ja sam to, než vam šli dobre čo, možno sam skočiti otroka, malo najsven čov, pa vrijeme da nesmem. Sve tam rekam, si sam pustio telefon, da nam rekam.
Ja. Što veći dela, samo to.
Tako da pravo, poznam.
To je njeno, ne? Evo, zdaj pa imamo Skype.
Ja, sam to. Baš je da nije bio, nikad nije bilo.
Okay.
Vsega, ona tega možeš prav vidjeti smilja, ne, samo da vidimo.
Ja, ne, oni su oko sebe nekako širili, pa te se tebe to cajbi išlo u display. Kaza ideje.
Sve sam ono nekako dalje.
Aha, pa ja tako. Ja sam mislila da nije jednostavno.
Ne, samo sam tu dalje.
Ne, klopljena.
Ja, klopljena, a nije.
Kako koje desetki prašimo prema dobro.
So there's a way to do a custom.
Kako se sve piši? Od deseti bomo začeli, pa da če imate še malo salatno še sprehodite, lahko to se nekaj ne nade. Dela?
Imaš samo ti video, dobro na...
Kako?
Na žive, tako ima, video snimlja.
A da, reći ne, gdje se ne
Znači, če imaš samo na članek,
ja, ne vezi na Facebooku, rekao.
ne, sve, na video snimlja, treba se to pronaći, da je budu snimlji.
A ja, tako, čakaj, te pa na NDN-ova futbolno?
Ja, ajde, snimlja sam skupo.
Kamo si igrali?
Sve je mi pisano.
Muzikaše?
Sad to govorim, sam spodan, članek,
Je, za ovaj radio centar, malo sam gledala.
Ne, sve je tako bilo, tako bilo. Ja, video snimlja, da je budu snimlji.
Ja, za ne.
Dobro, dobro. Stvarno se prije treba možda.
Can you take it's slideshow? Slideshow?
No, I just need to set like that. I need to do like this. I just need to select it.
A ja to je tu. Can you see, we see right? Because here is a line and you see right picture? Because I changed position of computer. But here was black in the picture, no? So, you just tell me, yes, no? Here is, so. Understand what I mean? And just take they will see online this. You can do it this, yeah? They can see.
Yes.
Yeah. Because yesterday was no picture. Then.
Sometimes.
Yeah, they cannot read, so they call me that they cannot read. Present? Lejko. Ja, oni dosemale. Oni doprav za to tam. Oni dopravili sceno, pa zbela pride na to. Vi ste izgledali ovo djela dokumentarac. Oni nemaju nikad tam. Včera smo se poučavali. Nikad, oni Hempa, na medicinskom je dovoljeno. Svaki lek od sebe doma odvijeju kao da smo smešani. Hempa, ne si se, nego ga dobro zaprejo. Vse ne je prepovedano piti.
Čakaj, industrijske.
Ja, kao, da ga dve,
Prepovedano,
država še imajo. To je včeraj vučal. Ja, tak je.
Niti industrijske ne smemo imeti.
Ne, vse me je prepovedano piti. Zapreti. Z Kalifornije.
Pa ne morem verjeti.
Ja.
Včeraj je bil en govorec iz Kalifornije.
Ja,
v tujih državah pa imajo.
Ovih enih ja, venih je. Ne, venih imajo. Venih pa imajo tako, kot te zaprejo. Pravim, mi imamo. Ja, oni se to doma žgejo, pajajo. Razumeš, to je pa prepovedano, to ni problem, ne. In zdaj oni ščejo prepričati, ne, ko že je pisala. To mi je pretemno dnevno, že pisala, ne, kaj znam to rade. Ona da je to tako izpremenila. Prav tako ne da.
Čuj, oni so spali blendave? Ali kje spijo?
Nemam pojma.
Dobro. Ok, jutri so one tam, dobro.
Spremeni stres.
Kaj, je bilo v redu?
Pa so mimo njega, pa ne, on je dva, kamo mi da politika, ne. Ljudje so pa tako samo što, ja sam pa napisal, če mi firmo, kje pa da je vreden, pa ga je nečivo, čovjek, kaj nam je nešti.
Ja. Dobro. Mene malo se
I tad sam im najavila petek, a tad su na telefonu rekli, ovo neka strana spala, ali pa neka
Ja.
Zaj ti meni zadnje, ko ste igrali, kako? I sam ja kao, so ga 130 kart smo razdeljeni, različni, ne? Pa je to pa sektor neko.
Ja, samo zdaj se vam poslikajo za tem papirom.
Sam pravila, ne, mi to vse, ove nas opišemo, tako da počne doći še kakoli. Imamo 300, jak sam, 120, 132, 160 mojih nemre našli. Ja, imam spisane, v evidencu. Kao bi za sve, jak sam je poslali. Pa ne, to ne boš ti pisati, to je z evidence, ko smo mi...
Dobro. Pa zdaj pa bom vsakemu dala napišem.
Ja, potpiši.
Majda, okrog prevedno
Ja,
to je nekje na mizu jutri na dole.
Eno malo je, tisto malo, tisto je rekel za mene.
Pa kako bo to?
Ja ne vem, takšno je imam, drugo zdaj je...
Še kaj bi se mi bolje
Zvakšen, pa kaj boš od mene?
Pa kaj jaz vem koliko bi bilo? Jaz sem rekla za 20-30 ljudi naj pripeljejo iz srednje šole.
Pa te košaro, dobro rikne, nekšu košaro, tu pa ne pa sam. Jaz bi imam nekoga vzeti ovi korbel, znaš.
Ja, to je lepri, jaz ga nekaj.
To bi jaz probala najti tisti korbel, a to dva, nikaj ne okupa. Dva korbela, pa mislila sam, če bi nekaj kakšne starinske vrči našli s tih, da je meni za vino. Znaš, ko bi pa stare kupice, to bi ne probala šmanco za papečka. Ne, to samo dve kupice, ko imamo za kompres, nema, razumiješ. Dve kupice, razumiješ, ovo ročko. Ja, ne, pa znaš ko ima moja mama, tistoga okroglog, zločinima, ne su tiste mele.
Negdje su tak meli.
No, te pa tistoga prvenstveno u okroge, ne? To še kao cejt, i okoli. Tisti okroge, dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan, dobar tek, izvolite.
Ja,
U
hvala
10 štartamo.
A v 10?
Ja, tako lahko še kao
Super, se pravi, mi zamujamo, ampak zdaj prav paša.
Ne, tako imamo naštimano, ker dokaj se ljudje zberejo, mi gremo online, pa se dvorana skoro zapre, ne. Mora biti tišina, tako da je
Online, ja.
Vi samo izvolite.
Super, v prvo vrsto, tako da se malo boš videl, pa šli.
Super, samo izvolite. Ja, uživajte. To je to.
Dobro, ti
Tisto ročko je pa ne stiči, pa še kakšne kupice gre, ali pa kaj so tudi glinene mene.
Ne, veš kaj so že indačne mese, kateri znajo dobiti indačne steklene se znali nekaj.
To se je kupoli stavilo, pa ne vem.
Možno, vidje i znam da morajo.
To remind you, Andrea wanted to call before the session.
Ja.
To break up.
Andrea, you started can you say that?
Yeah, but she's not online.
Okay. Oh, you're saying yes, 10 and 15. Oni imajo tako 40 likvid. Tako, jaz sem vprašal, vi ste iz KRUSE takšne dobili, ali kako?
Mi smo se prijavili, ne?
Ja.
In smo zdaj na recepciji so nam dali karte.
Na KRUSE-ju?
Ja.
Ne.
Kje so nam dali karte?
Od KRUSE-ja so vam dali karte, ali kako?
Pokaži, katere karte.
Ne. Ja, kot podjetje ali?
Kot podjetje, ja.
Nekaj ste imeli zelo narodno na spletni strani, tako da nisi nobene potrditve dobil, a si ali nisi, kje, kako in naprej.
Ker mi imamo to članarino 50 evrov, ne,
Ja.
potem za člana pa potem lahko ste notri, ne.
Ja, bomo, seveda.
Ja, to ima predkate tam prej,
Ja.
pa morate se blisko prisotnosti.
Ja, to bom jaz vse tam.
Na KRUSE, če ste pa člani KRUSE, ste lahko dobili stopnico za stan.
Nisem pa nič pol.
To pa se morate zimiti.
A so tam kje še?
Glejte, če ste član KRUSE, te imate
Ja,
za stopnico.
vam verjamemo.
Ja, vam verjamemo, tam se boste pisali, pa napišite, kad ste član KRUSE. Dobro. Ja, pa to vam to je pa kak članarina, ne, in vam za članarino
Jaz nekaj kaj pošiljam, povej mi, kak zdaj račun na firmo. To se potem boš naknadno, ali kak to...
Kako hočeš, pa ga tiste, mi imamo tiste pilke, članarina. Članarina pa štemplje.
Samo ne vem,
Dobro,
bomo napisali.
Če pa lahko kaj več, pa vam bomo potem na naslov poslali ove. Ja, to
Ne mislim, da je to dovolj.
Mi imamo člani
naslov, pa če je tega, ja, v redu. To je enkrat toliko dopoldne, pa tukaj
Bomo
ni
nekaj, ja,
perspektiva, ja.
Ja, se bo šlo. Ob 10.
Oh, everything's fine. The text from your slides can be read.
I sent you already one this škatula.
I know what you mean, but
Škatula, this. Early in the morning I take away from computer and just I have all the time because it's missing here. Take this or there check I have any another, right? That you will have level, right? Is they see this picture?
yeah.
Yeah. I wish that here will be only this, without this corners, right? And so in this level you can find maybe so that will be so.
But we can only change if the projector would be at the...
Take here.
If it's more far away,
Yeah.
it's even more problems.
Yeah. Yeah, because we are now here. Yeah, here is not like problem.
No,
But it's too
it
small.
could be too small.
But it's too small. Okay. Try this. What is this?
Ja,
No. Nothing safe. Closed. For me, it was problem only this line from light. It was line. Just a little. This corner. Oh.
Because of the extent of the
So here they can even read the small text. So
Yeah,
it's okay, I believe.
yeah. But this corner.
Yeah, we cannot change that.
So it's better.
Oh,
Much better.
We need real optics for that.
Much better. Can we also start with that?
Actually, I have the desktop set up here right now, so that's the easiest way to do the desktop. Two, because I don't know where you want to zoom. If you zoom in, so if I set it two, it may have zoom in and out and do Oh, most likely, it's wrong, so I'm not adjusted there, but I always like to do it close if you can. If you do the manual, right, that's perfect. Yeah, so have you ever seen that? Yeah. Yeah, but for some reason it's do it, because it was telling me to come out of manual exposure mode, and I couldn't get out of manual exposure, so I just adjusted.
Good morning. How was Mike?
Great.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Andrea, Amanda here. Welcome to the story. Andrea, after 15 minutes we started. Are you prepared?
15 minutes?
15? Yes?
Yes.
Will you write so? Then 10
Yes.
and 10 and 10 we call you. Alright?
In 10 minutes?
10 and 10 in European time. We will call you. After 10 minutes, 20 minutes. So.
In 20 minutes?
Yes, we will prepare them
Yes.
technically, you and you will be in online. Right?
Okay, I will just call me back. I'll be ready.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye. See you. Ja, dat is gezegd.
What time do you want to meet on?
Actually, I've never had any places. It's interesting, the game frequency is
I saw that.
That's interesting. I didn't think you could get that off of projected image.
I'm wondering if you have to change my I will see that on the side.
Oh, no, I think
No, meine Spoiler, der ist in USA. I don't know why they don't start now. Not directly. I heard about it. Well, actually, the problem is I have to go back as soon as I have the time now. Rather than from here by 12, I have no idea how I can get the time to go home. Stay back, stay in the schedule. Then with the, I don't know how long the way at all.
very natural.
Or food, you see them.
Like the same discussion. Some will be around the table, some will be in public, and public is going to be there as well. No, Nekaj se je izgubila slika. Kje je? Martin? Kaj moj kompjuter? Triknil? Imate rdeče? Čim več steči. Tam je največ naloga kapal. Vse smo gledali? Zdaj zadem na Andrejo, ki je imala Martin. Najde se, kako bo Andreja. Ja, sem ga pošla. Martin, I will just call Andrea, we started. Right? We will prepare her for presentation and we start. Thank you. Če bo imel kdo kakšno vprašanje, tudi v slovenščini, lahko potem v samem predavanju, ne, imam zelo radi glasno publiko, Veliko vprašanj postavljam, naša gospa iz Amerike, mi še nismo ravno štartali, ne? Bo odprla današnji kongres in bo tudi poročala, kaj se dogaja v Ameriki. Lahko je pa tudi vse živo sprašujete, ne, o tem, kaj se dogaja pri njih in kako tudi skupaj delujejo, predvsem pa tudi o mašineriji. Gospa je zelo velika inštruktorica, tudi kar se tiče mašinerije za Hemp, ne, tako da slovenski, mogoče toliko ne poznate, vi jo toliko zelo dobro poznate. Direktorica prav da
Good morning.
Good morning, Andrea. Audience, welcome Congress. How are you? So, we will prepare you technically. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Wonderful. Nice to hear you. Can we have your picture, maybe? Camera or something like this? Wonderful. We see you. We see you. So, we see you. We will be online 5 minutes here, right? I have your slides here. I take your greetings from our Minister of Agriculture already. He was with him, with Daniel too. So, to our team, I take greetings in the United States, especially to you, because you was invited to use the coffee today. So, okay, let's go. Martin? Everything fine? Yeah. How are you, Andrea? Are you right?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Yes, before the middle of the night or early in the morning, how is this looking out in the United States already?
Well, I'm actually in Canada and it's 3 a.m. and it's a little bit chilly outside.
Okay, thank you very much that you understand that. So, 3 minutes, we go like, right? Just tell me, next slide, next slide, next slide. I say in first slide already, let's talk about hemp, right?
Okay.
Just your picture. Jak se to jmenuje? Yes, for any speaker. Any speaker. So 10 pictures for one speaker and different position. Dobro jutro, dobar dan, pozdravljeni drugi dan World Hemp kongresa. Very welcome in second day of the World Hemp Congress area 260. We have online already Miss Andrea Hermann from Canada. She will let's talk about hemp. So I gave words to her. Andrea, are you with us? You can see audience? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
So, place is yours. Very welcome.
Thank you so much for having me this morning.
And thanks to you. I know that it's 3 o'clock early in the morning in Canada. So we wait just a little bit. But anyway, we are very proud that you stay with us and that you teach Slovenian audience and that you teach global audience. And thank you that you are with us and we are very proud for you. Thank you. Andrea, please is yours. Please.
Yes. Well, thank you, everybody. Once again, my name is ANNDREA, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. I am coming to you from Manitoba, Canada, where the weather's harvest is starting to come around in the fields, and we've got all of our hemp farmers gearing up for their harvest, which will be starting in September and October. So I was asked to give a speech today talking about food quality and the importance of certificate of analysis when it comes to production of hemp foods. Now, these are the same types of parameters that we're going to look at when you're pertaining to any type of ready-made food, really. So next slide, please.
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm watching the stream and I'm seeing that there's a delay, so I won't delay anymore. Yeah, so I'm going to go over just a little bit about certifications, the food processing flow, and then explaining really what is a certificate of analysis. Next slide, please. So good manufacturing practices, why are these important? Well, principally, we're looking at good manufacturing practices to prevent foodborne illness. Of course, we don't want anybody having cases of E. coli poisoning or salmonella or problems with molds or yeast when it comes to eating hemp foods. And these really come into play when we look at the number of hospitalizations pertaining to foodborne illnesses. And if you look at these, in the U.S. alone, 3,000 people died. That's 1 in 6 affected by food poisoning. In Canada, it's 1 in 8. I should have looked up to see what it is in Europe. It would be very interesting statistic to see what the comparison of the EU is also. Next slide, please. So principally, these are driven around HACCP programs, and HACCP stands for Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point. And essentially what this is a management system put in place to address any food safety issues that can occur. These can be biological issues, these can be physical hazards such as metal or stream. In addition, this can be followed all the way through from the material production. So in our case, it's going on in the field, through the procurement and handling, so all of the movement and drying of that grain into the manufacturing facility and then onward into distribution. And it's not just the fact of when it leaves the processing facility, but it's also the fact of what happens when it gets repacked and then consumed. And are also consumers being educated in the proper ways to store these hemp food products? And as we know, if you're buying a small bag called hemp or hemp seed oil, that's really intended for use within the month. So next slide, please. So part of those HACCP principles, there are 7 principal key factors when you look at HACCP programs, and these are based on National Advisory Committee around microbiological criteria for foods. And those look at, when you're wanting to put together a HACCP program, essentially what you're doing is you're conducting a hazard analysis in which you're identifying any potential hazards that can be incurred through the production of the food process. So one of these hazards in particular could be, how about the drying of the grain in the grain bin? Well, what could be a hazard analysis at that point? Maybe the dryer breaks down, so you need to make sure that you're monitoring that. In addition, looking at any critical control points across the process that could potentially cause a problem. This could be looking at if you've got glass in the facility, how to protect yourself against that glass would break as light covers. So you've got to go through all of the steps of the HACCP program and to really identify where you can have a system breakdown. And in addition to that, keeping all of the records that you would need throughout the entire process, so that you can go back to see where you had a failure and successes, and being able to come back and prevent those failures from going again. Now, if you happen to have a breakdown of the system, this is when you go and do a corrective action plan. Go back and to make sure that you're fixing any situation that came along in the program. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at
meeting. This slide.
Hello?
Yes,
Next slide.
Yeah, okay. That slide. Just control slide because something is meeting.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're welcome. So when we're looking at developing a HACCP program, these can be substantial programs, and when we're looking at sourcing from the grain, we're also talking about what's going on in the field all the way to the whole processing. So when we're looking at meeting these requirements, there's a lot of questions that you have to ask yourself. So understanding our obligations is number one. Our obligation as food processors is to create a safe food at the end of the day that consumers are going to eat and be healthy with. We have to look at all of the regulations and requirements, particularly surrounding industrial hemp. We all know that we have regulations that we're bound by from when either we're looking at state regulations or federal regulations within the state. And then how do we interpret these regulations, and how do we put these regulations into play in our facility? We have to investigate what's missing. What's missing from our program, or what's missing from our flow that we've identified. And then what do we already have? What resources do we already have? And what's our decision timeline? How long do we have to be able to make these corrective actions? Or how long do we have to put some sort of program in place? Where are our gaps? There are so many questions before we can even start to look at rolling out a HACCP program. Now, most of the time what you'll see in food processing facilities is that they will be able to start processing the foods prior to actually having their audit and their third party. Here in Canada, we can go up to 6 months prior to having our third party audit to have the HACCP signed. Part of this is also looking at, things that are out of our control, such as Mother Nature in the field. So let's just say we get a high moisture content late in the harvest, or late in the season we have sprouting in the seed hole. That's Mother Nature, we can't control it. And then of course, at the end of the day, really what we're looking at is you have to just be clean, clean, clean. You can never be too clean in a food processing facility or along the value chain bringing that grain in. And that's also looking at the seed cleaners you're using. And in addition, making sure that everybody understands the hygienic practices that must be put in place. We also have to inspect all of the trucks and the cleaners and the processors that are going to be moving that grain from one place to another, so that inside those trucks we're not having contamination. Next slide, please. So those HACCP programs are looking at like the BRC, the British Food Retail Consortium, in addition to the Global Food Safety Initiative, GFSI, and then any of the ISO certification. And these are all recognized programs audited by third parties, and many of our respected industry leaders in the hemp food production are expected to, if not all three, then at least one of these or other recognized passive programs that are audited by third parties. Next slide, please. In addition to the ISO or the BRC or the GFSI certifications, other certifications that we would be looking at are those comparable to the non-GMO project, Inst certified organic, or situations where we're looking at fair deal or an equal justice program. Let's start talking about domestic fair trade and what does that look like. Of course, when you look at the certified organic, they believe you've got an equivalency program between the USDA, the Canadian, and the European Union. So that means that products from any of those can be, of course, certified organic in these other countries. Next slide, please. In addition to the organic and the HACCP, you can have additional certifications such as kosher or halal, depending on where your marketplace and your clientele demand that. Of course, these are also third-party certifiers that would come in and certify to these codes of divine law or Jewish law. Next slide, please. So one of the things we've been looking at really in the United States is GRAS. This is generally recognized and safe underneath the U.S.'s Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act. This is essentially an act in which intentionally added foods or additives are subject to pre-market review. So essentially, GRAS exempts are granted for substances that are generally recognized as safe, essentially. Now, this is a U.S. Federal Drug Administration Cosmetics Act and is not required internationally. And the topic is summarized is if we want to be in products such as the Kellogg's and the Vistos or other companies that require GRAS, how do we get there? This is a big project which is also clinical trials, human clinical trials, and everything has to be vetted by peer-reviewed scientific reviews. And, right now we've seen that, GRAS hasn't been a limiting factor in marketing hemp foods in the U.S., so do we need GRAS? Well, eventually, yes, we'll be in the position and have enough research, peer-reviewed research to back a GRAS application. Next slide, please. So here we're just looking at a quick, hemp grain production flow chart. This flow chart can vary depending on how your production flow is set up, but essentially it's set it up all pointing back toward certifications and preparing for the market. Essentially, you're looking at your primary production at the top, and this is all of your hemp grain production, including your on-farm storage, drying, and harvesting, storage, and drying. And then moving on to your primary processing, which is your seed cleaning and any type of carding or any type of cleaning or grading system that may be in place. Moving on then to your secondary processing, which is where you're going to have all of your milling, sifting, sifting, toasting, decollating, or creation of any type of novel product. And all along with this entire process, everything is tying back to the certification and preparation for the marketplace. And then we get on to the certificate of analysis. Throughout all of the steps, you will find that the clean grain or through the seed cleaning system or through the primary and secondary processing, everything is being tested along that chain to make sure that there's no breakdown following that HACCP program. Following is the packaging material. Now you'll find the FDA moving into the United States, not only do you have to notify about what the product is, but you also have to be able to provide the FDA clearance and registration for all of the packaging material, for instance, and then sending that product on to the final consumer, which will also need to educate the final consumer on proper storage so that the product maintains to be fresh as it goes through the system. Next slide, please. So looking back, we've come a long way in industry, thankfully, and we know that our industry's grown exponentially, but where did we come from? We're looking at these old historical millstones. We've been milling all types of grains for a long time. Here's some traditional millstones for milling powders and crushing oils. And these particular here are both for oil stones for crushing oil. Well, we've definitely come along from this. We look at the quite state-of-the-art pressing machines that we now have that are monitored. But definitely we could go back to old school milling also. Next slide, please. And here are a few different kinds of millstones. Here are a couple pictures of flour millstones and grain millstones. These come out of Pennsylvania. Some of these are still running in typical windmill type of millstones. Next slide, please. So now we come to, how do we judge what is a safe food? Well, essentially, we're doing that by analyticals, then looking at the microorganisms, sensory, what levels of tolerance are allowed, the regulations, any type of monographs that may be in place, and industry guidelines. Some of those industry guidelines may be THC testing on derivative products, for instance. Next slide, please. So when we look at
certificates of analysis, slide.
Next slide.
Yes, next. Certificate of analysis, this slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
You're right on. So looking at the certificate of analysis, this is essentially the document that really is going to be the testing of the critical points of the quality and integrity of the product. And the CNA is the authenticating document that's issued by the appropriate authority. And typically, the company providing the product will have their own lab or a third-party lab conduct the analysis, and then they will detail that on a document that they have created to provide to the client. Next slide, please. So essentially what we're looking at on the CMA, now this could be a very range all the way down to nutritional profiling, but essentially most of the core certificate of analysis details are pertaining to aerobic plate count, total chloroforms, such things as bacteria, the E. coli, salmonella, or staph, the molds and yeast, which can cause a variation of the degree and decomposition of the foods, peroxide values, which show a level of oxidation, for instance, and free fatty acid, which is a key quality and commercial value in foods in general, especially in hemp. And the pictures here that I've got are just a few examples of aerobic plate count and how we judge how many of those types of particles are indicated, microorganisms are indicated on the slide. Next slide, please. So particularly if we look at the Canadian and US dollar market, every single analysis, certificate of analysis is costing the company a minimum of around $675 or $520 per CMA. This is at the bare minimum. This doesn't include if the CMA needs to have any type of heavy metal testing or pesticide testing. It doesn't include any additional maybe green testing that may be going on with the grain prior to coming into the final product. So it just tells so for every batch, and this is why we're typically looking at batches of grain coming into the facility at being substantially large so that you can run a larger batch size, take more samples according to your HACCP program to then produce this certificate of analysis. And they can be quite costly when you small batches and having to run this type of analysis on multiple small batches. One of the priciest things that we see here in our Canadian sector is the cost of the THC derivative testing alone, which can be up to around $210 or more. Next slide, please. Yep. So it goes all back to meeting the requirements, and, all the way from looking at what those gaps are, creating a flow chart, creating an action plan, and knowing that these steps, it takes some time to really put into place. You have to be open to change. One of the things I've definitely learned from having the opportunity to work in hemp food production and in general in hemp is you have to be open to change. And realizing when new policies come in place or when new ideas come in place to help streamline and make the hemp food production safer. And at the end of the day, all we want to do is make safe hemp foods so that we can grow more hemp and sell more hemp. So, next slide, please. So I just want to thank everybody for your time and wish everybody a happy harvest in the 2016 year. Next slide, please. And just giving a big thanks to all the farmers, processors, customers, and industry stakeholders for all that you have done to help not only prepare myself so that I can be here today to help show this information, but for inspiring so many people coming into the hemp industry. Next slide, please. And you know where you'll find me, and that will be in a hemp field somewhere close. So thank you all so much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Andrea. You same. We are very proud, and we are very more richer for you from your knowledge. So, any questions from audience, please? Questions? Yes. One question, please. You have questions here.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, hello. You sort of talked about a general using hemp for food, but I'm wondering if you could sort of be specific about particular strains or varieties of hemp that people are growing for food. Because from my understanding, some seeds are in higher nutrition than other seeds. So I wonder if you can talk something about specific strains people are growing for food.
Well, we're seeing I can't necessarily speak to all cultivars when it comes to their nutritional profile, but we can see that, in the Canadian cultivars that are being grown, there is really very little, if any, significant difference in the quality of the protein content or gamma-linoleic acid, for instance. There's some that have a slight more, maybe GLA, but nothing that has come out to be significantly different when it comes to particularly looking at the Canadian cultivars that are being grown for grain production.
Thank you.
Now we have, you have seen some, various in kernel size, and so you'll see some cultivars may have a smaller kernel size, and that cultivar may be for oil crushing. So if you look at a good cultivar like canola, it has a relatively small kernel size. So here in Canada, that has been used principally for, well, it has been used for oil crushing and then also for some dehulling, but the nut is much smaller because the kernel is smaller. So you may make the decision about which cultivar you're going to cultivate based on which product you want to make it in it.
Thank you. Some other question? Yeah.
Hi, Andrea. This is Daniel. I'm from International. Hey, you know I love statistics. I love those numbers you always give me every year. You already have a number on the increase in hectares, on the acreage of the Canadian hemp seed production, or the acreage of hemp in Canada for 2016?
Hold on a second, Daniel. Let me just pull this up. I think we just got the. I just got the stats a long ago. Hold on a second. I'm pulling that up.
Take your time.
Everybody bear with. I got it right here. Let's just see here. So right now, it's looking like in all of Canada, in 2016, we had almost 31,000 hectares
All right.
licensed.
So basically, pretty unchanged to 2015.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. And this year we had 1,095 licenses totally granted for commercial licenses.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot. See you in November at CHDA convention. Huh?
Yes, absolutely, everybody. And please, if you're coming to Canada in September, November, we welcome you at the Canadian Hemp Trade Alliance Conference.
Thank you for inviting. So I have a question too. Maybe some words about economy. What Canada do with hemp? What is the point of economy? What is the point maybe in part of innovation and future view?
Well, I think right now we're seeing, with the U.S. coming on and the diversity of products, I think very interesting, still looking at, all the things coming out with the composite work, the bioplastic, in addition to, different types of food production that are coming offline, and how can we use total crop utilization. And there's people that will be talking at this symposium, this Congress, more about total crop utilization, terpenes, and other things that can be extracted. But once again, we're all looking at facing it, how do we get around our regulations so that we can start using total crop utilization. But in addition, as we start to talk about food safety, what we're starting to see is a partnership with, members of the Canadian Hemp Trade Alliance, the European Hemp Industries Association, Industrial Hemp Association, and Hemp Industries Association coming together to start talking about what do we look at as we start to isolate what makes hemp a food, so that we know, no matter providing seed oil from our colleagues in the EU or purchasing hemp seed oil from our colleagues in Canada, that the quality of those products are the same and that they're comparable. And this will also help to disseminate risk when you're looking at large-scale food production.
How is the politically? Now you have a great minister there in Canada, with big support of hemp and cannabis law. How political?
Yeah, right now in Canada we are underneath a regulatory review. So from the Canadian Hemp Trade Alliance, we have been pushing for our regulatory review, and some of those regulations that we're looking to admit would be, THC batch derivatives. So what would be, or also looking at minimum acreage size In addition, we would be looking at streamlining the licensing protocol so we can have a site license for the storage of the grain cultivated for 2 years, so that if you weren't cultivating in year number 2, at least you can have a storage in that case. So yes, we do. We have good communication. We actually sit at the table with our Health Canada Hemp section, and they do participate. So we have always had really amazing support here in Canada, but the life of cannabis in general is changing, and those regulations that are impacting, the change in regulations in medical cannabis or marijuana legislation is also impacting us in the hemp regulations also, especially if we look at Canada right now, wanting to grow for cannabinoid extraction. So how do we look at it comes to the production of industrial hemp and also the role of medical marijuana in Canada? And if anybody's interested, please, I just noticed a couple of days ago that Health Canada has put a bunch of new comments on the hemp page for their facts and questions, really further outlining the interpretation of our hemp regulations as it comes to total crop utilization. So if you do have time and you're interested, please head over to the Health Canada website and check out the new comments that they've made on the facts and questions.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anybody? Questions?
Thank you. Bye-bye. We are now in Germany with Daniel KRUSE. Stay with us. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. We are very proud of you and your work.
Yes, much respect to all of you. Have a great day.
Thank you. See you again.
Bye.
Stay with us.
Torej napovedujemo tudi našega posebnega gosta letos, gospod Daniel KRUSE, ali in Slovenia language, you will tell in English, so you know that. Daniel bo predstavil svojo firmo, katero vodi na mednarodnem področju, predvsem pa je predstavnik letos Evropske zveze za industrijsko konopljo, tako da se lahko z njim tudi kaj več pogovorite v kakšnem odmoru in naredite kakšne zanimive poslovne povezave. Hvala lepa. Izvoli, Daniel. Please.
Thank you, Maida. Well, thanks to all of you for coming and joining the World Hemp Congress. Hello and good day to Slovenia and also to the rest of the world. Maida asked me to introduce myself. I'm founder and CEO of Hempro International. We are mainly a food processor, one of the largest in Europe, in the hemp business for 22 years. So I am getting old, and we are doing food processing since 12 years. I've seen a lot of ups and downs of the market, and lately and recently the ups are getting bigger and bigger, and there are still some downs to get away of, especially the regulation on THC on the field, in the plant, and THC in the hemp food. So we will come back to that later on during the presentation. What is this here? Oh, there you go. The main statement. You see, it's all live. The main statement when it comes to hemp as foodstuff is that the foodstuff itself and the corresponding raw material are increasing strongly worldwide. Hemp seeds pulled hemp nuts, hemp oil, and hemp protein powder are becoming more presentable, both in retail as well as in the food industry. Hemp food shows a double-digit market growth, and that has a couple of reasons. Mainly, the more and more dietary conscious consumers. Hemp is being considered a superfood now. There are several facts that underline that. For example, the content of omega-3 and 6, the highly digestible proteins, and the combo of all the essential amino acids. For Europe, it was for the European hemp market, it was kind of a really big step forward that huge bio supermarkets and discounters are now selling hemp foods as well. In 2015, Albert Heijn in the Netherlands and Aldi, pretty much known all over the world from Germany, started to sell hemp food. The status in the EU changed a lot in the last 10 to 15 years. It is very, very difficult to get data and statistics. That's why I always ask ANNDREA for new numbers, new data from Canada. We are trying to collect our data here. We send the data over to Canada for their presentations and for their activities. But it's really important to have that data to have some influence here in Europe, in Brussels, and also in the for the national governments, to show them that there is actually a hemp market now, worldwide, but also in the specific countries. As you can see here in writing, but also you will see this later in some colorful charts. Europe had a very stable hemp seed production, or let's put it this way, very stable hemp seed consumption, also years ago. But those hemp seeds were mainly used in the animal feed market. By the fact, 85 to 95% were used for animal feed, mainly birds and fish food, or fish feed. Now, since 2012, the ratio changes to the food production, and which has also, of course, a couple of challenges, because not just because we are eating more hemp food, there is more hemp on the field, or there is more hemp seed available. So you will see later on some graphics and charts on that, and I will get back to the point that the market right now is increasing, the demand is increasing stronger than the supply. But again, let me mention here this again. We had a record year in 2015. More than 25,000 hectares of hemp was farmed in Europe. The cultivation area in the EU in hectares, you can see on this slide. And here you have the numbers in writing. Again, of course, France is almost half of the production, or comes up with half of the production of hemp. They have the longest tradition, or the unbroken tradition in Europe to grow hemp. But other countries, and also even here now in Slovenia, Slovakia, and so on, picking up more and more, and the farming area is increasing. When it comes to the consumption, you remember that I mentioned this already. First of all, we have to differentiate between the food and the feed. Right now, the feed market was very stable all over the last decades. But food is coming now more and more relevant. So actually, there is kind of a competition between those two supply chains. Most of those seeds that were used for feed are getting imported from China. And we, my own company, but also I know that my colleagues from other market players are very, very much depending on imports from China for both qualities, conventional and organic. The reason is that we do not produce enough seeds in Europe ourselves yet. You can see in the first very top, the first line, the very top, that is the new production from the previous harvest. You know, like whatever you harvest in 1 year gets consumed then in the following year. And one can see very easily that the increase on the consumption of M.Sc food, the second last line, is increasing a lot stronger percentage-wise than the EU production. So now that China found out about their own traditional hemp seeds, their own agriculture, their own culture, they have a domestic market for hemp seed. So they will not sell and ship over all the whole grain anymore as freely as they did before. But they use a lot of their own hemp seeds, their grain themselves. And there will be another shortage. We had a shortage this year, we had a shortage last year, and I'm expecting another shortage next year. Prices will go up, and you can see this on the slide regarding the price development of hemp seeds. Look at what we were buying hemp seeds for in 2008. Prices almost doubled, actually they doubled. This slide I could probably update every 2 weeks, definitely every month. And there's another increase for the third and for the fourth quarter. We took as an example the hemp seed in food quality based on euros per metric ton in a full truck from Rotterdam, clean to 99.5%, which you can use for either oil pressing and also with another cleaning step also for hulling, because that is what we either use for ourselves or sell both. The only reason why conventional is kind of stable right now is that Canada had a surplus on conventional hemp seed from 2014 and 2015. That's why they were in the position to export to Europe, which for one part for feed, that kept the feed market pretty good supply, but also for food. That helped a little bit on that side. But organic is definitely a big challenge to fulfill the demand by a limited supply. On the other side, every time I show this slide and talk about pricing, everybody has to understand, everybody who ever studied or learned or read about business understands this quite well on the first side. If we wouldn't have this situation of increasing prices, it wouldn't be such a good hemp market going on there. So a strong market with a large increase in demand always leads to increasing prices. If this curve would go other way, we should be worried, but it is not. It shows actually that the hemp market has actually this double-digit growth. On the other side, of course, it also shows us in Europe that we need more seeds and we definitely need more organic seeds. So whoever wants to do some hemp farming, please consider this and take this in consideration. Some numbers from Canada. Well, we just updated our statistics here with ANNDREA 10 minutes ago live. You see the numbers of the last years, and in 2016 she just confirmed that it's almost the same hectares as 2015. The Canadian hemp cultivation area looks even more impressive than the European. Well, Canada is slightly larger, but of course there are limited limited areas where you can grow organic. Because of the organic food market is growing a lot stronger a lot more than the conventional food market. This is also one of the main reasons why you cannot cope up with the demand. Here you can see the difference between the two markets. Canada, dark green, is only for human food consumption. So almost everything that is produced in Canada goes to the food market for humans. While in the EU, you still have a larger animal feed market for hemp seeds than for human consumption. North America shows that very, very high sales turnover can be achieved. We got excellent perspectives in the EU. And as I mentioned before, not only in Great Britain, but now also in Germany, in other countries, Netherlands, and so on mainland Europe. It started already that supermarkets take hemp food into their standard range of products. And just to give you an example of how much hemp food would be needed, you see the last quote there. If only 10% of the population in Germany would integrate 10 milliliters of hemp oil in their daily nutrition, the yearly requirement of approximately 30 milliliters of hemp oil or 100,000 metric tons of hemp seed would result. Hemp food in Europe and Germany, for example, has mainly been sold via the internet and small independent stores. However, larger stores and special organic or non-GMO supermarkets are adding hemp food products to their portfolio. Producers are confident that this trend will continue and larger retail chains will enter the hemp food market as well. The Nova Institute, well known as the organizer for our hemp conference, our yearly hemp conference in Cologne for the European Universal Hemp Association. This Nova Institute and one of my companies, Hemp Consult, did a very interesting market study on hemp food. The study is based on a survey regarding turnovers per product in existing sales channels for the past 3 years. And we were very astonished and very happy about the fact that 171 participants from all over the world actually answered our survey. Now I will show you a very, very small part of the survey. You can, for example, find the distribution of participants based on their main products. So, for example, you can see that whole hemp seeds, hemp seed oil, and protein powder, as well as flour, are the main 4 raw materials that are getting produced in the food market. What is very interesting is that compared to 5, 10, 15 years ago, now the different distribution channels have quite an even ratio. Even between 15 and 25, 28, there's not such a big difference. I mean, basically you can see that all specialized shops, organic shops or organic supermarket chains are accepting hemp food already more than the conventional supermarket stores. But it's quite even regarded compared to the years before. And this is what we thought and repeated all over the years in the past. The main weakness of the hemp food market, answered by all participants all around the world, is the government legislation, or let's put it this way, the missing legislation. For some reasons, we would wish that there would be proper guidance values, maybe even limits, so that the industry has a chance to actually fulfill those. But compared to Canada, we have a very desperate situation here in Europe that there is no EU-wide guidance value, and the ones that we have in Germany are definitely too strict and too low. So the European Industrial Hemp Association is working on position papers regarding this issue, and hopefully this year, but definitely next year, we have to work with the authorities in Brussels and in all the countries in Europe to achieve a clear but also realistic regulation on THC in food. Something positive, and neither me nor Michael Carros, the CEO of Nova Institute, expected that. When you check the Eurostat, Eurostat is the main statistics for Europe. Imports, exports are taken by Eurostat and getting updated every year. You can see that Hemp actually already is visible between the most important nuts. Maybe not known by everyone, but botanically spoken, hemp seeds are a nut. One of the reasons why they have this huge nutrition potential, this very beneficial nutrition in them, because it's typical for nuts to have the protein and the fatty acids. And as you see, they are actually getting imported even more than macadamia, and they also get exported a little bit more than macadamia. So we're trying now to get the hemp seed, the green line, a little bit more into the middle of those most important nuts in the next years. Well, as I said to Andrea before, I love statistics, I love numbers. Maybe that comes from the time when I was still a banker, long time ago, by the way. And we looked for some statistics through the web and through some data banks in the last years. And I'm very honored that Paul Benheim, which was giving his presentation yesterday, included these presentations in his own slideshow. So Google search trends show a clear increase. Hemp oil also cannabidiol, you saw this here yesterday in Paul's presentation. But also it is very important not only what the customers and consumers or people are Googling, but also what our universities and scientists are working on during the years. And there's a scientific data bank for publications worldwide. You can see that down there at the source. You can find the publications that are done in those years shown, but also the relative research interest and the smooth relative research interest. That's why you have different curves and symbols here. And when you look for the topic hemp, you will find this increasing interest. Hemp seed, same. And also there's an upward trend for the topic hemp oil. And varieties, of course, which are the different varieties of hemp seeds. THC, and again, cannabidiol, same. Now, well, thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will be, of course, happy to answer them.
Questions here?
I have one question.
Yeah, please. No, please, not microphone. Meantime, Blanca is, my name is Blanca P.Ag. We also have a food market, making bread, but also doing home regulation stuff.
And my first question is, also for European level, why we should regulate things. Because in Slovenia, we want to have equal status for all different kinds of seeds, that it was in our history. So the main question is, why do we want this? And then I would like a personal answer for all of the audience, listeners, and people who are involved in business, because we know that the European Union became European Union because of free market of services and products, and we need to develop these roots. So I would like to have this answer, why we go that way, that we actually want regulation, or we just start to think about other point, so no prohibition and equal use of all seeds in Europe, especially in Slovenia. Zdaj bom še povedala po slovensko. In sicer moje ime je Blanka Benkoče, ukvarjam se z pekarstvom, se pravi, smo predelovalce konoplje v smislu različnih produktov, prav trga, kateremu pravimo trg hrane. In sprašujem gospoda, zakaj vsak pri sebi in v vseh organizacijah, istočasno sem predstavnica Slovenskega združenja za konopljo prehrambene in neprehrambene namene, govorimo o regulacijah, ko vemo, da je že konoplja vse prisotna in bi si želeli enostavno enakovreden odnos vseh rastlin, ki rastejo na naši zemlji. Tako da me zanima, zakaj je tako pomembno, da govorimo o regulaciji, ne pa o zaključku regulacije, se pravi zaključku prohibicije. Did you understand me what I asked you?
Yeah, I wish just introduce you. Blanca,
did you understand me what is my question? Why so many words about regulation, not just doing business, have free market of services and products? And
so Blanca, I wish just introduce Blanca, lead Slovenian Association for Hemp. Thank you for question.
Well, thank you for the question, but I have to ask just to make sure that I understood it. Are you talking about the regulations on THC or regulations on what?
I'm asking you why to think about regulation, not any kind of regulation, why we have so much strong intent to speak about these things, not just to think about what is our culture, what is our business, and end it any kind of regulation with the goal that actually free market, business, creativity, innovation, and all can going in the market and
Maybe I did not express myself correctly. I'm not a friend of regulations, and I don't see the rule or the role for the European Industrial Hemp Association to get more and more regulations for hemp seeds or hemp production, except for THC. Not because we are afraid of THC, but we clearly have in most European countries THC as a drug, right? Registered as a drug or by law identified as a drug. And even industrial hemp, we got traces, we got small portions of THC. The whole industry is in danger if we do not have regulations, whether by guidance values or limits, that clearly allow us and give us the freedom to grow hemp, to farm hemp, to process hemp. As long as there is no regulation, any kind of country in Europe has the problem that the government doesn't understand about the industrial hemp and maybe start, for example, making it illegal again to grow industrial hemp. So, because that's the only important point that we try to bring forward in Brussels.
Okay, I understand you. We have discussion on this topic, and we are talking about cannabinoids, which are in hemp and in another plants. And there are more than 1,020 identified cannabinoids. So when we talk only about one and do all regulation on one cannabinoid, what we are actually doing, this is the main question. That we are like horses, or we are blinded when we speak about one thing, and we know in the same time that there are 1,020 of them. So we think about lack of knowledge, and also think about these things as regulation or taking it out of regulation, because there are so many knowledge now this time. Zdaj še bom povedala po slovensko. Gospod je omenil regulacijo na področju kanabinoida, o katerem največkrat slišite. To je eden izmed kanabinoidov, kliče se THC. In sicer moje vprašanje oziroma komentar pa je bil, da imamo 1020 identificiranih kanabinoidov v konoplji, in iz tega razloga se sprašujem, zakaj dajemo toliko pomembnosti samo enemu izmed 1020 in zakaj bi okrog tega enega naredili celotno zakonodajo, in kar se je že zgodilo, da je celotna proizvodnja semen, vztrajanje na semenih, da brez semena ni konoplje, šla v tej smeri. Tako da kratek povzetek o tem, zakaj bi se dejansko ukvarjali z enim kanabinoidom, ko jih poznamo 1020 identificiranih. So in summary, why we should have so many attention on one cannabinoid when we know that these years we know. Actually, with all research, it was done, and thank you for everyone who done it. And we actually know these things, that there are 1,020 cannabinoids or even more. We will hear this in afternoon session. So my question is, why we should talk about one of them? Because we are starting to present our knowledge and put our knowledge to regulation as an association of different countries. So your personal, your personal opinion is important now.
My personal opinion is that there doesn't have to be any regulation, because THC, in my personal opinion, is not toxic the way that other substances can harm our human body. On the other side, it is psychoactive, and that's why most countries in the world have rules and laws on THC. We have those here in Europe. THC is a restricted substance. Those other cannabinoids are not even known yet by the politicians and by the governments. we have to teach them, because they are most likely not psychoactive, as, for example, the CBD compared to THC. There will most likely be no more regulations on those cannabinoids, the same way as THC, but most likely there will be regulations because they have a pharmaceutical effect. We can not, in my opinion, change the world from one day to another, so we still have to be in discussion and be in a constructive dialogue with authorities and ministries and politicians all over the world. The reason why I think it is important for the industry, for the industrial hemp industry, to have clear regulations, limits, or at least guidance values higher than they are right now, of course, because they are too strict as we have them. When it comes to THC, is the last 10 to 12 years, the Canadian hemp industry grew that strong and that fast just because they had a very clear limit on THC, 10 ppm on the raw material. And it was very easy and manageable for the whole industry to fulfill this limit. While in Europe, we have no limit, we have no guidance value except for the German guidance value, which is too strict. And in all other countries, the governments, the authorities don't even know how to handle THC. So we have 27, 28, 29, 30 different handlings on THC, and a lot of our customers, Hempro is not selling, thankfully not only selling to the German market, but to all of Europe, are asking us always the same question. What is the regulation? What is the limit? What is the guidance value? What can we do? We as a company only have the capacity to do production, to do quality management, to do sales, to do marketing. But at the same time, we also have to do the teaching and all the explanation to the authorities, through our customers or directly, so that they understand that the hemp food is not toxic because there is some THC in there. So don't get me wrong, I'm not in favor of the regulations, but because we have them, they are already there. Yeah? Hemp is right now deregulated because there is a law on THC, because it is the way it is. We have to work on workable deregulation, which means, of course, have regulations with authorities, but that regulations that we can fulfill and that are manageable in a way for having the market growing at the same time, and of course having the safety for the end consumers, but also to make authorities understand that those levels, hopefully updated new levels, are not any danger for the public health.
Thank you. We have a question more. Please, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, my name is Jigar Bolta, and I would like to connect to this topic that we started. You said yourself you're a friend of statistics and numbers, so maybe let's be more concrete. The first question would be what was, let's say, in the history, a short overview of the so-called dangerous events or hazardous events on behalf of cannabinoids in the hemp. The other would be what is, we know, I think that these German regulations are more or less becoming generally accepted in Europe as a guidance, and they're, let's say, pretty much impossible. And on this behalf of impossibility, how much are the products controlled? Or if you have a number, how high is the percentage of, let's say, just for instance, hemp oil contaminated with the THC over the limits which gives the German guidance, let's say? Because, I don't know if you know, but it's, hemp seeds should actually be washed in some kind of let's say, washed to wash away the THC, otherwise you cannot really control or produce the grain which is acceptable according to the German guidance.
Do you think about guidance we have?
This is the guidance which Nova Institute included in this research, and the AGA, let's say, published it or ordered it, which is also a strange coincidence. And maybe just for the conclusion, what would be, let's say, your idea of the THC levels in the foods? Acceptable as not harmful for human, and let's say just let's speak just about foods for human consumption.
Maybe shortly Slovenian language, please. Slovensko malo, toliko da se razumemo ta čas.
Moje je že možda, zanima me, kakšna je pozicija instituta glede, let's say, vsebnosti kanabinoidov, vsebnosti THC-ja v hrani za ljudi. Potem me zanima, koliko se hrana za ljudi kontrolira na nivoju kanabinoidov in THC-ja in koliko recimo do zdaj preseženih vrednosti, samo za primer olja. And maybe just to add one further question, the rules on the cannabinoids in the foods started with THC, now they developed with the pharmaceutical interests in the field of CBD, which is the next cannabinoid which will be regulated according to, let's say, your knowledge or, let's say, your vision. Can we expect that all cannabinoids will be somehow limited just for some special kinds of industries in the future? Zanima me še, začelo se je pač regulativa na THC-ju, kar je pač jasno za psihoaktivnosti, potem je zaradi interesa farmacije oziroma zaradi farmacevtske učinkovitosti CBD-ja postal reguliran, priporočljivo reguliran tudi CBD. Ali lahko v prihodnosti pričakujemo regulacijo tudi za druge kanabinoide?
Hvala lepa, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. For sure, that was not only one question, so bear with me that I tried to answer them all, and I'm trying to do it in the right order. But forgive me if I miss one or two parts of the different questions, sub-questions. First, as a matter of fact, one of my companies, Hemp, did a theme paper. I talked about this already today, on the historical background of the THC regulations in Europe. And it's a very, very interesting topic because all those limits that we are talking about, 0.2 right now, which I think is really far too strict, it does not allow the European farmers to have the right varieties for growing hemp for seeds. 0.3 it was before. Basically, the whole Canadian hemp industry is based on the former European limit of 0.3. They adopted that 15 years ago when we still had the 0.3. So Europe actually got it more strict, and we have very, very fast, we have to go back to the 0.3. Otherwise, we will not have any major breeding on seed varieties. That's my personal opinion and my business opinion. That's why also Hemp Consult did a paper on that, a theme paper. We will send that into EAHA so that they hopefully can do a position paper on that, and we have to pass it on to Brussels ASAP. Second topic, there are a lot of confusions on the German guidance values, which are no limits, guidance values. And by definition, the guidance value can be overtaken or can be 100%. There can be 100% more THC in the product than the guidance value say. Then the product has a limitation of marketability. So just to give you a couple of numbers, let's stick to hemp seed oil. Because first of all, everybody has to understand that all those guidance values that we are talking about here, that are currently getting ruled out in Germany, they are not they have no law character. They're not any kind of legal situation so that the authorities can actually go to court with you on that, especially not in other countries. There is no clear European regulation right now on THC. The only opinion that was given over from EFSA to Brussels comes from the EFSA and is 1 microgram per kilo human body weight. And what happened in Germany 12, 15 years ago is a very complex calculation, because the main difference between Europe and Canada is in Canada and North America, the controlled substance is checked on the raw material. So Canada has a very logical, very easy status of limits, 10 ppm, 10 milligram per kilo for hemp seed oil, full hemp nuts, flour, protein, whatever. It does not depend on what kind of products you produce from those raw materials. The raw material itself has to be tested, which is kind of logical and also very pragmatic, because then you as a processor, you as a company, my company, can do the THC testing either on site or at an accredited lab, and you know exactly whether you have a problem with your product or not, and then you can sell it as long as you have that limit and everything is fine. In Europe, the whole food safety logic and the whole food safety regulations are different. In Europe, it depends on the final product. Only the final product is what has to be tested. So the final product needs to have a specific quantity, specific level of THC as a maximum or as a guidance value. Why? Because they have statistics on how many kilos or how many grams of specific product a human being eats every day, and then they can calculate what would happen if one of us eats and drinks everything made from hemp. So that's the whole calculation. It's very, very complex, very, very complicated. If any one of you is interested in it, I can only recommend strongly to you. Go to the website eaha.org. You will find the latest report on THC from 2015. And then when you go through all the report, I think it's like 80 to 100 pages, you will understand how complex the whole calculation is. And the European National Hemp Association came up with a new updated recommendation. We don't know yet whether Brussels accepts that. That would be good. If it's accepted by Brussels, it would be the best, because then it's all over Europe the same. But at least in Germany we try to get it, and we are talking about new guidance levels, not limits. So different again from Canada. In Canada you have a limit, here we have guidance levels. Our levels can be like 100% higher in the product, and still the product can be sold on the market. Just to give you an example, hemp oil right now has 5 ppm, half of what Canada has. 5 ppm is very strict, it's very low. It is very, very difficult to keep this guidance level. To have hemp seed oil pressed from hemp seeds below or at 5 ppm is kind of complicated, yes, definitely. Even if it's higher than 5, up to 10, you can sell it, because it was a guide, it is a guidance level in Germany, it's not a limit. Yeah, there's a clear scientific differentiation between limit and guidance level. Now, EAHA recommends to the government to change the 5 to 8. It's at least a step in the right direction. I personally prefer 10. No, actually, to be totally honest, I would recommend 20, because that's what they did in Switzerland. With 20, they have studies that there is no psychoactive, there's no psychoactivity by THC in hemp oil, hemp seed oil, if you take those 20 milligrams, 20 ppm, 20 milligrams per kilo, in your daily nutrition. Yeah? And then you have to look at every other product, bread, and maybe some bars and some candies, and you have to put them in some different kind of product groups, and then you will notice that, for example, for baked products, we recommended a specific ppm number, and so on and so on. So it is very complex. The easiest product is hemp seed oil, because hemp seed oil is the same raw material and the end consumer product. For all other products, it gets really complicated, because you don't eat the protein pure, you mix it into a smoothie, or you don't eat the flour, you bake bread with it. So it is a complex report, it's a complex calculation, but I personally think that the European National Association did a good job in trying to obey to the calculation that authorities did 12, 13 years ago, using their calculation. Yeah. We are trying, of course, to change the whole system. It has to do with the uncertainty factor. Yeah. I mean, just to give you an example, poppy seeds, everybody knows, poppy seeds. I think we have some nice bakery products here in Slovenia with a lot of poppy seeds. There is morphine in there, morphine. So,
It is same rules for hemp and for
right now, no. Right now, we have the uncertainty factor that is accepted by Brussels, issued by EFSA, it's a food safety agency located in Italy that works for Brussels, trying to keep us all safe from food ingredients. Poppy seeds have an uncertainty factor of, I think, 5 or 6, yeah, in their calculation. THC has an uncertainty factor of 20, 30, or 100, depending on what study you are reading. Why do we have this kind of different level playing field? Anyway, last question, or the last issue that you talked was the problem. Well, it relates to what I've just said. It is kind of difficult to use hemp seeds for oil pressing and keep the level of THC in the oil below 5. One of the reasons is because THC is oil soluble, so that means that actually it increases, the percentage increases, the amount increases in the hemp seed oil. The only measure you can take next to washing, which is complicated by itself, but cleaning and the harvest technique. So the different ways of harvesting, getting the seeds from separated from the flower. You can look at this here to understand later what I mean. To get the seeds separated from the flowers ASAP and get them as clean as possible into the drying process, and then even do additional cleaning processes so that we have at least a cleaning or purity of 99.5, better 99.8%. That is the challenge for them to fulfill the current guidance values that we have in Europe, as far as we have them, because we actually don't have them. So basically, it comes all back to the German guidance values, which you are totally correct. Most other European countries look at, adopt them, and then accept them, and still it actually limits our industry a lot, because those guidance values are far too strict, and they are not they are also out of date. Thank you.
Question, no? Kakšno vprašanje še za gospoda? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, guys. Now we will discuss later in round table. We will talk with leaders from our continents, with one work in hemp institutes and hemp producers and etc. And we will talk between Slovenian government and between world at 16 years again. And now we are in Italy. We will try to call Mr. Valerio Zucchini. He will talk about his work with machine for hemp. But he exactly worked with smallest machine, biggest hemp, but with smallest machine too. Because Slovenia have problem with small machines. We see big machines yesterday. For some countries this is very interesting, but you can have questions for Valerio on smallest machine. Hello Valerio, welcome Congress calling you. Can you have speech with us?
Okay.
Nice to hear you, and now we see you in audience. Very welcome Valerio. How are you? How is it in Italy today?
Yes. I'm in Italy and I have just finished my test on the machine, so I apologize because I cannot be there. But I commit to you to prepare my speech for the next day.
We are very proud that we can see you again this year. You are annual speaker here in World Hemp Congress, and we are very proud of you, and especially for your work, on your work. Valerio, I will take your word. And please take your time.
So, for all people that are there, as you, I imagine you say, dobrodošli, is my product. I want to speak about the new progress which we have done on the field for harvesting. We talk about an harvester that for the top part of the end. What? Change position? What picture? So.
You're wonderful, Valerio. Just made it speech. We see you.
So, I have no idea what I have to do. Anyhow, let me know if I go correctly. Like this should be okay?
It's okay. It's okay. We see you. Just forward better.
Okay, well, as I told you before, we have set a new machine for harvesting. The small machine in competition with the.
Valerio, we will call you again. Something is in line. I think the line double in the line. I call you again. Right?
That microphone open.
Take down pound, because we have 2 lines then. So, no. I will call you again. Yeah. So, sorry.
Okay?
So, we hear your piece.
Yeah, it's better for you now?
Yes.
Okay.
Just make a
Good.
speech, please.
Yeah, so, as I said before, we have set a new machine for testing of the top of the hemp. The new small machine is made in competition with the big machine of the North Europe. And the contest is to produce special biomass for extraction of cannabinoids in small scale. That means for Italian growers, for maybe Slovenian growers, I know there are not so big fields for hemp. All made in the context of artisanal and ancient methods for drying. So this equipment is in the condition to work 5 or 6 hectares per day, making bundling of the top part of the hemp. The variety preferred are the monoid type. They are more constant on the growing and also for the level where we have to cut the top. I have nothing to do to tell you. It's much better if I prepare my presentation with some video and I send to you maybe for next day. In any case, the equipment is just to give you a faster explanation. Is a liquor binder that is connected directly to the tractor. We can say in English, tractor mounted. It's mounted on the back of the tractor and can be lifted up with some device till 2 meters. So,
have you some picture? Maybe, sorry, maybe I jumped in your word. Have you maybe some picture here that you can show us via camera or via machine?
Pictures, but
Your machine.
I can send you the video and the treatment, but I have no.
I'm just asking for, so.
I have no picture at the moment here. So, but you can see the small video on work in my profile Facebook. It just set on now. But
We will find this. We will find this tape. If this will be available, we will play later. Right? Thank you.
So this condition is for to allow the best seller of the product. I mean the goods and the leaves. There are at the moment on the market more or less 5,000 euro per ton. This means a very important revenue for the agricultural sector of the growth. So this is my answer. Finally, we have defined this small equipment for small company because the big machine of our northern friends are very, very, very costly. So it's a competition for poor people, yes? Okay?
Yes, this is your report. You finished? We can have some questions here.
Yeah.
Is some question here? Kakšno vprašanje mogoče za gospoda? Maybe I will have one question about this machines, just a little bit smaller machines which we can use for harvesting with tractor, and this is not so expensive for our Slovenian or global producers. We know that we have a couple of countries with small agriculture parcels. How they can buy this machine? You sell somewhere, or they call you, or how is you can prepare machine for different harvesting and maybe for herbs too? How this looking out, please?
No, okay. This is the last equipment. The cost of this equipment is less than 10,000 euros. This complete a set of machines. There is, as you know, from the old Russian equipment that we have already sold in Europe. That means this small equipment is a production half of the big one. So that means the big one, the repair binder from Russia are not so easy to find it, but still available. You can see the repair binder, the Russian repair binder in my website as well. So this can do the windrow, cutting the air, making the windrow, or making bundles. But effectively, this equipment has a logistic problem, so that it's not so easy to fix from one field to the other field. For this reason, we have set and exterminated this machine. The case of this machine is made by a big company called B.GS. It's an Italian company which is in Milan. Where we buy this machine, we make the modifications and the bar and so on, a lot of the time, and we sell this. We start to sell, to practice to sell this equipment as soon as possible. Depends on the time.
So, Leo, I opened your Facebook site. You talk about this machine harvesting test done on USO.
Yes.
Yes?
USO 31.
So we can already see this. I will take to audience a couple of seconds. So we can see your film now. Some new system here, whatever. We never see something like this here, some new system. So I will play again because we don't see or movie.
Yeah. So,
We still see your film. We speak English here. So, end of harvesting. So, Valerio, nice work. This is new in your cell market, or how? It's like a robot.
The equipment is available on demand in 3 weeks time. So, sorry. Vi richiamo, ciao, ti richiamo da un po'. Sorry, is my granddaughter. That's from Croatia.
Nice.
So, let me say some details. Is starting with about 1 meter per acre. Okay.
Yes.
In the standard condition, can be cut from zero from the ground to 60 centimeters high. And we make application, two types of application. One is an extension to lift up till 1 meter, and then the cost is relatively lower. And we apply also one device, a lifting system, hydraulic, that we bring up, lift up the system till 2 meters. So that means we can harvest the top, more or less 1 meter, 1.20 meter maximum, from the cutting bar to the top of the, more or less for 1 meter, 1 meter, 1.2 meters, where there are making bundles.
Valerio, your voice, please. Yes, we hear you, but no. Just voice, maybe louder.
This is better?
No, but we hear you.
Okay.
We have a question here in the audience.
Okay, go ahead with the question.
Yes.
I think I've already got the answer now, because of the maximum and...
Can you hear us? Just a second. Can you hear us?
No, Maria, please, you repeat the question because...
I'll say it and then you say it again. Okay, right.
You will hear a question here.
Maybe I've overheard, but I really need one more time you to tell us what is the maximum and what is the minimum height when you cut the hemp stalks.
Yeah. So, I repeat, the equipment without device is lifted up by the tractor. So, from the ground to 60 centimeters, okay?
Yeah.
Then we have an extension, mechanical extension, that we can cut from 200, 225, 20 centimeters on the bottom, from the ground, to 1 meter, and this is just mechanical extension of the 3 points of the tractor. Then we have a lifting system, hydraulic, that brings from 0 to 2 meters, 2 meters and a half, the point of cutting. That means you can harvest each 3 meter plant.
And there's one more thing. There's a farmer who claims that if this hemp is too ripe, and when you cut it, because this machine moves quite a lot, that all the seeds can drop down and it's wasted.
This is not equipment made for seed.
I see. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
The seed, of course, when you go in the process for drying and cleaning the biomass for extraction, after you select the seed, but of course this equipment is made for biomass for extraction, CD, or other material.
Thank you very much for your answer. The farmer will now know what is this for. Thank you. Question more in audience? Wahrscheinlich ist das schon. So thank you very much, Valerio. One word for conclusion.
Yeah, I hope that a better presentation I can send you in the next day, so maybe by Monday. You can consider this for your work congress. If you need more speech from me, just let me know, and then thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you so much. Same, Valerio. We are very proud on your work and your new machine, and we are very proud that you are very, very long our speaker and a supporter of World Hemp Congress. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye in Italy. Stay with us. See us. Yeah? Now we fly in Czech Republic. Hanna Gabrielo. Hanna will be with us. See us online. Have you slides? I have slides. In the key? In the key or you send me slides? I think I sent you this one. Hanna Gabrielo, you were with us exactly 5 years. And what do you really talk about it exactly? You work a lot with hemp in your country and with governments too, and now you have new project, like we see. Wonderful.
All screen or Thank you for your attention, Anna Gabriela. Thank you for your attention, Anna Gabriela. I'm coming from Czech Republic when we established the SCCI Institute, International Cannabis and Cannabinoids Institute, last December. Yes.
Technica. Just a second. You are very
Okay, so we established this Cannabis and Cannabinoids Institute, and I started to work for them on a project called Patient Focus Certification. First, I would like to introduce you a bit of your words about this ICCI Institute, why it was founded in Czech, and what's the mission. The investor is private institute, the investor coming from US, where it's in few states legal to grow and legal to provide cannabis, medical cannabis, but in the general level, on the federal level, they don't have a legal to do the research in all states and provide the medical cannabis in all states. So the investment there, it's not so much sure like in some country in Czech, like Czech Republic, where we have a clear regulation and legislation, and there is no problem to provide the patient with the medical cannabis. So the investors from the US, they decided to put their money in Europe and lead the research for cannabis and cannabinoids from the center of the Europe, where is the legislation for it. So the vision of the ICCI is to discover all the cannabinoids and to know how they are working in the body. So we are ready to provide the companies with the clinical studies and design for clinical studies, and also do the data research and data analysis, because we know a lot of work is done, but no one really knows which was like working on in Israel, which was working on in the US. So now we are trying to put all the research together, make some kind of like mapping design and or meta-analysis to know which wasn't discovered and what should be discovered, and then we will start to work on the priority map and step by step on each research to fill the empty spaces on the cannabis or cannabinoids investigation. We also work in the cooperation with the University in Prague, which has the metabolome testing, which shows all the spectrum of the, not only of the cannabinoid, but also of terpenes, of contents, what we doesn't know what's in, but in the percentage we can see how much is in the plant. So we can have some idea what percentage of the content in the plant it should be still discovered. And at least we are working on the provide to companies which works with cannabis and hemp to do the standards and show that their product is safe for human consumption. We work with the Central European Institute of Technology, the National Institute of Mental Health in nearby Prague, and Metro Institution. This is our scientific board, where I'm involved also Mr. Hanush, a lot of people, but Mr. Hanush is a very important person, and we are happy to have him in our team. But there are like Mr. Rokita, who is the leader of the Czech Medical Society. There are also people from government who work on the policy side. So it's very huge and big project, and we are just I can say like first two step and first the place where it was already established. So it's still working. We are working on the mapping and designing all the further steps. And our partners, Hebrew University in Jerusalem, Charles University, which we already having designed with them some clinical studies, what we are working on, Czech University for Life Science, which is doing some cannabis growing. For us, University of Chemistry and Technology, they provide us with the analyzing. Masaryk Memorial Cancer Institute, Masaryk University, and Palestine University. The Palestine University is very important, and we are happy also to have them in our team, because this is the university where it started in 50s, all the research in Czech Republic regarding the cannabis plant. And the team of people from Palestine University, they discovered the P.Ag 1 year before this was discovered by a team in Jerusalem, but because we was in this like communism time, and it wasn't so difficult to bring our research to the international level, so international is much more known for discovering P.Ag now. But Palestine University is the place where Mr. Hanush was working, and Mr. Hanush is the guy who discovered the first endocannabinoid in the human body, which is also a big step in the history of cannabis plant. So then we have some high-tech companies and other subjects. At least we get partnership with ICANA Institute, which is the institute here in Slovenia for working with cannabis and cannabinoids and bringing this knowledge to the level of medicine and bringing it to the patient. So I'm really looking forward to discovering more cooperation here in Slovenia with the doctors and patients as well. So now I would like to tell you a few words about the patient-focused certification, what I'm working now. I think the quality is everyone's responsibility. So everyone should be responsible for what he is taking in. But it's not a real. So we have the patient-focused certification. To provide the cannabis market with the quality products, because we already have the cannabis products on the market, CBD products, mostly in Europe, but in the US they have it also, like the medical cannabis. The people should know what quality they are using. Physicians should need to be sure that the product is standardized, because the physician will never prescribe it or recommend product which has some percentage, like 1% of CBD, and next time will be maybe like 1.2% of CBD, and so the product has to be really standardized if we want to bring it to the real medicine, and not only about the cannabinoids, but also about like the the other terpenes and cannabinoids. And patients need to be sure that the product is safe, which means that there are no pesticides, no other contaminants, no heavy metals, so that the product was made from clean stuff, clean away, and it's safer for them to use it. And the goal, what we have, is to cut politics from the conversation of the illegality and create the roadmap for governments to safe use of cannabis. Because if we can show that we are able to produce the safe products from cannabis, the governments will have really little argument why we cannot make it. Because the main argument now of the politicians is that it's not safe, it's dangerous, because this laws that cannabis plant it's some danger drug, it's still very common. So once it's the P.Ag was established and during the long way organized by American for Safe Access in United States, which is NGO working in all states to provide patients with information and trying to legalize medical cannabis access in each state in the US. They have around 100,000 members, and Steph Sharon, who is the founder of the American for Safe Access, she really started to work on this project 9 years ago, because she's a patient and she wasn't sure that all the dispensaries around the US providing the safe medicine to her. So she started to dialogue with the American Herbal Association, and it was a really long way. So, but in the end, it comes out that we now have a standard certification program for cannabis products made from hemp or medical cannabis, and also we do the standardization of all the services to provide this product. P.Ag also includes the staff training and the education material, and P.Ag defines the processes, procedures, and documents which are a guarantee that cannabis products have a qualitative and quantitative specific composition, are free from pollutions, and have all unique identity. And to know that and sure that, we, as a P.Ag, doing the facility audits, so we audit all the manufacturer, growers, cultivators, manufacturers, distributors, and also analyzing labs to be sure that they know what they are doing and they have all the protocols for it. So patient focus certification was created or supported by American Herbal Products Association, which in the beginning wasn't so happy to do some work with medical cannabis. So this is why Steph Sharon takes so long to push them to really cooperate with her on this issue. But in the end, they did the monograph, which helps to really have some clear line for this standards and certification. And the American Herbal Products Association has 300 members, which each of them was invited to give a comments for the American Herbal Pharmacopoeia, which is this document. I have it here, the printed version. If somebody wants to check it, which is in, I can give you your hands to check it. And so each of the growers, processors of the herbal products was allowed to to check it and give the comments. So it's not kind of like document which was just created by these like medical cannabis growers, but it's really like professional document which was commented by herbal producers which provide herbal production to the pharma companies. And this cannabis monograph, it's ensuring the identity, quality, purity, and potency of cannabis and cannabis derivatives and hemp products. With the calibration and method validation, ensuring product safety, but identifying the safe levels of pesticides, metals, and microbiological limits. So this is the document, and now we are working on break this document on the level of European level that will be accepted by the European Pharmacopoeia. It seems to be still a long way, but I think they will sooner or later understand that we need such a document, and it's better to use something which is done that like starts from the beginning. So for whom is the P.Ag? P.Ag is of course for patients, but also for providers who give them or who produce the medical care. Providers of the medical care, and also for the producers of this medicine, for the companies who produce these medicines, regulatory bodies, and legislators. And this P.Ag is already provided in 16 states in the US. In some states it's like voluntary, but in some states it's also approved by the government. So if you want to become a hemp or cannabis grower in some states, you have to really provide your product with this P.Ag to be able to put the product on the market. And it's mainly in the states which have a new medical cannabis legislation. So the discussion about the changes for medical cannabis legislation was already like put in this P.Ag program. The basic elements of the standards are the trainings that the workers around, they know how to do the work responsibly, safe, and also how the supervisors have to check the work of the workers. The facilities, because all the audits which are made during this certification, checking all the steps. So they're checking also the constructions, fire prevention, sanitary practice, electrical system, ventilation system, best practices. So all the steps what you can imagine around. Also materials, inventory, distributed materials, like which kind of like packaging do you use, which kind of like cleaning products do you use, how you have it stored, where you put the waste, where you water resource management, where you get the water, if you have to analyze the water, how often you analyze it, if it's from like spring somewhere where it can get contaminated. All the process controls from manufacturing components, control requirements, batch controls, so you have to control all the batches, not just one time a year, sampling requirements, and also how to prepare the sample for testing, for example. They give also some protocols and like standards how to do the labeling, like what should be on the label, what should be breaking on the packaging, how to write the labeling protocols, how to prepare the batch label, for example, and how to like document it all, that is some supervising from government or we are coming to do some audits that you have everything done and you can show that you know what you are doing and all the steps are like controlled and your processes are safe. And also there must be these like records or methods of the product if something wrong. So this is why you have to take care about the batches. And in the end, the compliant individuals like requirements for purchase limits, personal information, and so on. So why P.Ag? What's the benefits? I think if you as a producer will be P.Ag standardized or P.Ag will have this logo on your product, it improve and promote the product safety of your product. That increase also patient and practitioner confidence. It reduces company liability. So if something wrong, you don't have to like just close your company. You can just simply like track your backbench of the products and put it from the market, but you can still continue. You show your regulators and lawmakers commitment to high standards of your operation, so they can simply trust in what you are doing. This code, which is the development of the over-restricted regulation, regulating cannabis akin to the other botanical products, because the herbal products are mainly standardized, but cannabis products in the Europe are not standardized. We don't have any standards for that. Maybe there are some standards for medical cannabis from Holland because they have their own pharmacopoeia, but if your government would like to start the production of the medical cannabis, there are no standards. Or all these like CBD producers, they don't have any standards. They just produce it as a human consumption product, but not the general standards for like each step. So how to start? We'll have a training, P.Ag training course on the Federal University in Brno from 15 to 17 November. The 18th, the fourth day will be open also for auditors. So if somebody from you here is interesting to become the auditor, you will also need the auditor in each country around Europe or later around the world to teach the people how to provide this P.Ag. Because we want to give the medical cannabis or the cannabis product to the patient, but must be safe. So we need these auditors to take care about these. And if you are a company, you have to choose the program what you want to apply for, because how I said, the P.Ag has a cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and laboratory scheme. So you can also apply for like both of that or three of that. It's on your choice, but you have to be clear about before you go in to apply. Then you apply for free work. We don't charge for that, but we need to know like how big is your production, where you are based, how many operations you have, like to get the idea how big will be the need to prepare for your audit. So then we are able to count the cost of the audit and cost of the certification. So you will get from us some offer, like how much is the cost. And if you agreed for, we start to prepare the audit and we come to your operation, do the audit. We send them like our auditor. He does the checklist, he fills the checklist, and the checklist he is sending them to the review board in US. At this moment we have a review board in US, but we want to do the review board like bigger, so have an international review board as when we have these more auditors in Europe, so few of them will be for sure attending the review board in the US to do this review of the checklist of reports from the audits. And if review board going through the report and he doesn't see there any problems, he will give you the seal and you can use the seal on your products. And this P.Ag is for 2 years, so after 2 years we are coming again to make sure that you still continue your work what you presented 2 years before, and if everything okay, you get again the seal, but then it's a lower cost for this like certification. You don't have to like pay the same amount of the money because we already know a lot about you. So we're just going to check it, some simple audit, and you can still continue with using the seal. Here are some sources of the information. The American Herbal Pharmacopoeia, it's not all available like online, but you will get it if you will like agree on our audit, and we will give it to you to get ready for it. But all the others like program industry guide, patient focused certification for like medical cannabis regulators, patient guides to medical cannabis, all the other information, and believe me, there's a lot of them already there are available on the webpage patientfocuscertification.org or safeaccessnow.org, which is the webpage of the American Safe Access organization. And we have also the ANNDREA.com, which is the online e-learning courses approved by Harvard University for physicians. So also the physician who want to get some information about medical cannabis, to know why the medical cannabis product needs to be safe. So they can also like get login in this the answer web page and check the courses and apply for them and get to know it. So thank you for your attention. And if somebody has some questions, I will be happy to answer.
Questions for him? Yes, Mr. Walker, microphone please.
Just out of curiosity, what is the actual cost for this certification procedure?
The cost is really like about the size of the company and the quantity of the production of the company. So it's like from hundreds of euros to thousands of euros. It's not very cheap, I have to say. Yeah, it's not cheap, but I'm thinking to make it cheaper that it's in US now, to be more available in Czech Republic or around the world. Yeah. We have a pilot program now in Czech Republic for approval, and we will soon do it in Germany and in Denmark as well.
Question? Blanka Venko-Čeh iz Slovenije, Slovensko združenje za konopljo prehranjene in neprehranjene namene. Želela bi poudariti, da se v Sloveniji ukvarjamo s prehranjeno in neprehranjeno konopljo. Tukaj smo pa in da se v Sloveniji zavedamo, da smo Slovenci in ortopedci in da kakršne koli ponudbe iz ostalega dela sveta premislimo in razmišljamo o njih, ali mi to potrebujemo in kaj to pomeni za končno ceno našega produkta, katerega dajemo na trg. Te produkti so absolutno potem dražji. Tukaj smo imeli prezentacijo, katera nam je predstavila konopljo v celotni luči, ampak s poudarkom na konoplji, katero uporablja ena skupina ljudi. In to je skupina ljudi, ki ima pomanjkanje zdravja. Mi pa gledamo stvari kot celoto in dejansko danes vemo, da je konoplja koristna rastlina, ki ima dva namena uporabe, lahko uporabljamo v prehrani oziroma v neprehrani. Vidik iz tega, kdo jo uporablja, kak človek uporablja, je pa njegov osebni namen in govorimo predvsem o zdravih ljudeh. Tukaj pa poudarka na ljudeh s pomanjkanjem znanja in zdaj bom gospod, katera me je predavanje na to temo, vprašala, kaj misli ona o certificiranju v Evropski uniji, ki prihaja iz drugega kontinenta. To je prvo vprašanje, ki to bom postavila. Potem pa naslednjo želim, da dejansko pove točno natančno, za katero industrijo je namenjen ta certifikat in se zjasni v tem smislu, da govorimo o manjši ciljni skupini ljudi. Nas je pa tukaj kar veliko in zdravje tudi imamo. So, I will do a question in English now, or maybe we can understand each other in our language. So, I'm talking about the use of cannabis in Slovenia, or only for in trend, which is edible or non-edible. So, cannabis as food, as non-food. And now you mentioned one special group of users who we see that they have a lack of health. Yes, patient who doesn't have enough health yet. And then you talk about also these patients using the plants that we also other people using. So this certificate, especially for the person who are having a lack of health, or in Czech Republic or in another republic of Europe, or are you just speaking about the all people who has health or doesn't have health, or it is just for strictly people who really have not enough health, so the certification is for them.
Well, the certification is for everybody who want to use the safe medicine. So if he feels that his health is like has some problem, so it could be very dangerous for him to use something which is not like quality control, because it could influence his health also, that he expects to get cured from this medicine. Yeah? Because we for example, we did with the Penna Foundation, we did kind of like research on the quality of the products, of CBD products in the European market. Or I can just give you an example from US, where they did it like officially, like FDA tested like all the CBD products on the European or on the American market, and the result was horrible. Horrible. Only 2 products from like 50 of them was heavy content of the CBD would they provided on the label. More than half wasn't having any CBD at all. And all the rest of the product have like heavy metals, pesticides, and all these like contaminants. So if we are talking about bringing the cannabis to the real medicine, we cannot just switch the quality control. It's just not possible. Because all the physicians and all the patients need to be sure that the medicine that we are giving to their hands is safe. Because we don't want to influence any health of something what we think that could help him the way that maybe will not help him and injure him more. It's too dangerous game, yeah. And it will also not help to make some regulations for that, yeah. And we like now the city marketing in Europe it is gray zone mostly, yeah. Okay, so do we want to stay still in a gray zone, which limits our like amounts of operating, and like putting these companies in a big risk, or we want to like make the regulations, make the quality control, and bring it on a big scale because we know what we are doing and we are sure about what we are doing and make it as a real like business because the investor will never invest in the hemp or cannabis if this is in a gray zone. It's just so simple, yeah. So I'm telling you, I will answer to your question. It's for everybody who wanna use the medicine which is safe. And of course this is for the patient like as a first, but everybody who has problem with his health and wanna use the cannabis medicine can use the seal P.Ag to make sure that it says for him, but everybody else can use homemade whatever, and it's just his responsibility. But I don't know, like, what was the issue? Would you ask why?
No,
I didn't hear all your explanation, so maybe you can like please comment longer.
I need to understand you and your company and your proposal, why you are doing and who is your market. And now I understand that you are doing with people who eat hemp products and those people are those who doesn't have enough health, or maybe they give cannabis can help them, and then they know what they eat. It's strict on that group of people. That I understand. And there are others who want to just eat it and enjoy it and doesn't suffer. So I know now that you are talking about the people who are really patient and they did something in their life, maybe food consumption, maybe relations. I don't know why they become.
No. This is for everybody who want to use the medical cannabis or hemp products same way. It's not only for physician, it's for human consumption. But the human consumption, the way of the highest responsibility of the product provider. Yeah? Because I've been there on the market like many years, and I saw so many like companies which I asked many of them like what's in their product. They said like 3% of CBD. Okay, what's the rest? I don't know. Shoot, like you have to know. Like there are some protocols. I have protocols about CBD. Okay, but what's the else? Like it's kind of like you don't know. They don't have any idea. Yeah? They just buying some like hemp extracts, putting in the hemp products. Okay, maybe they cure somebody, yeah, but in the general, if you want to put it on the like mainstream, this is not the correct way. So this is kind of like a way how we can really bring it to the mainstream and really ask the regulators to let us do it like legally, not in the gray zone.
Yeah, but your target or
Yeah, our target is patient because it's the most important. Yeah, this is the most important. Yeah.
We are talking about healthy people and it is really a strict protection. Okay, thank you, I understand, yeah? Thank you. Question more?
Hi, thanks for the talk. I just say my perspective quickly. Because I've been, like a lot of people, for health reasons, I'm trying to find what is the cannabis oil, just understanding in the last 18 months what it's really all about. And then, like you said, everyone gets excited because it might help them with health. They see CBD, but they don't check what else is in it as well. And that's easy to happen when you're desperate to actually find a solution for your health. My question is that with regards to how do you verify the organic growing of the cannabis? The reason I ask that is because the UK, which is the home of the only UK government authorised synthetic cannabis company, which is GW Pharmaceuticals, they put maybe only about 5% of the CBD, which is there in some of the products that are here. And it costs like 5 times the price. And it's the same with Marinol, which is in the US. And all these companies which are certified by the government to grow cannabis are actually not answering any questions about are they growing it organically or not. And I just wanted to ask about how do you verify that as well? Because I think that's something that is a very pertinent issue when the only thing that's going to be available on the market in the NHS, in the National Health Service in the NHS, is going to be stuff that, I mean, if one of you guys comes to me in the UK and you sell me your stuff, if I don't know much about cannabis, I'm going to be like, I don't know about you, I'm not going to buy it from you. I'm going to go to the NHS, which is paying for this, and they're paying 120, about 140 euros for 1 gram of cannabis, which is only 5% CBD, right? It's a crazy price, and me as a consumer is getting ripped off. So how would that be verified?
Well, the P.Ag comes from US, but the level of the organic certification is not so high. In general, they don't have any specific organic certification placed in all US and well accepted. So, and because in Europe we have kind of organic certification known and accepted in all Europe. So now I'm working on improvement the P.Ag on the European level to be mainly organic certified. Because the big part of the P.Ag in US is the contaminants and like pesticides control and when you store it, when you put it, how often you use it, all these kind of questions like think of the about P.Ag checklist. So, and I'm not trying to be focused on the P.Ag doing organically, so implement the organic standards for of growing and manufacturing into the P.Ag.
Okay, just one last thing, sorry, before you go. I've seen just like, I don't know much about market in mainland Europe, in the UK, there's a lot of people who are saying stuff. I'm not an expert by any means. I wouldn't be able to verify it at all as well. So are you planning to actually, or are you doing anything with UK suppliers to actually find out who are the verifiable, bona fide, proper CBD suppliers?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
So thank you very much. We will fly now in Australia. Anka, last words, maybe
for your conclusion.
Yes, the training also I'm happy to enjoy you and welcome in Bella in November. So if somebody interesting, here's my email address, you can write me. I'll be happy to answer some of your questions or interest. And we are really looking in our colleagues, new colleagues or people who will be happy to work with us on this program in other countries. We have now some people in Spain, Germany, and Slovakia, and France, and Holland. But we will be happy to find some here, Croatia maybe. So if you know somebody who will be a good candidate, let me know my email. You can write me. Be happy.
Thank you very much, Hanka. Thank you for your work and your presentation. Hanka is, we say so, president of World Hemp Congress first newsletter.
Yeah, and we also have products, so we can try to taste them.
So for everybody news from World Hemp Congress, so you can find inside. We will try to fly now in Australia and find Mr. Specialist Charles Coach. So Charles, we talk about the miracle of deconnecting hemp, po naše, po slovensko povedano, čude šljupljenja konoplje bez namakanja. Poskušajmo dobiti ta čas. Hello, Mr. Harris. Welcome, Congress calling you. Can we hear each other?
How good to see you.
Nice picture. We see you very well. How is in Australia?
It is winter, it is cold.
It's like it's usually. So we talk this year about climate changes and how hemp can save this too. Can you jump in your presentation already?
Yes, I can.
So I will try and find your presentation here, slides. Just a second, hold here. Ja sam dala publiki 5 minuta odmora, toliko da tehnično uredimo to, dobro? Charles, you sent to me slides for your presentation. Sorry, I must ask you, we just must technically prepare you for this show.
Yes, I did send you the slides yesterday morning.
Oh, then I don't find them. So I will try to find them. Technique? Technique somewhere? Martin, I have, just for slides. Yeah? Yeah, no.
And I have sent them again to you, Neil. I'm just sending them again now if you can't
Yeah,
find
please,
them.
please, we'll be very busy because we start on this.
I'm sending it now. It's almost
Okay.
finished.
We expect your message. Charles, so technique is with you. We don't see yet your email. You send us already new email?
Yes.
Okay.
It's 1 minute ago. I've sent it again.
Yeah.
It's long way from Slovenia to Australia and back. So we see this. Alright. Just a minute.
World Hemp Congress.
Yeah, it's here. So we will just prepare it technically. So we have 10 minutes coffee break and so technically prepare everything. Everything will be alright.
Okay.
Ja. Nekaj imam glas, tako malo probaj pa to ponovno. Če ima telefon vključen, da ne vem, zakaj ga čujem. Tako je Valerij, da trikrat glasne so to, če misliš, da že to mikrofon, Ja, super. So, well, Charles, we can see your slides, we can see your picture, we can hear you here in the audience. So we will wait 5 minutes, then we go live. I'm very proud, Charles, that you are here again this year, and you have very biggest interest in public from agriculture today, especially here in audience Slovenia agriculture. They have a big problem with connecting exactly to the thing of hemp, but we will talk about it small
producing, because Slovenia is small producing, but you must talk about big producing, like about the global vision of your work too. So,
big vision, but small production.
yes, and small machines. So, 5 minutes, right? I'll call audience already and we see us. 5 minutes. Just say it so online. Thank you, Charles. We need a voice in the background. So we call it now Mr. Koresh. I don't know exactly how he can hear second name because we hear tell and read his second name Koresh, like Hungary second name. So he will talk about it, decodecting in like his technology innovation, I think so, his team technology innovation, and please, Mr. Koresh, you are in line, you are very welcome. World Hemp Congress call you, and please talk about it. What is new in Australia? How is with your amazing machine for decodecting? Very, very, very welcome this year too.
Thank you, Madam, and congratulations again on organising the World Hemp Congress. It's a great credit to you. I am talking about updating where our progress is, but my topic is the miracle of decorticating hemp without wetting. This is how hemp can now successfully compete against all other products. Madam, my name is In Hungary, you are very correct, it's KRUSE. In Australia and English-speaking world, I say Charles Codex. So there you are. My mother always likes me being called KRUSE.
Yes, because we talk even Hungarian language in this area. It's official Slovenian in our area. Hungary is Slovenia language, even in school. So I understand Kurdish and thank you. I was right. Is your word, please.
So we turn to the second slide. The second slide is that the truth will set you free. And today I want to share some truth with the audience all around the world. The third slide, this presentation I am making in honour of Adrian Francis Clark, the founder of TCI and the inventor of the world's best decorticator, a decorticator that does not need wetting of hemp. Adrian died last October in 2015, and he dedicated the last part of his life to solving the major problem of the hemp industry: how to decorticate without wetting. Why did he do this? Next slide, please. I wish to share with you the philosophical basis of textile and composites development journey, the big why. Why did he do this? Now we're on the next slide. Human freedom. And I learned this from my Hungarian parents when they left Hungary after World War II as refugees to come to Australia. Human freedom globally is enabled by successful, profitable, sustainable family farms. Hemp is the crop that can enable this. If the problem of decortication economically could be overcome, TCI has overcome this problem, and Adrian Clark dedicated 22 years of his life to solve this problem because he was committed to helping people stay free. Next page, next slide. I now have a picture of the B.GS decorticator that overcomes the problem. This machine is working here in Australia. It will process between 1 and 3 tons of hemp stalk, green hemp stalk, dry hemp stalk. Next slide, please. I'm issuing an invitation to anybody who sees this presentation. You are invited to come to Melbourne, Australia to see this decorticator in action. When you invest in a D8, we will reimburse, we will pay you back your travel and accommodation expenses to come to Australia and to stay here. We will pay for your holiday. You can also see this D8 working in the videos shown on our website at textilecomposite.com.au. Everybody who has actually seen the D8 in operation is satisfied and delighted that the D8 works. Next slide, please. Do not believe anybody who says this machine does not work. Such people have not seen the operation, and they wish to preserve the old style of decorticating with wetting because that is what they know and that is what they have invested in. Remember, the truth will set you free. This machine liberates farmers around the world to succeed with hemp. And our vision, that's why we support, that's why I'm speaking tonight at the World Hemp Congress. May this work that you and your organisers are doing is important for the future of the planet.
Thank you. Because we are in the same opinion. Yes, so you have next slide, hemp fiber.
Hemp fibre and herd is now much cheaper to produce without resin by using our D8 decorticator. It can now compete more readily against any competitors. Next slide, please. From our perspective, there are 9 big advantages of industrial hemp. And on the next slide, I want to share these 9 because I think it's important that everybody involved in hemp understands what the true benefits of hemp are. There are many more, but we think these are the big 9. Number 1, hemp is environmentally clean and causes virtually no damage. 2, hemp requires less fertilizers and chemicals. 3, hemp uses smaller amounts of water than comparable fibre crops. 4, hemp improves the soil. Number 5, hemp is easy to grow and can generate good profits for farmers if decortication without resin is available. Next slide, please. Hemp is a natural antibacterial fibre. That is number 6. Number 7. Hemp products of all descriptions each have competitive advantages. Every single one has different competitive advantages. Number 8. Value can be added to hemp raw materials in a vast range of ways. And number 9. Hemp products can be used locally, globally for different purposes. So in Slovenia, in Hungary, these 2 countries will produce different products. And global markets will want different products. Next slide, please. Already, enlightened consumers are hungry for hemp products, but they cannot get them. This 20% of the existing world's market is more than enough for hemp production over the next 5 years if the hemp industry handles this opportunity well. The thinking people, the thinking consumers with money want hemp products. Next slide, please. Successful competition against all other products and successful global hemp industry growth requires 5 strategic initiatives. Next slide, please. 1. You must generate enough demand for hemp rather than farmer push. It would be a big mistake to go and talk to farmers, have them growing hemp, and then not knowing what they are going to do with this wonderful crop. The way forward is to identify well-funded and successful businesses that have already publicly committed to reduce their negative environmental impact. And we must educate them about the potential for unvetted hemp to be the way that they can solve their environmental challenges. We need to speak with big public companies who presently use fibre, who use cotton, who say publicly in their annual reports, we want to reduce our environmental impact. We are concerned about climate change. We want all of us must look for these companies, must keep records of them, we must approach them, we must bring them to the attention of our colleagues. These companies that have publicly said, we want to reduce climate change impact, we want to reduce chemicals in the environment, we want to protect this planet for the future of our children and our grandchildren. Let us find these companies. We in Australia have found many of these companies around the world, and all of you listening will know every one of these. Strategy number 2. Embrace an abundance philosophy and not a scarcity philosophy. Hemp can radically improve the lives of 70% of the world's 7 big population today. Cannot afford to buy a new cotton shirt. Future sustainable economic growth will come from this 70%, not the existing 30% of humans who do not need more material goods. In Australia, in New Zealand, one of the biggest growth industries is storage companies, because people have got so much stuff they don't know where to put it, so they hire a premises to put stuff. It is the 70% of the population that hemp can make a massive difference to. In the Australian financial press and the European financial press, I read it all the time. Companies say, where is the growth coming from? Hemp is the answer to that question. Strategy number 3, avoid commoditization of hemp products. Do not make hemp a commodity. Do not fall into this trap. Avoid the current of oil producers, iron ore producers, sugarcane producers. In their cases, it is the traders who make the profits, not the producers or the growers. Do not give away magnificent raw material at a cheap price. When I talk to companies in textiles who are producing cotton, they ask me how much is the hemp fibre. I say to them that is a silly question. Do not answer that question. Go back to them with the question. Say, are you caring about the environment? Are you caring about water? Are you caring about chemicals and pesticides? The market will pay. The market does not everybody in the market wants fast fashion, wants cheap textiles, cheap. This is such a lie. This is what the globalizing forces want us to think. Do not make hemp a commodity. And if we follow these strategies of talking to big companies and getting them to be interested in hemp, market demand, market pull, not farmer push, we can avoid commoditization for many years. You do not go and buy a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or a BMW and expect to pay a cheap price. Do not sell hemp cheap. It is a magnificent product. Strategy number 4. Harness. The next slide. Harness skills, experience and relationships in local communities to identify the hemp products that should be produced and then supply the markets that want these products both locally and globally. The beauty of hemp is that we can create magnificent local economies. And globally, we in the hemp industry see that globalization is not the solution to everything. Small amounts of globalization, yes, but not everything. Food should not be transported all around the world. It should be used locally. Slovenia products will be different to Hungary products, to Croatian products, to German products, English products. Number 5. Our job next month is to educate our politicians in each of our countries and enlist their support to succeed against the backlash of those established businesses who are opposed to hemp because they will lose money. We must be aware that Monsanto, that DuPont, that cotton companies, that other pesticide companies do not want hemp to succeed. The medicinal cannabis, look at big pharmaceutical companies wanting to take over medicinal cannabis in the name of protecting the public from a natural plant. We need to educate ourselves. We need to educate politicians. We need to understand that the forces opposed to hemp are playing very rough games. They are not playing love everybody and be kind to everybody. Hemp is a threat to very established business. We need to understand that, and we need to collaborate amongst each other and not compete against each other. And that's again why we need an abundance philosophy. Next slide, please. I have for you here 2 pictures showing the amazing strength and qualities unretted hemp fibre from our big 8 forticator. Anybody looking at this presentation can have a free sample of this unretted raw fibre. Everybody that tested this fibre is absolutely amazed at its strength, its quality. It is not retted. We can produce this fibre in half an hour from the farm. We harvest from the farm, put it through our decorticator. We have raw fibre, strong fibre, stronger than fiberglass, almost as strong as carbon fibre. Then when we degum it, you can see the other picture. We can degum in 3 hours. That material can be spun on standard cotton spinning equipment. It is not long fibre, because long fibre spinning machines are going out of fashion. Adrian Clark was committed to enabling degummed hemp fibre to be spun on standard cotton spinning equipment. Our decorticator enables this beautiful fibre to be produced much cheaper and to compete against cotton. Not that we want to sell at the same price as cotton, but we can now compete against all other natural fibres with the best fibre. Next slide, please. At Textile and Composite Industries at TCI, we believe, and Adrian Clark gave his life, and Anthony Clark, his brother, who is the executive chairman of our company, and is continuing Adrian's work with me and with other colleagues. We believe hemp, without vetting, can make an amazing, inspiring, nurturing, positive, sustaining, and life-giving difference to the planet. All the material that I see coming across our desks, all of the information on the internet of this wonderful crop, hemp is an extraordinary future for the planet if we work together. And this Congress is an important part of our dialogue of teaching us to work together. What this requires, for example, with Canadian hemp growers who are growing for seed, our decorticator can decorticate their stalks even down to 1 metre, half a metre long. It can go through our decorticator and turn that valuable waste stalk into fibre. Companies that presently use fiberglass use this beautiful, strong hemp fibre. We know motor car manufacturers in Europe use hemp fibre, but not structural parts. The fibre that comes out of our decorticator is strong enough to use to build any motor car. And the reason why I said the truth will set you free is because some think their interest to say that our fibre is that our machine does not work. Our fibre we will send to anybody in the world to test. We are totally satisfied. So the next slide, please. So here's the big question for us all. What are you waiting for? Your job is to do what you see needs to be done. In my work, I am very much influenced by the work of the American genius who died in 1983, called Buckminster Fuller. I urge all of you to understand Buckminster Fuller. He was awarded 47 honorary doctorates. He died in 1983. He dedicated his life to making the planet work for everybody and not just a minority. And one of the core principles that he shared and taught was that my job may be your job. And each one of you looking at this presentation, your job is to do, you uniquely see what needs to be done. We don't want a global organisation controlling it, but we do need to understand the extraordinary opportunity. And for each one of us, what you are passionate about doing, inspired to do in hemp, that is what you are meant to be doing. On the next slide, which is the last slide, you have my details there, the website, text if I composite, my email. Send me an email. I'm happy to send this presentation. Maybe you are free to send this presentation to anybody who asks you. I will happily share it. I will happily answer any questions. Anthony Clark will happily answer any questions. We are absolutely satisfied that the opportunities for all of us are huge. We will happily provide vast amounts of information that we have. We thank you for this opportunity. If I can answer questions, I would love to answer questions. I have been for 23 or 20 minutes, and you can go back on track now, or I will answer questions. Thank you, and thank you for your attention.
Great work, Charles, and I will ask for start audience some questions. Yes, you have questions?
Hi there, Charles. Thank you for the interesting speech. My name is Corbett from America with Hemp Seed Warehouse. I buy and sell seeds. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Seed Exchange out of Chicago, Illinois. I've been worried about hemp turning commodity as well. Seed Exchange is currently trying to sell futures of both hemp and seed. And like I said, I'm against it because the farmers, they're the ones who lose money out of it. How do you suggest we fight against the big industries about with turning hemp into a commodity?
Excellent question. How do we fight commoditisation? And the starting point is the awareness of it. So I'm delighted that you have seen this problem. The legal profession, I was an international tax lawyer for 20 years. The market is constantly trying to commoditise. The problem with commoditisation is it makes life easy, but it absolutely becomes a race to the bottom. And our world is being destroyed by this desire to race to the bottom. In Australia, in America, you can buy t-shirts for $10 that are only worn 3 times, and then they are thrown into the rubbish, or they are shipped to poor countries. I have seen a movie of vast volumes of tonnage of used cotton material being sent to Haiti. Haiti doesn't even know what to do with all this stuff. When we understand what is happening, then when we educate ourselves, we can respond to those who wish to commoditise by saying we refuse to be commoditised. And each of us has to understand the threat, and we need to give the information, usable information, so that we negotiate that situation. The people in the cotton industry, in the pork belly industry, in the orange futures industry, they love this stuff. But the producers of pork, the producers of oranges, they are being literally screwed. Let us avoid that, because at the moment we are a cottage industry, and a bit like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, we do not have to sell ourselves cheaply. The less of us that sell cheaply, the less we will be commoditised. And it's not necessary, it's wrong to be commoditised.
So thank you for your answer. There is a question more, maybe much more technical issue about your machine. About your this machine, the corrector.
The autocator.
Yeah, sorry. I'm a little bit tired. Sorry. Yes, technical issue. How many hemp you can produce with this and so on. So that for agriculture people here. Yeah?
Yes. So this machine can be moved very easily. It weighs less than 3 tons. It can be put onto the back of a small truck, and taken from shed to shed. We do not recommend operating the machine in the field, but it can operate in the field with a tractor, or in a shed with a tractor, or with diesel or electricity. Now, this machine, it will process up to 3 tons per hour, but when you look at how the stalk goes into the machine, you will see that this requires handling the mechanics. So you cut the stalk, bring the stalk to the machine, and depending on how well your mechanics are organised, you can feed between half a tonne and 3 tonnes an hour. Now, as you know, 3 tonnes of stalk will turn into 30% fibre, 70% herd. They come out of 2 different parts of the machine. And if 3 tonnes is going in, then 3 tonnes has to be taken away. So all of those logistical elements, every buyer of such a machine will work in that, and we are happy to work with them to work out those logistics. If you have 500 hectares of hemp, then these machines can be modular. Hemp is so strong, I assure you that unretted hemp, it will stop any big machine, and so the return on the investment of this machine, even at 1 tonne an hour over the course of 1 year, it's an extraordinarily profitable machine. And we have constantly been looking and making sure that a buyer of this machine can make an excellent profit. Someone could buy the machine in Slovenia and take it from region to region, doing 5 hectares at a time, pick it up, move it in half a day to the next region. It is very easy to move.
So
you can information to anybody, obviously, and our website has a lot of implementation as well. We have technical specifications which we can email.
Sorry, jumping over. So exactly in Slovenia we can buy this machine, maybe in smaller, just a little bit smaller for small producers.
No, the machine is one size, but a number of smaller producers could get together, and now with interest rates being so low, to finance such a machine is very inexpensive.
Mm-hmm. Question more? Okay, public? No. You are so amazing. Charles, your word, please, for your conclusions, the fly them in Greece after your speech, and you will be not out of the timing. You have minutes, and tell your words for end of this discussion.
Well, I would once again congratulate you, Maida. You have done a magnificent job. I would love to make sure that we get the YouTube videos to see all these presentations so we can all learn from the wonderful work that you have put in. I wish you a wonderful demonstrations tomorrow and Tuesday, and I look forward to being in Slovenia with you shortly.
We will see you this next year in Slovenia. We're really happy here. And thank you very much, Charles. See you soon. We will share your presentation like all the time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So we fly in Greece. Trenutno imamo v Grčiji, se želijo predstaviti za zadrugo konoplje in sicer šele začeli so z delom in so se organizirali kot socialno podjetje oziroma podjetništvo. Torej v celi državi želijo organizirati pridelavo v oblikah socialnega poslovanja.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Mr. Michaelis. World Hemp Congress calling you. How is in Greece? Yes.
It's great, it's warm. Warm and great.
We see you, we hear you. We will just take us a second or two for your technically issues. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, of course.
How is it Greece today? Sunshine.
It's nice, it's sunshine, it's a bit of humidity, and the mountain is gathering up a bit of rain, I think.
We are sad that
Hopefully.
you are not with us. We hope that we see you this year. But I hope we will see us next year here in Slovenia. So with your teams.
Yes, for sure. I was about to be there, but unfortunately my professional obligations restrained me.
Yeah, okay. So we see your slides already.
Okay.
You are online with us. Everything is okay. You can start
Okay.
with your presentation.
Shall I start?
We are in first slide. Just a second, let me see if this slide is working. Yes, okay.
Okay.
Not long ago. We go to first slide? Yeah? No, I'm not too far.
Go in the cover slide, please, in the cover slide.
All right, go and go.
The first one.
First.
Okay.
Yes, you can start it, please.
Okay, dear fellow participants, first of all, I would like to thank Magda and the organizers for giving me the opportunity. For giving me the opportunity to present our Hemp cooperative vision in the World Hemp Congress. Only about a year ago, that would seem like a dream to us, so we're very happy to be represented. My name is Michalis Theodoropoulos. I'm an environmental manager by profession. I'll speak today as representative of Cannabio Hemp Cooperative, but at the same time, I'm also representing the Dioscuri Network, which are the main campaigners on hemp and cannabis legalization in Greece since 2005. I will present to you our vision as Cannabio for cooperative hemp development in Greece. Next slide, please.
Yeah, but we have problems here. Not long ago. Yes.
Nice. Not long ago, not long ago, the pictures that we see were considered as a crime scene. Yes, in some countries, unfortunately, they still do. Nevertheless, nowadays in my own country, Greece, like in many other European countries, these pictures represent our hope for a sustainable future. Next slide, please. On April 2016, the production of industrial hemp was legalized by the Greek state after 60 long years of prohibition, introducing new opportunities and markets to our country that, as we know, is trying to get back on its feet. It's been a long-term fact that Greece's agriculture and farming sectors have significant growth potential, especially for organic production and niche products and markets. With the right climate, soil, and geographical profile, hemp cultivation can flourish in Greece. As a result of the recent legislation, Cannabio, the first organic hemp social cooperative in Greece, was established. Just after a few days, the ministerial decision was signed. Cannabio Hemp Social Cooperative has as a mission to promote Greek hemp as a quality product of origin and assist the development of the Greek hemp industry. Our goal is to get involved in organic and cooperative hemp farming and processing, to produce quality organic hemp products, to promote social and solidarity economy, and protect the environment. Moreover, Cannabio Hemp Cooperative will undertake participatory research on hemp cultivation and processing, will inform and raise awareness about the benefits of hemp for the economy and the environment,
while providing expertise, international networking, and promotion opportunities to local partners. Canapio will oversee the production of organic hemp oil extracts, foodstuff, and personal hygiene products, as well as the production of hemp from building material. Next slide, please. Two farmers, partners of the Canapio Hemp Cooperative, are among the first 5 farmers that received permission to cultivate hemp in Greece in 2016, in a total area of 0.85 hectares as a pilot cultivation. In Hania Creek, our partner started harvesting already yesterday, less than 20 days from sowing, most probably because of the climate and the geographic position. And in every island, we will harvest towards the end of September as the seeds are not mature yet. In October, we plan to start our processing and product development, and we will organize a hemp workshop in Crete. Canapio members are involved in hemp trade since 1998 and are at the forefront of the hemp legalization campaign in Greece since 2005. Both of our farmers have had hemp shops that were raided by police in 1998, and their products, clothes mainly, were confiscated, while they faced a very lengthy trial period for many years before they got acquitted, but they were never compensated. Next slide, please.
Canapio Hemp Cooperative?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Canapio Hemp Cooperative? Are we in right slide? Sorry?
It's just on number 5 slide, yes? We're okay.
Yes, okay. Sorry for this.
Canapio's vision for Greek organic hemp is to become an international standard of quality through cooperative cultivation and processing. We want to lay the foundations for the promotion and the sustainable use of the plant, and we want to actively contribute to the establishment of a healthy and cooperative hemp market in Greece by supporting sustainable agricultural practices. We want also to promote the cooperative principles and the philosophy of working together, working collaboratively. We're not focused only on the commercial side of hemp, but our aim is to provide awareness, training, engagement, job creation, and social consciousness. Next slide, please, number 6. Currently, Canapio Hemp Cooperative is finalizing its business and investment plan in order to attract a 250,000 euro investment for establishing a small-scale cooperative production unit of hemp oils, hemp nutritional products, and personal hygiene products. Our production target for 2017 is to sign contracts with cooperative organic farmers for 25 hectares. In parallel, Canapio Hemp Co. has developed a more integrated vision for cooperative hemp cultivation and processing to support the setting up of the Greek hemp industry. This includes the creation of a mobile hemp caravan museum that will travel extensively all around Greece and will visit at least 15 cities where public events with guest speakers and guided exhibition tours will be realized for key stakeholders and the general public. We are in search of sponsorships for creating the Hemp Caravan Museum and realizing the awareness campaign. Any potential sponsor, please contact us if you are interested. This action will ensure filling of the knowledge gap that 60 years of prohibition created and will contribute to capacity building and sensitization of farmers and other professionals on the market prospects of cooperative hemp cultivation and processing. This is necessary in order to pave the ground for the sustainable prosperity of the Greek hemp market. Moreover, our cooperative vision includes the setting up of a public limited company that will create and operate a large-scale hemp processing unit of a maximum output of 3 to 5 tons per hour, producing the 5 byproducts, fibers, seeds, flowers, seeds, and dust. The processing unit will also have a production line of hemp insulation and construction material. The total investment will be about 4 million euros, and the initial capital of 1 million euros will be divided into 10,000 shares of 100 euros each. The first production target is 200 hectares, and the longer term target is at 2,500 hectares. We strongly believe, and we have also proposed to the state authorities, that in Greece we have the capacity and the potential for the creation of 10 comparative processing units in 10 different regions that will be able to process at least 2,500 hectares each by utilizing mostly abandoned industrial facilities all over the country. Our longer-term vision is the cooperative Greek hemp industry is to cultivate and process 25,000 hectares of hemp in 10-15 years' time. Finally, our cooperative vision includes the establishment of a non-profit hemp R&D foundation that will develop Greek hemp breeds by utilizing past and ongoing research and will provide technical support in cultivation and processing. The foundation will also provide applied research and applications on cooperative schemes and best practices for protection plans. Next slide, please. Finally, we strongly believe that hemp is a sustainable solution for the ecological and economic crisis we are facing. We need to safeguard the social, the communal characteristics of hemp, and not only focus in its business potential in order to attain maximum positive results for the society, for the environment, and the economy. Hemp revolution has just started, and we are happy to be part of it. And the final slide, please. Thank you all for your time, patience, and attention. If you would like to contact with us, please send us an email and we'll be in contact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michaelis. You are amazing. Amazing with this work. I must tell you that we work a lot in this style in Slovenia because we have small producing here. So for us, social cooperatives, living lives in agriculture, small agriculture, and this model is exactly model which World Hemp Congress supports into. So very best. I will ask audience if they have some questions here for you. I know I wish just hear about your team. How is it seeds? We have a news that you have exactly from Slovenian support seeds in your cooperative. Can you talk about this just a little bit? So Slovenia take in Greece social model and hemp seeds. Is something in this?
Yes, we are already in contact with Konopko, the cooperative, and our partner from Kenya received the seeds. It is the Fedora 17 variety, and he has already started the harvesting. We were very surprised. The plant had a very quick cycle. Because probably the weather and the hot climate. And we hope one of the main reasons that I wanted also to visit was because I see Slovenia has quite similar characteristics in how you develop your hemp industry at the cooperative level. That was one of the main reasons that I wanted to be there and get in personal contact with you and Konopko in order to share experiences. And I really hope that we will find the opportunity soon to be there in the meeting person.
Wonderful. So you have first harvesting in Greece, exactly. Is so government allowed before this is first year official that Greece have hemp.
Yes, it is the first year. As you understand, it is like a transitional period, and there is not much experience, not only from the farmers but also from the state agencies. It is a quite new process for everybody. Everybody is done by the book. Last week we had the official sample specimens from the ministry. They got quite a big sample, to be honest. And we're still waiting for the results, and but we had to start preparing the. We had to pick up some plants because the maturity of the seed was already at a high percentage. So we're still waiting for the results, but we have to start harvesting.
So I'm really happy that we can help you and we stay here anytime when you will need us. So maybe some problems with harvesting, government problems, with law is missing something. How this looking out?
Yes, so far the legislative framework has been in a quite adequate level. We're just waiting to see some bylaws that have to do with the commercial aspects, and especially everything that has to do with concentrates and CBD concentrates. But we hope that beginning of September, these minor bureaucratic drawbacks will be set aside, and the legislative framework of both the commercial and the cultivating will be harmonized. So October onwards, we feel that everything will be in line.
Wonderful. So, what is the vision then for next year or next another 5 years? Not only your social cooperative work in government, maybe you are alone in government work and you have team.
We are in a constant consultation with the state authorities throughout all these years because we were the main campaigners behind hemp legalization. So, especially for the last 3 years, communication and sending of best practices and input was continuous. And we have already established a good collaboration with the state research facility responsible for research on hemp, and will be included in the operational program for next year. And hopefully they will utilize our fields for scientific research on hemp cultivation. Our immediate plans is that we are preparing this small processing facility for oil products and foodstuff. It will be fully operational in January 2017. And at the same time, we have publicized our plan for this public limited company, which will be a larger project for a large processing facility that needs the participation of a lot of people, so it is a longer term process. We are building our business plan at a 10-year long planning, and we have considerations for 5 and 3 years, but the longer term is a 10-year plan. 10-year plan.
So, Michaelis, I repeat right your name, Michaelis?
Michaelis.
Michaelis. Thank you very much for your great work and for your wonderful words today, and that you share with us your knowledge and your work, and stay strong in Greece, and stay strong with your team, and I hope we see next year us in Slovenia, so that you will be live with us, and successful work and project work.
Thanks a lot for the invitation, for the nice words, and for sure we're going to be there in person next year, but we'll be in contact throughout the year. And we hope for an exchange of experiences and best practices.
Thank you very much. Bye bye, Greece. We fly again in another country. Bye bye.
Lahko skočiš noter in kaj bi skočila? Mor za posiranje.
So we will have lunch break, and we see us exactly at 14:56 with Dr. Tanya Bagar. She will talk about endocannabinoids. She's a great speaker here, and we see us after 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Yeah, bye bye. Lunch break. 14:15.
A rekla ste pa 50. Sem prav razumel.
14:15, malo.
Small pause for 15 minutes.
Ste slišali, ne, tole je ta Čehinja, vse je lepo povedala. Kaj se tiče te regulacije, a si bomo sami regulirali, ali bomo bolj, ne je to pa, samo to so stvari, dobro mislečih ljudi, nekaj naredijo, če te ne dobiš nad glavo nekatere, ki hoče pa sem nadzorovati in tako naprej. Jaz poznam trenutno zasedbo na inštitutu, pa na ministrstvu zdravja, ki je nenaklonjena, zelo razvojna. Ne razumejo, oni ne razumejo, enostavno se ne oblabljajo in oni gledajo industrijsko konopljo, vsako konopljo, ki povzroča samo škodo.
A se jih ne da razvijati, se jim da na novo učiti,
Leni so ne odgovorili, sami se ne navedem, gledajte, sami jaz povem, kakšni so karakteri. No, so taki so se zbrali. Sploh ne, gledajte, čakajte, nas so smo mi kaj drugega hoteli, ki so pravilo, je pa mazaško. To se nas v medicini vzgaja. In potem to tako romantično, če nisi malo razgledan človek, ne, se je dosti razgledan, ampak veliko so pa tle gor se da, zdaj zbrali so pa točno taki. Žalostno, jaz prvo, pa ne vem, ko mislim tako prišlo, bi jaz rekel, nek zamor, ker so odgovorni za to, da se ne razvija področje, že nekaj časa. Kdaj smo mi leta
98 imam, ne imam prav dokument, sabo smo mi predlagali tole razvrstitev, vsaj tega sintetičnega dronabinola smo predlagali, da se da v drugo skupino teh prepovedanih drog. In so rabili 10 let, da so to naredili. In da Američani, ki so bilo zakuhali, vojno proti drogam, so pa že ne kdaj to naredili. In to gre za take čude, v bistvu interese. To sem vam pa jaz tako rekel, naslednjice. Ni, pri nas naredili so, to so naredili, neko mnenje so dali, mi pa še ja, ni za nacionalniški dejavnost.
To je mnenje.
Ni kot mnenje, ni za enkrat še. Ja, pa smo pa mi bolj papeški od papeškega, vsakoga. Ampak tle je pa tako, tle je posameznik, proizvajalce moje. Zelo težko kaj narediti, tle je treba, da se vsi združijo. V Sloveniji pa vemo, kako je s tem združevanjem, pa se pa še manj naredi. To je rekrot, se pravi, tle pa nas. Se mi kriva, ja, seveda.
Auch Sie eigentlich die Kartons hier? Schon ein bisschen so wegen der Optik so von der Kamera. Die Kamera nimmt das auch wieder auf. Na klar, Mann. Warte mal. Das wäre super. Ich gucke mich auch gleich um.
Ja, zdaj hočejo, vsak način sebe, da jih hočejo dati pod pravilo. Hočejo dati pod pravilo. Ja, to pa pomeni, da jo samo zavrli, da pa vsega.
Super.
Vse to je glavna kritika, medicine. To je edina,
Jaz vikend tudi, jaz ne sploh ne bojim treba gledati. Nisem pet, da bi bili nekaj.
10 more minutes of pause.
I don't know if he will come or not. Daniel will start. We will wait for him. If he will
Jetzt ist eine Hydrokau.
Yes? Okay. I don't know.
then we can start with the summit. Because it's social. And then go Tanya and then go after Tanya. No, daj povem.
Prega krećeš da diš.
Hallo. Hallo Martin. Wir sind schon mal da, ganz kurz legen. Sehr gut. Das war auch geil. Wer hat was gehabt? Okay, okay.
Was für einen Spaß machen wir denn?
Eine Serie einlegen. So. Es gibt ja immer mehr Serien aus den USA, die auch Handlungen haben. Das war ganz lustig. So geil. Die geilste Serie war ja so irgendwie Trailerpark-Szenerie, so irgendwie USA-Trailerpark und so, voll die Durchschnitte sozusagen. Und dann bauen die halt Gras an in so einem Trailer. Aber das kennst du, das war alles so Plasterhand, typischen Plasterhand, den man überall sieht. Genau, denn die einzige Szene in der ganzen Serie, wo die mal eine echte Pflanze so ganz von nahen so, weißt du, wo man gar nicht sieht, wo die eigentlich ist. So. Da könnte man ja mal in den USA stellen, ein bisschen öfter so, also so Händler so. Und dann so der Plasterhand, und dann kommt die Polizei und Razzia und die mit ihren Gerätschaften hin und her so. Und dann mit der Plasterhand fliegt durch die Gegend und so. Voll geil. Ja, kommt immer mehr rein in die Welt. Der ist richtig echt.
Ein richtig echtes Mauer.
Das ist hier so einmal aus der Halle raus und quasi einmal das Gelände auf der anderen Seite. Ja. Haben wir schon mal gesehen. Ja. Ja, wir haben ja auch quasi ein Gelände, so, da ist schon Grundwasser nach 50 Zentimetern so, und da ist ja halt drauf so, irgendwie da auch die Schmitzpatze, so, der macht schon irgendwie Konkurrenz.
Aber hier,
Nee, bei Berlin.
ja, schön, oder? So ein Kampf, gell? Aber auch jetzt nicht. Das rechnet alles über die Leistung. Ja. Genau, eben. Aber was ist das für ein? Okay. Steht geil, oder? Ja. Ich lese von nur zu sein.
Die größte Schreihälfte standen halt immer auf die ganzen Leute hier, melden sich ja manchmal gar nicht.
Ja. Nee, ich krieg von Telefon, das war, ja genau, das ist die Richtung, ja, ja, oder wegen Vertrag. Ja. Yeah. For me. Yeah. No, it's right. She knows how to. Anybody is there. But about CBD, she's.
Thank you.
I think young friends together. So you must tell them.
Yes,
I invite them.
they are leaving.
We have to go back home today. All right. We have to work tomorrow. Yeah. So we will find, yeah. Sun.
Ja, no. Du weißt, wie die Frage selber kommt.
Hello.
Hello, Sami.
Hi, Maya.
Hello, India. How are you, Sami?
All good.
Nice to see you. So you can jump in your speech already?
Yes, I am ready to go.
You can start it. So we will prepare your presentation accordingly, right? We will prepare you technically in your speech. You send me slides. Sorry. Yes, sorry.
I can share my screen and my presentation will come instead of my video.
You have, your laptop presentation. Okay, yes. Then maybe prepare.
I'll show you how.
We see your next stop. But I must, I don't know if,
Yeah, does this work?
yeah, wonderful. But I'm gathering picture here. Alright. Technique. Okay.
How are you, Sam?
All good. I have a good response.
You're still fine.
Martin. So some presentation is his laptop, and I cannot shut down this picture. There's many pictures in this presentation.
Hi, Martin.
It's my second and today and yesterday.
Same te znači skočile socijalno podjetništvo, zato ideš ti kada samo crvene. Može tako? Tako isto. Onda je socijalno podjetništvo še malo predstavilo. Te zaključimo s teme socijalne, kad se ti sam isak čakamo še gospodar iz Zagreba, faktički kolega će ovdje. Se kdo spozna na Skype slovensko eno sliko malo? Anja, malo se tisam kaj tehnično. Eti malo je sliko. Pa, moramo reći, to moramo dostaviti, idemo pozadnje. This will be here, but tega moramo zadeti. Naprej daš slajde, njegova slika je, zato samo to naša slika. Mogoče pa jaz mojo kameru do nas. I cannot remove my Skype address from your presentation. I don't know why. Can you do that maybe to me? We will see your face. We see this wonderful, but this find up here. You can take inside your presentation, please.
Okay.
Because, yeah. Maybe.
picture to video?
I don't wish to see my picture, only your picture and your presentation.
Okay. So what if you turn off the video?
No, you can stay in picture. I don't know why I am in picture 2 times.
Yeah.
But now
So,
I see only my picture and your live picture presentation open. Then you will see now running your presentation. Please.
So you can turn off the video from your end. Maybe that will work.
Yeah, that open now. Open, please.
The presentation.
Yes. My last page. You can see my screen?
No, I can't see this.
It's not so bad, but exactly the word. So, no, he must change it. Yes, it's better, it's better. Just, yes, remove this. So wonderful, much better. So we will open our screen. Much more. Better. No, just, yes. So,
Okay.
thank you.
No problem.
So, we
Can
can
you see my? Can you see my live?
Just your picture just a little bit down, your camera if you have desktop. Yeah? Camera just your face high, yes. No, my, remove me. No.
Yeah, I'll change that. I'll change that.
Hello India, hello Sony.
Yes.
Can you see us now?
No, I think your video is off.
We are online, but we cannot see your presentation. I go out of Skype.
No, I'll put it on. I haven't switched it on yet.
So, okay. How many minutes you need?
2 minutes. Are we ready?
Okay. Then we start after 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I will call audience that they will go in seats. We have already time for break, and so we will invite them in here inside the green and green room inside here. So just prepare your presentation.
Our summit, hello India. Welcome Congress calling you. Can you start it already? You are preparing? You are ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Wonderful. We hear your voice, so you will prepare your pictures and slides. Just maintain the screen and audience safe for your speech.
Yes, Maida, all good?
Yes, you must remove me again. Yeah, wonderful. So, I must open this picture. So, very welcome India. Very welcome Summit Shak. I say your name right words. So, Hemp in social work in India, you started with your team, you lead a great team in India, and so please, you have your time and tell us about your great social work.
All right, thank you, Maida. So, good afternoon, people. I hope you all are having a very good time in Slovenia. So, just to start off with, my name is Sumit Shah, and we are from the Bombay Hemp Company. We are based out of India and Mumbai.
We miss you in Slovenia this year.
I shall begin. So, we are entering a pivotal age in human history, in which the tides could turn on the world's most pressing social, economic, and environmental issues. And in order to combat these societal issues, we need to come together on towards a common goal. By defining our goals more clearly, we make them seem more manageable and less remote. Because with this thought that you and when actively working on setting goals. First, in 2000, they set 8 million development goals that were set to be achieved by 2015. Substantial progress has been made regarding these goals, and over time, the focus grew towards building a sustainable world where environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and economic development were equally valued. Thus, last September in 2015, 193 UN member states agreed to adopt 17 global goals covering a broad range of sustainable development issues. In order to achieve these goals, UN hopes to mobilize stakeholders networks such as politicians, government, ministers, scientific communities, NGOs, religious groups, and also the business community. Expectations are high that the business community can make a significant contribution to help achieve these goals. In India, B.GS has been entrusted with the responsibility of implementing the social development goals. The National Institute for Transforming India, also called B.GS, is the premier think tank of Government of India, which provides both directional and policy input. As you would know, kickstarting our health industry in the country would require a well-coordinated effort between multiple departments of the government. B.GS is perfectly positioned for orchestrating. Bombay Hemp Company taking the lead hemp in India synergizes with B.GS taking the lead to see
future of the country's test. In fact, one of its working team members, Vivek Onkar, published an op-ed in India's leading newspaper supporting the cause of cannabis in India. He goes on to say, I can encourage cannabis and control cannabis indica. In order to achieve this humongous goal, all the stakeholders come together and develop a variety of programs. We at Bombay Company have identified hemp and cannabis to be perfect group to assist in achieving more than half of these goals. Hemp is one such tool as it has a direct positive ripple effect on each of the 17 SDGs. Cultivation of one crop can have a cascading effect on other areas as well. I will quickly run through with you some of the goals and see how hemp and cannabis can have a positive effect on them. Currently, the hemp industry is just a small part of the larger economy and contributes to initiatives like the M.Sc, will only assist the cannabis industry to grow. Goal number 1, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. Industrial hemp is primarily a poor sterile crop, which, if grown at a large scale, can have a direct impact on the majority of the rural agrarian society. Due to its high value nature to industries requiring hemp-based raw material, the primary beneficiaries of hemp cultivation will be the farmer community. Hemp can be used to kickstart a whole new rural economy, which will lead to decrease in migration rates. Take China for example. They are the world's largest producer of industrial hemp and is planning to use hemp to bring 3 million people out of poverty in the next 10 years. Goal number 2, end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. Each ton of hemp grown absorbs close to 1.6 of CO2. A crop which has less dependence on pesticides and has no improved soil and land quality would be ideal to replace the current resource-intensive natural fibers like jute and cotton. Effective utilization of available agricultural land to grow cash crops and food crops will eventually lead the country to food security and maybe even end hunger someday. Achieve gender equality and empower all women. The introduction of hemp to India's handloom textile industry would enhance the participation for women across the section of rural India. India employs 3.8 million people in the handloom industry, of which 77% are women artisans. With large-scale cultivation and processing of hemp for industrial uses, there shall be multiple livelihood empowerment opportunities for women which come into existence. Ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy for all. Hemp fibers have been used to make interconnected carbon machines, which has properties comparable to those graphene electrodes. This is fundamentally game-changing since hemp fibers can now be used to manufacture at a significantly lower cost the best-in-line batteries and energy devices. Biodegradable energy hardware components like super and ultra capacitors will not only increase the energy storage flow and the flow, but also greatly push for and reversal of renewable energies like solar and wind power. Promote sustainable, effective and sustained equipment growth, full and productive employment, decent work for all. Hemp cultivation process provides significant increase in the tax income. One of the most profitable tools to cultivate, its diverse use and commercial applications increases economic utility. With constant ongoing research on hemp to explore its high-value applications across domains, this leads to sustained year-to-year growth. Hemp is an ideal solution to achieve global resource efficiency. Goal 11. Get city well as health institution, makes health the perfect raw material for sustainable housing and public infrastructure. The cultivation of hemp and adoption of environmental friendly hemp products and processes provide a carbon negative condition required in the long run, develop resistance against environmental and developmental disasters. Ensure sustainable consumption and production methods. We are part of a generation of consumers that have now been the most aware about products and consumers. Future economies are moving towards greener and sustainable raw materials, from which products are. Products like green plastics, bioplastics, heat filament material define the new age of sustainable products. The thought leaders in every industry are keen to set sustainable trends which pushes demand to rise by business activism. Goal number 17 and the final goal. Strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. You don't need to reinvent the wheel when you can work to build the best weapon of. The global hemp industry is in its nascency, and this is a chance to set a better example and all other hyper-competitive industries out there. This industry is about as good as global family. It is this opportunity which enables the flow of global knowledge and thus attract the global practice industry. Research from across the world can have a direct impact on the life of farmers in lesser developed countries, and this is the power of global collaboration. The SDGs are the central focus point bring development countries. Similarly, we know the potential impact hemp can bring to developing countries. The question is, how do we bring the development to SDGs on the same line and same pace as the model of development of that hemp can offer? For India, the answer moving for aid aims to that's the commitment we aim to make. Since 2013, Mukio has been traveling the length and breadth of the country to engage stakeholders in the cannabis ecosystem, from the poorest of villages to the most bureaucratic of offices. Bombay Hemp Company has been working closely with Pachachi Pyramid Viewers and ANNDREA Handloom and Heritage on an initiative to preserve, create, and promote traditional Himalayan handlooms and providing livelihoods to village women and remote rural communities. This Center of Excellence was inaugurated by the Chief Minister of the state. And that is where we are looking towards making products like socks, stones, table runners, rugs, and carpets from locally available handloom hemp. We aim to bring this facility into full state of production in a couple of months' time. We believe that a crop like industrial hemp has the potential to transform the mountain state of Uttarakhand. This Himalayan state has one of the largest reserves of pine cannabis, and the locals have been using fibers and seeds for hundreds of years. Uttarakhand is in fact the first state in India to take the initiative of legalizing the cultivation of industrial hemp. Keeping in mind goal number 7 of Green Hemp, Bombay Hemp Company has invested considerable time and money into researching the viability of hemp-based biofuel. Our initial results are very promising and now we are in the second phase of testing. The Indian government has propagated the use of biofuels in 2010 when it set up the national policy of biofuels and mandated a 5% blending with normal diesel. For India, this would require close to 800 million liters, and most of this demand is exported. We use an innovative enzymatic process to derive a biofuel and got an outstanding 95% conversion rate. This fuel blended to normal diesel in a ratio of 20 to 80 and 50 to 50 to derive B50 and B20. Results like this have a positive effect on base of scientific curiosity and innovation in search for cleaner energy solutions for the country and the world. For successful development of the hemp economy in India, it's essential for the correct government sector to stabilize the process of hemp in India. A no greater message can be sent that hemp walk up the steps into the Indian Parliament. A veteran parliamentarian, Mr. Bhagat Sarpati, made this dream a reality in India when he delivered a speech in the floor of the lower house of the parliament, dressed in a 100% kurta manufactured by Hempro. The members of our team were also invited by the government to speak at a unique conference to discuss the drug problem across the state. This collective belief that the problem that has arisen from the growth of illicit cannabis can be combated through the opportunities gained from harnessing its industrial and medicinal potential. Keeping in mind the potential of hemp on the development of the country, Company Company was also invited by the White House to talk at the Global Entrepreneurship Summit at Stanford University this year. The speakers illuminated how, for benefit entrepreneurship, is contributing to the sustainable development goals and the impact investment can drive more into the sectors that will help achieve them. And thus, I would like to by saying that through the course of our journey, the common realization we've had is that all of our achievements and activities are a fraction of what they could be. If, as individuals and enterprises across nations, we came together more proactively to play the role of conductors in the orchestra of the global health revolution.
Thank you, Sumit. Sumit. So I know, Sumit, yeah, good. Amazing speech, and much more amazing is your work in India. Maybe in what is the point of less half a year in your company, in social company? I hear that you made a lot of innovations there.
That's correct.
Couple of words about this.
So primarily we are focusing on two main areas. One is handloom textiles, because in India we have a huge ecosystem where we have women weavers and artisans that have been working on wool, that have been working with cotton and other natural fibers. So we want to integrate hemp into the ecosystem. So that is one of the primary areas that we've been focusing on.
Wonderful. Some questions from audience? From there? No questions. Samit, it's nice to see you, it's nice to hear you. I hope that you will see us in Slovenia next year. We miss you this year because you came not with us, and thank you very much and successful work.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye. And fly again back in Slovenia with Tanya Parva. Stay with us. Tanya, come on, we know it.
Okay. Welcome to my talk. In these few days, we've heard a lot about hemp and cannabis and all the diverse uses. And today, my talk will be focusing on the active ingredients, the cannabinoids, the molecules that made this plant so unique. So we will be talking about the cannabinoids, the one derived from the plant, and the endocannabinoids. And
That's it again.
yeah. Okay. So we will be talking about the cannabinoids, the molecules, the active ingredients in this plant, and the endocannabinoids. This is the type of cannabinoids that our bodies make themselves. So this plant has been with our humankind since the beginning of our evolution. Some even say that we can thank exactly this plant that we evolved in the first place, because the human race is so self-destructive that without these molecules and without this plant, we would have probably already destroyed ourselves. But at this point, we have a situation where this plant is on one side the plant of evil, and on the other side, we're discovering all its amazing potential, and it's a plant of amazing potentials. So we have these two extremes, and of course, as usual, the truth is somewhere in the middle. So right now, there are tons and tons of myths that circle around about the plant, about its active constituents, about the cannabinoids, about terpenes. Everyone we know already has some anecdotes to say about this plant and what it can do and what it can do. But facts are another story. So in order for someone to get accurate and non-biased information today about this plant and about cannabinoids, it is very important to forget about the myths, forget about that, and focus on scientifically sound facts and get it straight what this plant can do and what its active ingredients can do. And this is one of the reasons that early this year we founded an institute here in Slovenia. It's an international institute for cannabinoids called ICANA. And for some years now we've been noticing a situation where it is very difficult to get really scientifically based information about this plant. And you have on one side a civil society that is full with myths and stories and everything, and the public sector that doesn't want to allow anything, and is very repressive, especially in Slovenia. And then nothing in between. We noticed a few experts in Slovenia and in Europe that have a lot of knowledge, but they're working not connectedly. So the idea was to found an institute, to ground an institute that will connect these experts, that will be independent, that will be based on scientific facts, somewhere where patients or everyone that has any questions about hemp, cannabis, cannabinoids can get accurate information. This is why we connected experts from different fields, from medicine, from agriculture, from chemistry, microbiology, biomedicine, just to get an interdisciplinary field where this plant and its active ingredients can be discussed properly. One of the reasons we did this is of course, we believe that, as I mentioned previously, the truth is somewhere in the middle, and a lot of what we have now, or at least the majority has in their minds when they hear the word cannabis, is a consequence of misunderstanding. And once we get the facts straight, understanding will overcome many obstacles we're facing today. So this is the plant that we're talking about. One of the amazing ingredients are in the seeds, of course, as omega-3, 6 and 9 fatty acids, and the amazing amino acid composition the seeds have. But what I will focus today on is what comes from the green. The green part of the plant, so the cannabinoids. The cannabinoids are molecules that are defined as molecules that bind to cannabinoid receptors. And we have three types, basically, of cannabinoids. The first class are phytocannabinoids. These are plant-derived cannabinoids. that that we can find in the hemp and in the cannabis plant and also in many other plants. But of course, the highest concentration is in hemp and cannabis. And then we have the synthetic cannabinoids. These are the ones that, after the pharmaceutical industry figured out that they're very potent, of course, they went ahead and synthesized molecules that have the same chemical characteristics in the laboratory, and we call them synthetic cannabinoids. And then we have cannabinoids that our own bodies make. They're called endocannabinoids, and they play very crucial roles in our bodies and our physiology. So usually when we're talking about cannabinoids in this plant, we're usually focusing on THC. This one has been known for very long and has been studied very intensely. And in the last decade, we know CBD and we know the potential of this molecule, but this is just 2 out of approximately 140 that this plant has. So it's not worth mentioning that there are many more to come and that we will be finding out many more properties and potential uses of these cannabinoids. So this is just to name a few. Just so that we keep in mind that when we're talking about cannabinoids, we're talking about a whole array of molecules, not just the THC that we all know and is mostly talked about when we talk about this plant. And this is just a structural image of a cannabinoid receptor. These are found in our bodies, and these are the receptors that these molecules activate. Since the discovery of cannabinoids and all these, as I said, currently we know about 140 different cannabinoids only in the hemp plant, and they're all, with development of analytical methods, of course, and the lower detection limits, we're finding out new cannabinoids every year, so this is not the end. We will be finding out more, but usually in the analytics we first find the ones that are most abundant, and then of course with the development of methods also the ones that are less abundant. But these natural molecules, as usually, they don't do just one thing in the body. So it's very hard to explain exactly what they do in the bodies because they bind not just to one receptor, they bind to more receptors. When there are more of them together, they bind to even new receptors and the affinity changes. So the effects that they have in our bodies are very complex. And also, the potential they have for different medical conditions, for different disorders, are also very they're more complex. It's not just that you have this one molecule that will do this and you have another molecule that will do something else, the way we are used to in pharmaceutical industries. The situation here is a little bit more complex, so to try and get an understanding that circles like this have begun to be formed, so that we can get an idea of what to use in case we in case we're wondering what of these molecules can be useful for us. But this is just to give you an idea of how these things work in our bodies. That these mechanisms are much more complex than when we're talking about synthetics. So I entitled this talk Endocannabinoids and Cannabinoids, and just to give you an idea of the class of chemical molecules we're talking about. So this is THC, the one we all know, and there's of course we have an analog in our bodies that our bodies with their own innate wisdom have a capacity to also produce molecules that are very similar to THC, and this molecule is called anandamide. When anandamide is produced in our bodies, it produces very similar physiological effects as THC. And similar, there's a situation with CBD. Our bodies also make an analog of CBD that is called P.Ag, and it also activates the same receptors as the CBD and produces a similar physiological response. Now, when you look at them like this, maybe they don't seem so terribly similar, but once, this is just because we're talking about a very plain. Internet? Technical? Yeah. And there was a lovely movie there. Never mind. So once these molecules, of course, we see them in a 2D form. Once these molecules form a 3D structure, then they're much more similar, and we can see that anandamide and THC have a very similar 3D structure, and similarly, P.Ag and CBD have a very similar 3D structure. This is exactly why they then can activate exactly the same receptors, because they form receptors in our body. In our body, they function like Ks and K-holes, and they fit together three-dimensionally. So the reason they function in our bodies, it's the same with endocannabinoids and phytocannabinoids. They function in our bodies in a way that they bind to our cellular receptors. And of course, the closer we get to our body, the more complicated the situation gets. We have very, very many cells in our bodies, and every single one of the cells we have has cannabinoid receptors. This is one of the reasons, of course, that the role and the physiology of these molecules is very complex, because you can imagine the effect that it's going to have once it binds to liver cells is very different than when it binds to brain cells, and it's very different when it binds to muscle cells and so forth. But it's just good to keep in mind that all of these cells have cannabinoid receptors, and that these cannabinoids somehow regulate all of our cells. So, just to give you a simplified image, this is how our cells look like, and these little guys poking out, they're receptors, and I know they're kind of cute. Yeah. And so these little things floating around are different molecules that our cells are sensitive to, and if these molecules fit into these holes, the receptor will become activated, and it will tell the cells that there's something of interest going on outside of her. So the role of these receptors is just communication, so that the cell knows as fast as possible what is going on outside. And as I mentioned that all of our cells have cannabinoid receptors, it is very obvious that our cells obviously are very interested in how many cannabinoids there are around them. So this is a very crucial piece of information for our cells. So if there are cannabinoids around, how many there are, if they will activate CB1 receptors or CB2 receptors. This information for cells is obviously of vital importance, since every single cell was bothered enough to produce receptors. Because usually they don't do anything that is not absolutely vital and necessary for survival. So this was on the outside of the cell. Now if we take a look at inside of the cell, of course it gets even more complicated and even nicer. But this is just to give you an idea. So something happens outside of the cell, and the signal becomes translated into the nucleus, and the cell will respond. And the cell will respond to changes in the concentration of cannabinoids. It will respond to lack of cannabinoids, and the cell is in this dynamic conversation with its environment, and especially true when we're talking about cannabinoids. And we get even closer, it becomes even more complicated. This is just to give you an idea that what happens inside of the cell is very dynamic. Every second there's about 15,000 biochemical reactions simultaneously happening in the cell, and they cope with it very good. You can imagine that every cell in our bodies, and there's about 38 million of them, has 15,000 simultaneous reactions going on, and all of this is somehow synchronized well enough so that we're functioning well. So it's quite an amazing setup we have. So if we get back to the receptors, so this is how the receptors function. There's one part of the receptors that's outside of the cell, and one part of the receptor inside of the cell. And if these two fit together, this signal will be transduced to the inside of the cell and cause a certain response in one cell and in the next cell, and together they form a physiological reaction that follows these signals. And if we're talking about cannabinoids, we have two types of receptors. We have CB1 receptors that are found mostly in the brain and in the central nervous system, and then we have the CB2 receptors that are more equally distributed in our bodies. They are found with the highest density. They are found in immune cells, but they're also found in internal organs. They're found in muscles. They're found in the gut. They're found in the brain, but on different cells than CB1 receptors. And CB1 receptors are activated by THC and anandamide, our own analog, and the CB2 receptors are activated with CBD and with our own analog of the CBD, P.Ag. So we can see that the reason that CBD functions completely differently than THC is the reason that it activates completely different systems in the body because it binds to completely different receptors. So this also explains why THC has its psychoactive properties and CBD has zero of them, because it doesn't even bind or doesn't fit into the receptors that the THC does. And now we come to the part where I'll try to explain what endocannabinoids and phytocannabinoids do in our bodies. So until now we have figured out that they do a lot of things. Practically every system that has been studied in our bodies responds to cannabinoids. So some researchers looked at if they affect cell pressure, if they affect blood pressure, if they affect the gut cells, if they affect immune cells, if they affect neurons, if they affect hormonal system, if they affect neurotransmitters. And until now, everything they looked at, the cannabinoids affect. And this led to a hypothesis that this cannabinoids and the whole endocannabinoid system we have in our bodies, that it has a very crown regulatory role in our bodies, because our bodies function very hierarchically. So usually there's a set of molecules that affect other cell types, and until now everything is indicating towards that cannabinoids have the highest hierarchy. So if the cannabinoids affect the level of hormones we have, they affect the levels of neurotransmitters we produce, they affect the level they affect how our muscle cells work, they affect how our gut cells work. It has been even found that they affect how the microorganisms, beneficials we have in our gut, how they communicate in our bodies. Practically everything we looked at, the cannabinoids affect. So we have all the research that we take together shows that cannabinoids have a very pivotal, very vital role in our bodies, and everything shows towards they have a function that is best described so that the point of all these molecules is that they ensure homeostasis in our bodies. So our cells, our tissues, and our whole body works is very dynamic. No? We've seen that there 15,000 and more reactions happening all the time. So it's very dynamic. Everything is constantly happening. But everything needs to happen within a certain range so that the cells and the tissues function properly. If anything goes out of these limits, out of these healthy balances, systems need to activate in our bodies that will bring as soon as possible our bodies, our physiology back into these limits. And this seems to be the primary role of these molecules. So regardless of what this stimuli is that throws us off balance, either this is temperature, is it pain, is it chemicals, is it microorganisms, whatever is throwing us off balance, these molecules will activate everything necessary in our bodies that our physiology and biochemistry gets into these healthy limits as soon as possible. This is why I call them molecules of homeostasis. This is also why I called, I named this, my talk, the guardian molecules, because this is what guardians do. They make sure that whenever anything trespasses, everything is activated, that you get into safe limits as soon as possible. And this is especially true for cells and tissues, because you can imagine for a cell, it can be deadly if pH values inside of the cell fluctuates 0.2 units. This is deadly for a cell. So everything needs to happen very fast, and everything needs to happen within limits that cells and tissues can function normally. And this is what these molecules do. Regardless of what is threatening our physiology, our bodies, our cells, our tissues, these molecules fire up. So if we say it a bit more practically, so if we have fever, our bodies will produce endocannabinoids, and the endocannabinoids will activate all the systems in the body, the immune cells that will look for viruses or bacteria. It will activate the brain centers in control of temperature regulation. It will do everything possible that we get this temperature back into range. It's similar if we're exposed to toxins. Let's say, I don't know, we've eaten something that's really bad for us. Again, endocannabinoids, the body will notice that something is out of the balance, will produce endocannabinoids, and the endocannabinoids will make sure that all the systems in the body are activated so that these toxins are eliminated as fast as possible. And it's similar with all the stimuli that throws us off balance. And when there was a discovery in what all these cannabinoids and endocannabinoids do, they're so complex that it's really difficult to describe. So they said that the best way to describe what they do in our bodies is simply with 5 words. So eat, sleep, relax, forget, and protect. So these are the effects, the same effects that we have with endocannabinoids, what they do for us, and a similar effect we have with phytocannabinoids. So they will induce heat, the desire to feed, to sleep better, to replenish, to relax, to forget the things that it's good for us to forget, and to protect us at the cellular level, at the level of organism. This is protection in every sense. Like we know, immune system, for example, it's very well known that it protects us against invading microorganisms, viruses, and bacteria. But now endocannabinoid system, we can imagine like an overall protective mechanism, not just for the bacteria and viruses, but for everything that can happen to us. Even it has been noticed, of course, that when we are exposed to stress, psychological stress, that we, let's say, that something stressful happens to us. This is again a threatening factor for us. Again, endocannabinoids will shoot up, and they will induce relaxation, to forget the things that we can't process at this time. Again, it will activate everything necessary so that our bodies can function normally, even if the surrounding circumstances are not optimal. So this is what kind of a crown role that all the cannabinoids do. Now for the clothing, I will just try to show you a few examples what concretely they do to protect us. And the first example is what they do in the gut. So this is kind of schematic representation of what our gut inside looks like. So we have blood vessels, and these are microvilli. These are intestinal cells that here they come in contact with food, and they make sure that all the nutrients are absorbed and transported to the blood. And this tree is what a normal gut looks like. But if we have stress, if we don't eat right, if we're exposed to synthetic drugs, if we're exposed to antibiotics, all kinds of things, then this can happen. Every time our bodies are not in optimal conditions, these connections between the cells, they open up, and we get something that is called a leaky gut. We get a situation where here normally no molecules can pass unless the cell itself accepts it. Here, in the case of leaky gut, molecules can pass to the blood that normally would never pass. And this is, it has been shown that every time we're exposed to stress, cortisol, the stressful hormone, causes exactly this. And it has been shown that if we have enough endocannabinoids, they make sure that this doesn't happen. So in the case we have stress and we have cortisol, we produce endocannabinoids. The endocannabinoids, what they do first is they lower the cortisol level, but they can also prevent, to some degree, this leaky gut. They actually induce the formation of proteins that connect these two cells, and it has been, the tests were done so that first they were tested on gut cells just with cortisol. These holes were formed very fast, and these holes stayed there very, very long. In case you have endocannabinoids, these holes were filled very fastly, and the gut actually healed very fast. This very fast means within 10 minutes. And the most fascinating thing was that if they added phytocannabinoids, this never even happened. So if people had enough phytocannabinoids in their bodies, the effect of stress and cortisol to their gut was completely eliminated. So it actually did the protective role. So it made sure that all the physiological responses to stress didn't even happen. The next example is the brain. We kind of need the brain, so it's good to know what happens there. So in the brain, the cannabinoids do a lot of things. They make sure that they even found that they stimulate production of new neurons. They are neuroprotective to the neurons that we already have. Even in the case of physical damage, it was shown that if you have enough endo or phytocannabinoids, even physical damage doesn't cause as much damage. This was particularly of interest to contact sports. They found that in the sports where you have a lot of concussion, boxing, rugby, and so forth, if they had enough, the sports, the people that had a lot of cannabinoids, endocannabinoids, they were much more resistant to concussion. And then they tried and gave them phytocannabinoids, and they figured out that the ones that prior weren't very proof to concussion became very. Even if they hit with their heads with the same force, they didn't have concussions and they didn't have physical damage to the brain. Since all of our population is aging very fast, and Alzheimer's and all these dementia symptoms are very, very frequent in old age. This is also a good example to show. It has been shown that cannabinoids have an extremely important role in information, progression, and all the elements of developing Alzheimer's disease. So this is what a healthy brain would look like, healthy neurons, and this is what an Alzheimer's, so a brain with dementia would look like. What is most characteristics of these amyloid plaques? They prevent that these cells communicate very well, and if these neuronal cells don't communicate, they die off. And it has been shown that cannabinoids not only prevent these plaques from forming, but even if the plaques are already formed, cannabinoids cause degradation of these to some extent. It depends on how far it's already progressed, but to some extent they can reduce plaques that have already been formed. And this is something that no current medicine for dementia can do. All of the currently known medicine for dementia, Alzheimer's, and so forth can only slow the progression, but this is the only molecule that has thus far been shown that can actually reduce the ones that have already been formed. So the next example of what they can do is our heart. We need that one too. So this is what a normal heart looks like, and this is what the heart looks like after it had a heart stroke. It's ischemic heart, and it has been shown, of course, they did this test very on mice and not very nice tests, of course. They gave them heart attacks, and they tested if the mice, just normal mice, and they gave them heart attack, and then it was similar as with humans. Half of them survived, half of them had very severe damage to the heart because of this slow blood flow and so forth. And then they gave mice cannabinoids, phytocannabinoids, synthetic cannabinoids, extracts, and so forth. And they figured out that they caused them the same intense stroke, that their heart was practically protected. So even if there was a reduced blood flow to that part of the heart these cells that had less blood flow didn't die off. So that part of the heart remained protected. So if we were to extrapolate this a little further, if we would use phytocannabinoids as preventive medicine, then even these plaque formations will be much, much, much reduced. And even in the case that we got stroke anyway, the effects of the stroke would be much, much, much reduced. This means that we would recuperate and regenerate from a stroke uncomparably much faster. And this is the last example where they function as guardian molecules. This big boom with cannabinoids came after these anecdotes spread that cannabinoids and extracts fight cancer. And this is to give you an idea what they can do in this case, how they can function as guardian molecules in case of normal cells versus cancer or malignantly transformed cells. So this is what normal cells look like when you look at them under a microscope. Their healthy cells are always confluent, so they always grow in one line. You never get cases where they will clump one upon another. This is normal cells. And in the case of malignantly transformed cells, what happens is that usually the way our bodies regenerate and recuperate is so that or when we have a cell that is close to its death, it produces a new cell and then the old cell dies off. This is completely normal cellular process. We call it apoptosis. It's programmed cellular death. So when you have a new cell that will have its functions, the old one dies. And in the case of malignant cells, this later part doesn't happen. This is why we get clumps of more and more cells. This is why we have tumors growing, because the old cells don't die off. And this is how this is then what we can sense as tumors, cells that grow and grow and grow uncontrollably. They don't die off anymore. And if we would look at what happens inside of the cell, we would see a very complex cascade. The ones I really like. So this is one of the cells that is in the process of becoming malignant. And here again, CD1 receptor and CD2 receptor play a very critical role. Of course, things are not so simple that they would activate all these two receptors. Of course, cannabinoids, to some degree, activate also other receptors and make this a little more complex. But the point is that we need to come to apoptosis. So, in a normal cell, this would happen that when the cell divides, apoptosis would, the process of apoptosis would start, and the whole cell will die off. And in the case of malignancy, something happens in this cascade, and apoptosis never happens. This is why they keep staying alive and keep reproducing and keep growing. And it has been shown beyond doubt that after activating CB1 to some extent and CB2 receptors, it depends on the cell type. This is why sometimes CB1, sometimes CB2. It depends on the cell type. That not only does activation of these receptors make sure apoptosis happens, but even if something happens in these biochemical pathways that apoptosis has been shut down, it will reactivate. It will activate the signaling pathways that will again lead to apoptosis. The crucial part of healthy cells, the crucial part of malignancy prevention or healing and so forth. But in case of malignancy, it does way more than this. This is just one part. No? It has been shown that it definitely prevents. The reason we have metastasis in some cases and some cancers are more prone to this and some less is that malignant cells travel around the bodies and find new places where they stick and form new cellular growth, and cannabinoids have been found to prevent migration of malignant cells. So they work very well as guardians of metastasis. And they have been found to be very, if you want to have a tumor that grows very well, you need to have a lot of blood vessels there. So if a tumor wants to grow fast, it will make new blood vessels. We call this neogenesis, and in the case, it has been shown that if we activate CD1 or CD2 receptors in some cases, they will prevent this aggressive new blood vessel formation. So it will actually cut off blood supply from the newly grown tumor. And this is just a few cases of what it can do in case of preventing malignancies or in the case of trying to heal or trying to address malignancy that is already existing. So this is again a case of how these molecules can play the role of guardian molecules. So all in all, we have seen a few cases of what they can do, but we can see similar cases just about everything we looked at. So it has been shown that, of course, they're very important in stress regulation. No? I already mentioned this, that if we have too much cortisol, which is the normal response to stress, that cannabinoids reduce the levels of cortisol we produce and even reduce the effect that the cortisol has on our body. So there again it functions like a guardian molecule. And it's similar practically everywhere we look. So the common ground is that these molecules function to promote homeostasis in our bodies. So if we're like this, a little bit off, biochemically, our bodies are a little bit off balance, then these molecules, either our own endocannabinoids or phytocannabinoids, can lead to this, so that our cellular biochemistry, our tissues, everything repairs and we come to homeostasis where our bodies function the best. There our bodies have, once in homeostasis, they can do a lot of healing, repair, and everything themselves if they're not off balance. So this is kind of the ground role that they do, and this is why it is beyond doubt, we can call them guardian molecules. And in this case, it has been shown that either endocannabinoids or own cannabinoids do this, or phytocannabinoids, but in this case, the synthetic cannabinoids have not performed as well, because the phytocannabinoids function, they bind in our bodies to more than one receptor, what is not true for synthetic cannabinoids. And one of the reasons that the plant-derived cannabinoids have a much greater role is because if we isolate them from the plant, we get, of course, not just one cannabinoid, we get 140 of them and more. We get all the terpenes, and everything combined together has a synergistic effect. And if we consider the role that it has, that it regulates and tries to bring our body into balance, it's not hard to imagine that when you get a symphony of molecules into our bodies, it will do the work much, much more efficiently than just one synthetic molecule. So this is how they work.
Amazing speech. Amazing. For UNESCO. Yes. This year we will be in international, so we will represent best representation take to UNESCO. And I hope that you will be there. So, any question for Tanya?
Hello, Tanya. Many thanks for your excellent speech. It was really interesting. Thank you very much. I have a question. Can you tell us something with regards what you have said just, if the body has enough endocannabinoids? So the question is, can you say us something about dosing, overdosing, and what is your idea about that? What is the vision maybe of you and the institute as you work?
Never have easy questions. So, as regards to the dosing, it has, okay, if we have enough endocannabinoids, all the work is done. We will all be healthy and live forever and be very youthful and healthy, but we don't know. Our bodies are exposed every day to 1,000 toxins, 1,000 stressful factors, and our endocannabinoid system is constantly challenged. So what happens with old age and with disease and everything is that the endocannabinoids don't do the work anymore. So this is when the phytocannabinoids can play an extremely vital role. And as regards to the dosing, we have seen everywhere that the dosing is highly individual. It can range from a few milligrams to a few hundred milligrams. Here it is even more evident that our biochemistries are very individual. And the level of cannabinoids necessary for our bodies to function properly and to do the protective role is very individual. So there are no general guidelines to how much. It's something that needs to be individually. It would be perfect if we could measure the endocannabinoid system, if we could measure how much of endocannabinoids we have, what we are lacking, and then add that. But we're not at that point yet. So with the dosing, we're there that we have to try and see and be mindful of what's happening in our bodies and adjust to that. But very much unlike with other medications, there are no we don't have to worry about overdosing because we have seen very well put in the history of humankind. Not one single human being has ever died of cannabinoids. Ever. No? If you overdose very much, you with THC, you can be a little paranoid, but it will pass and you will still be alive. But with CBD, there's not even that. So here with the dosing, we have to keep in mind that it's individual and find the right dose for us. Consult with doctors that have the right ear for these things and try to find the right combination, the right doses. There was another part of the question.
Question one.
Hi, sorry, your name?
Tanya.
My name is Sally, I'm from the UK. I alluded to some of this earlier today and some other questions. So my exposure to the cannabis for medical reasons is only in the last 18 months. So I'm learning just like everyone else is here. And it's very confusing in the UK because the UK, alongside the US, is the home of the only government certified cannabis company, which is not cannabis at all, it's just mostly plastic. Really, it's basically a government mandated version of spice, which is synthetic cannabis. So just putting that aside, but I feel that is really going to confuse a lot of people. My interest obviously is in the safe, the organic cannabis that other people have spoken about. So I've been taking that stuff. Sometimes in sort of desperation to get healthy, maybe I have overdosed, or maybe I haven't. I'm just sort of interested to actually find the truth. So my question is I've learned more recently about what is the water solubility of the CBD oil. And I don't know if I'm asking the right question, but the stuff I've read is that when your body is 70% water, and you put oil in water, whether it's XYZ brand from the US or wherever it's coming from. So I found one brand and they're saying that they fortify their CBD oil with turmeric, but then other people have said, well, have they got all these CBDs in that? So my question is that whatever the brands of the CBD, if they've got all the full extraction of the CBD, are they efficient on their own for their digestive system, or can they be made more efficient using nanotechnology and then adding turmeric to it as well? Thank you.
So, as for the first part, these molecules are fat soluble. So the CBD, THC, and all the cannabinoids are fat soluble. The solubility in water is practically zero, or they're not soluble in water. But I have also read some posts and some papers that state that they have produced now water-soluble CBDs and so forth, which is, from a chemical point of view, it's possible, but it means that the molecule has to have been altered. So it cannot be naturally derived, plant-derived, the way nature made it, it cannot be water-soluble. As to the part of mixing water with oil, no. Of course, our bodies are 70% water. There's no doubt about that. But if we take a look at our cells, no, everything around every single one of our cells are fat. The membranes around our cells are fat, and this is where you find it. It doesn't go to the water. It is not important. Cannabinoids, endocannabinoids, they don't function so that they float around in our bodies and they find and they do anything in the extracellular lumen of our bodies, where all the water is. they function very targetedly. They function at our cell membranes, and the cell membranes are fat. So there they have their place, and there they can, this fat-fat interaction takes place with the receptors, with the proteins of the receptors, not with the water intake. And this is where they do their function, and this is where, as a molecule, they end, because then the signaling transduction takes place, and all the cellular reactions happen. So, as regards, I have seen, I have read these posts where they are combining it with turmeric and stuff, and also with many other, you can see tons and tons of stuff. It is true that with cannabinoids, it's true that the absorption is relatively poor. I mean, this is also relatively with what we compare, but the absorption is definitely a point where we can find where it would be well worth investigating how to improve it, either in the oral cavity or in the gut, anywhere where we could, where the body would take more of these molecules in. This is definitely well worth exploring. Now, if this is the answer is turmeric or water soluble, this is questionable what the answer is, but this is definitely one part that still would.
Just quickly, let's just assume that, I mean, okay, what you said about it is fat soluble, so we go to the fats first.
Yeah.
So, if we don't go down that path of saying it's water soluble and everything else, but the CBD oils that are there, like you just asked, how do we make that more efficient to transport that CBD to the cells where I need it? So has there been any studies done on where the CBD has been combined with turmeric or saffron, just the CBD oil in there, just any of the products wherever they are, and seeing what happens then?
Well, the scientific studies have not been done. I don't know if there's how much there is of empirical data, people, because this is again the problem with getting approval for these kinds of serious scientific studies. So I'm not sure if they will even happen, because they involve human beings and so forth. But so scientifically, I don't know. It hasn't been done, but.
But from a practical standpoint, it might be.
Yeah, it makes sense. It will definitely make sense to combine them with some. I don't know if it's turmeric or not, but it will make sense to combine them with something that will enable the microvilli in our gut and stuff to bring more fat soluble molecules inside.
Thank you, Sandra. Question more from audience?
Maybe just an explanation about this.
And here's the camera is here.
Okay.
Sorry about my Jackson coming with motorcycle. It's much easier. My name is Jacob Bradley. I'm also part of the Ghana. I'm a doctor of medicine. I'm using cannabis social practice. So regarding this question, which you realized, okay, I think this is not very important. Is it water or liquid soluble? So also in pharmaceutical industry, we have a lot of molecules which are not water soluble, and we are using also for treating a lot of diseases. So this is the problem, how to put molecules into the circulation and then they bind to the receptors. This is the main goal. So I think we have a lot of different kind of absorption, and this is, I think, the main point, how to improve the concentration of the cannabinoids in the highest potential come into the receptors, what we want to do. I think this is the goal. So maybe in the future we are not still thinking about intravenous implementation. But I think in the future, why not? But we must find the right way. This is just as a comment. So water soluble, liquid soluble, it's not the big question. This point of view, what you are mentioning about nanotechnology, this is also what I'm talking about and thinking about. because nanotechnology give us much more some potential to put some molecules into the right place, like some transporter. So maybe in the future we will also use nanotechnology, but this is the I think in the future.
Yeah, because with other medicines they're doing it like that. They are putting molecules that are difficult to dose or difficult to absorb into vesicles with targeted molecules that bind just specific cells, and then that's the way they target these ingredients to the right cell types. But this is, we are not there yet.
Also local application, if we are talking about tumors, when sometimes tumor is visible, maybe, but there is not a studies. This is just thinking out of from the practice. Maybe we could be much more beneficial if we put the cannabinoids, of course, different combination, also with terpenes, with other things which are useful for that. If we treat maybe tumors directly in the tumors, this is all the questions what we are thinking about. So, like other pharmaceutical things what we use in everyday practice. So, systemic, that means that we put cannabinoids through mucosis or gut or whatever kind of use, and also combined with local application. Also nanotechnology. This is the I think for the future big question. But now we are on the first step, so we must prove definitely that cannabinoids are useful for treating a lot of conditions. They can help us to improve. Right now, there's a medication what we use every day, and we know that we can do that. And this is, I think, for the steps. And of course, prevention. This is the goal. The dosage. This is a holy grail, I think, because I'm personally definitely for some kind of personalized medicine in that case. So that means that if you treat any person, you must treat him personally. So that means that you will your response to therapy will be completely different than your neighbor or your sister or your brother. We don't know now. We can measure how the endocannabinoid system do in our body. We are trying to do now. We are planning to make some researches also about some how should I say, some biomarkers or something like that. That should be very useful for the clinic. We are clinicians. We are thinking very similar like in pharmaceutical industry. So we need the base from where to start and when to go, and then to connect with some adequate treatment. And I think that this part in the future will be very, very important. Of course.
Amazing.
I'm Sasha, I'm a hemp farmer from Slovenia. I have two questions. Can you name a substance on planet Earth that is safer than cannabinoids? And my second question, why did the Institute for Health of Slovenia put out this document last month in July that regulates the daily intake of cannabinoids? Thank you.
Right now, I cannot name a safer substance. As regards to what the National Institute issued about daily intake is, we have naturally read it. So I cannot say as to the reasons why and so forth. We also find that the recommended daily doses are not really appropriate. But as far as the reasons why they did it and how and when and how, yeah, I don't know.
Question on? It was so amazing, Tanya. Your questions. Thank you very much. So, Institute for Cannabinoids. Yes, we fly in Deutschland to less speakers. I will just call before maybe is here Professor Odem Borovic. No? No, not yet. So I call then Miss Lee and Martin, speakers from Germany. They will talk about hemp oil in cosmetics. So then I must invite our guest in 16 o'clock 00 round table, international round table. So we started with the next presentation, and we will talk about hemp oil in cosmetics. Please. this material more or less misleading title because it's rather about employment of hemp oil with very specific diseases or simply as a skincare product. And not only for decorative cosmetic. Yeah.
So, okay, the idea to show you a little presentation about the healthy aspects. So we are here to show you the healthy aspects of hemp seed oil. And yes, I'm a bit nervous and I have some products from us brought to you. I will get I want that every one of you can test this hand cream. One moment.
No, hemp cream. Test hemp cream. I will take that. Yes. Test hemp cream. Test and take.
So one of the most positive aspects of the M.Sc is that it has 2 plus. They are this stands for polyunsaturated fatty acids, and the content is very high in hemp oil. But they are not the usually one like in olive oil or some other oils. In hemp seed oil we have the perfect ratio of the omega fatty acids for the metabolism. So metabolism. We are forming from the omega-6, omega-3, and omega-9 fatty acids. We are forming from them some hormones that are called eicosanoids. And there are many of them. There are good ones, there are bad ones. So, and why is the composition of hemp oil so wonderful for inner use, for use on skin and in cosmetics? That's why. That's because.
That's very
sorry,
nice smell.
Yes, the result is very nice. So, but in hemp seed oil we have a golden ratio of this acid. We have a ratio of omega-3 and omega-6 in 1 to 3, 1 to 4 proportion, and yes, it's a bit dependent on depends on the plant, but the ratio is very good and I'm sorry, I'm not as nervous.
Easy. I just wish comment your cream is nice, smell nice, skin is very.
I want to introduce the healthy aspects, but I'm American.
Yeah, I introduce you.
So perhaps you can help me.
Yeah,
I'm not speaking every day to the public. Yes. when I decided.
It's amazing smell. It's, so I have wonderful feeling and
yeah.
Yeah, wonderful.
Absorption.
Absorption, good absorption.
Yes, they are protecting the skin and yes, it is very anti-inflammatory. Because of the
Is this your product?
no, this is not our product. We are the biggest importer for this product in Germany.
Yes.
And we are doing also research on the field and want to bring the information to the people, but today we have a little technical problem and our presentation is gone away and yes, we are here and
you represent it.
yes, I represent things and it's not easy for me.
Yes, I never speak English, but I made it welcome on this. So,
yes.
Meni postavljeni je šipo pomogle, meni pa mama, meni pa on
So, okay. The fact is there are many other oils, not so many, like perilla oil and like fish oil. They are also have these healthy effects for performing the good icon seeds. But if you just only eating, if you just took only omega-6 to you, it's not good. You are forming so you get from this only that icosanoids that are very pro-inflammatory and that's not what you also yes. But in Hempro you have the right composition of the fatty acids and with this composition you get to form in primarily the good icosanoids, and yes, this protects you and you get the good prostaglandins. So
we go around table and yes. So. We will end this presentation of Hemp cream of
that's not only creams. We do a lot of products, like trees, like barbershops, like beards, and so on. And with different aspects of skin, and we try to, yes.
Where we can buy this?
Where you can buy the products?
Yeah, where you can buy this? Probably online selling or something like that.
Yes, you can buy our products online on our page, that is cannacosmetics.de, or unter carteshandels.de, or from other distributors of ANNDREA.
Okay, thank you very much. This is anything about trade. So we go in around in our workshop, international session for hemp, the use of hemp in the economy. So we will have a professional presentation and communication with the public and the media. So we will call a couple of our speakers all around the world. And here we have a government, and we will talk about future hemp, future and economy. Please stay with us. Our special guest is today. Mr. Mark Reinforth. I don't know if I read name again, right? We will call him. And so after 10 minutes, we see us. Thank you. Vse goste za okroglo mizo prosim vabim tukaj, da se posedemo v spredje. Blanka Venkoček, da prevzameš krmilo vodenja. Lahko ga poključim? Ja, pa že bi moglo biti. Jaz bom poklicala Marka. Naši posebni gosti, želim pa shoditi. Izvolite. Stolče lahko. Stole, prosim. Ja. Spoštovani obiskovalci, spoštovani poslušalci, začeli bomo z okroglo mizo. Dear guests, we are starting a conversation. Hello, Mark. Anders? Can you hear us? Anja Bagor, prosimo. David, Tanja.
Certain things are country is currently unavailable. Please leave a message after the beep. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Engels.
Yes, Mother. No.
Hello, Mark. We are around the table with a lot of people from government and with Mrs. Blanca Benkovic, and we will start already with our speech. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
You can.
Yes, no, I can see you.
Wonderful. We can see you here too. So technically we are in. Maybe you will see Blanca. Blanca will lead our own table workshop. And we will start it in 5 minutes. Yeah, you have questions? You know? Dr. Norman?
Yes.
Tanja, Ada, David, все наши? Lahko kdo pokliče dr. Tanja Bader? Prosim? Za okroglo mizo? Dobro.
Okay, yes, definitely.
And Mr. Gatman?
Okay.
Ja, ker smo živo z gospodom, mogoče bi se pa mi malo tako uspeli, da bi se videli z Markom iz Ege. Jaz ga vidim tukaj, vi pa se mogoče tam pri gospodu Vrtno. Kje pa je? Tukaj je trenutni.
Just a second, Mark.
Yes?
No problem.
Dear Mark, we cannot touch you. We can only hear you. But maybe for the introduction, you're in a company of Slovenian representative, actually from representative for Ministry for Economic Development. Then you have a director for Agriculture and Forestry Slovenia Chamber of Commerce, Branko Ravnik. Then you have a representative for Minister for Agriculture, Matjaž Berkman. And then we are sitting with some specialists from Incana Institute, Dr. Žarko Berdija, and my guest on the right. You will have to introduce yourself. Dušan Noliman, also a specialist for public health. And me myself, I'm representative of Slovenian Cannabis Association for Edible and Non-Edible Cannabis. So, our round table is created in the way we see to solve some kind of law issues, and who is responsible in Slovenia to solve these things. So, Ministry for Agriculture and then Ministry for Economic Development. And now I will introduce you, and then we start with questions. That's okay?
Okay, very good.
Yes. So, Mark, you was recently named as Chief Executive Organization of Hemp Flex. This is you're working there. You're raised in a farming family. You have bachelor degree in agribusiness and crop production. and it had one Hall Institute. And you also earned a Master of Science degree in Management, and you served on the board of directors of European Industrial Hemp Association since 2008. Prior to being elected as a president of association in June 2016, and now maybe for the beginning, can you tell us more about your association and how many members you have, and when we are talking about economy, how much business do you do? Just a small introduction from your institution and association, and then we start another question.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for the kind introduction. And actually, I would like to welcome you all in my private house, which actually this part is made out of hempcrete. So be all welcome in my hempcrete house today.
Yes.
And to see the wall at the back, to see the hempcrete and the clay layers over there. And the climate is very, very comfortable here. So next time you have to come over here to Germany, in my house, to experience this climate.
Thank you very much, Marek.
Yes, talking about the AIA. The AIA, as you said, is the European International Hemp Association. And our aims are the supporting of the cultivation, processing, and the use of industrial hemp in Europe. And we do that by exchanging know-how, by organizing the conference each year. Very interesting conference. It's normally organized at the end of May, early June. And we do lobbying work in Brussels to try to change the rules and the laws in such a way that it makes favorable to grow hemp, process hemp, and try to remove any obstacles that are there to hemp. We have in total, I'm very bad in numbers, but I can tell you. In total, we have about a few hundred associate members. Let me see how much exactly. And we have about now 25 regular members. And there's a difference between associate members and regular members. Associate members are companies who do research on hemp or trade with hemp, are in the secondary phase of hemp. And the regular members are the members who really grow hemp or process hemp. So those companies who are invested in processing capacity and marketing of the products. And the difference is that regular members are paying a little bit more money on annual fee, but also have more voting rights. Next to that, the AIA is run by a board of directors, of which I'm the chairman since June this year. And next to that, we have 6 other board members from France, from actually Mr. Boris Manas, he's from Slovenia, Daniel KRUSE, he was at your conference there, Daniel Spira from Canada, Sylvester Botticelli from Interchanfre. Interchanfre is the French hemp organization, and Mr. Bernd Frank as treasurer from the BAFA, Germany. And next to that, we have the Nova Institute is doing the managing directorship of the AIA. So they organize the conference and they take care of the organizational issues of the AIA. So that's in short the European International Hemp Association.
Thank you for your presentation, and now the question directly for you. Actually, how do you define your mission personally as a president? What are the issues and initiatives that you will stress during your presidency? first personally and then what you will ship.
Now, what I have seen in the last 8 years, since I'm at the AYA and personally involved, is that the hemp industry is growing worldwide, also within Europe. And more processes are coming on the market, more and more competitors, actors are coming on the market, and the AYA is growing, more members. One of the things I want to do is try to even continue the professionalization of the AYA, to make it a more professional association, so we can have better services to our members. That's one of the goals I want to do, but on the short term, we have a very, very important mission. And that mission is based on the THC levels in food and feed. In Europe, there is a proposal to set the maximum THC levels in food and feed, which we welcome very much, because if we have one regulation for all of the European countries, it makes it easier for a hemp food processor or a hemp food trader to know the regulations instead of trying to find out all the different regulations of each country. So we welcome it very much, but the proposals, the levels of THC are set at such a low level, they are impossible to meet. So this fact is jeopardizing the European hemp food industry. And as AYA, we are strongly involved now in lobbying work in trying to increase this level of THC in food and feed, because the level is set now is ridiculously low. There are two things on this. First, the acceptable daily intake the European Union is calculating with is too low. The acceptable daily intake can be far higher without having any negative effect on your health. But the people are also considering hemp foods as a final ready to consume product, which is not, because we all know hemp oil, hemp protein powder, hemp seeds, de-rolled seeds, but no one's eating 1 kilogram of protein powder. No one's eating 1 liter of hemp oil. It's all considered as an intermediate product. It's an ingredient. So you sprinkle the hemp oil over your salad, you throw the hemp protein powder in your milkshake, so it's an ingredient and not an end product. So the volume you take a day is much lower than the Commission is considering. So those two things we are really putting pressure on in the European Union, trying to change it, come up with acceptable THC levels in food and feed, so we can continue building the hemp food industry in Europe.
You already answered the second question.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it's okay. The key things that need to be addressed, you already mentioned. Food and feed industry without regulation that cannot be good for economy, for free market, for free products and services in EU level. Did we understand you good? Yes?
Yes.
Now we are going on the farmers a little bit. How can be your organization most effective in guiding development of common regulation for hemp farmers in EU? This means that farmers can produce the hemp because the seeds are coming out for the when you're working with seeds, already farmers work with it till now. And can you be more specified how can farmers has this business in their hand also with supplying all the what they can in the fair trade and good prices and so on. What will AHA do for farmers?
The AYA can be a very important source for information for farmers. If you go to the AYA website, aya.org, that's the website. There the farmers can find a list of seed suppliers who are supplying EU approved varieties. Also there they can find information about growing and find eventually partners or people who are growing hemp already for many years and try to contact them and exchange experiences. And we think, and then I'm not speaking as an IA person now, but as a CEO of Hempflex, and that's for all the hemp bosses the same, do truly believe that the quality of the end product starts in the field. So if the farmers are doing the job wrong, you get the wrong quality biomass in, no matter what kind of processing equipment you have, how many millions you have invested in it, rubbish in, rubbish out. So the quality starts in the field. But before you start growing, you should really consider the first thing, for what I'm growing, what's my market, and what's my main goal. Because if you say, my main goal is to have seeds, and I'm not so interested in the fibers, then you need to choose other varieties, more seed-based varieties, where you say, but my main business is fiber, I want more fiber, and the seeds are my byproduct. Or if you say, I'm in the CBD business, I'm more interested in the highest CBD levels, and then you need to choose other varieties. So it's very important that when farmers are starting to grow, that you already know what they're going to do with it. I see so many times around the world, and I see it happening in the US at this moment a lot. People start to grow hemp because they can, they are allowed to grow hemp. But if you put seeds in the soil, it's worth nothing. If the hemp plant is growing, it's still not worth nothing. If you harvest it, it's still not worth nothing. It's only generating cost. Hemp is only becoming a profitable business model at the moment you process the biomass into end products. You sell the end products to customers, you invoice it, and get the invoice paid. And the last thing is also very important, by the way. So, if you start to grow hemp, realize the goal you're doing it for. And I always advise, start from the market side. For which market do you want to produce it? And then go back to the farming, and then you can decide on the right varieties and the right farming technologies. But there's a lot of know-how within the IA available, and I really do support farmers. Go to the IA conference, talk to people, and I would love to see more farmers on the IA conference next year.
Okay, thank you for answering this question. And how can association become like a newcomer in your association? What it has to do, or how much money you have to pay to be a member of association? This is also a question for that is interesting to answer.
That's very good. One moment, I can show you because it just changed a little bit. If you want to become an associate member, that is, I don't know these numbers by head, but becoming a regular member, so if you are a processor, if you grow hemp between 1 and 1,000 hectares, then it's 1,650 euros per year. Do you grow between 1,000 and 2,000 hectares a year, then it's 1,815. And between 2,000 and 3,000 hectares is 1,980 euros a year. And then you get 10 votes, 11 or 12 votes. For each 1,000 hectares, you have 1 vote extra. And if you want to become an associate member, so with 1 vote voting right, then the membership costing 330 euros a year. Which actually, and you got this, when you're an associate member or a regular member, you're getting discounts on the annual IA conference fee. And you have access to the database of the IA website with all documentation, with all the research that you can download. Only 330 euros a year, you have access to all the databases. Which, if you compare that to other industry associations, is relatively low.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Maybe something about Slovenia. Why Slovenia is different than other countries. We have maybe 1 hectare per farmer, and now we are must talk about the quality and other issues that you can do in such a small field. It's a really small number. In the comparison, you already mentioned to us how growers are big and how big are your members who has this field. And then the next question is, there is a general agreement that the hemp industry needs investment. This is first part of the question. Do you think it's general agreement that hemp industry needs investment? We start with this answer and then I will continue. Do you agree with this that hemp industry needs investment?
Yes, of course, in investment. That's the thing. If you want to harvest hemp and you want to do it in an industrial and mechanized way, the problem with hemp is it's a very special crop. And it's not a very big crop if you compare it to wheat or potatoes or sugar beets or any other crop. For those crops, there was a lot of development on agricultural technology be done by big companies, and you can buy machines on the shelf. For the hemp, you need very specialized machines. Most are designed to develop by the process itself, and some are available on the market. So yesterday, I don't know if you saw yesterday my presentation.
Yes.
But our double cut machine or harvesting equipment we use is also for sale.
But I didn't find the price. Maybe you can tell us the price.
We got yesterday new one delivered. I know it's very expensive, believe me. But
what is the
we
price?
can capitalize that.
Very expensive?
What?
When you tell us very expensive, we don't know what actually you are talking about.
I can give you, it depends a little bit if you want to buy a car, you have full options, less options. But roundabout a double cut harvester with 2 headers for each everything you talk
Where
about.
starts? Okay, we will be easier. Where this price starts? How many thousand euros?
Around 400,000 euros.
Okay, that we will know what we are talking about. And now we will continue about this investment. And does the EFH has have a role to play in this context also? What should that role be, and what are the best way to execute all that with HempFlex itself? As a successful investor, is there a way to leverage that success for the benefit of the broader industry?
First, I will answer the question for the AIA. I think the AIA can play a role. I think if your local governments are willing to support this industry, they need data, how big is the industry, what kind of industry is it, what kind of products. That data can be derived from AIA. AIA can supply it, and AIA can also be supportive in transferring know-how to local governments. We can be supportive in how to set up a legal framework in your country and check and control the industrial hemp crop, because we are aware of most of the systems in European countries. So, and if you need any direct access to Brussels or whatever, or some lobbying work, that is what AIA can do for you. That's my answer as the president of AIA. I will give you now my answer. Name of HempFlex. As you saw yesterday in my presentation, we just opened the brand new factory in Romania. There, field sizes are a little bit bigger than in your place. There we have fields 20, 30, up to 80 hectares. And even in the west and the east are bigger, but where we are in Pennsylvania, between 20 and 80 hectares.
Excuse me for interrupting, maybe for those who were not with you yesterday, can you just repeat how many hectares actually your company has, please, and then continue.
In total, we are growing 2,300 hectares. 1,500 hectares is being processed in our dust factory. The dust factory exists since 1994. And since last year, we have a second factory in Romania. That one is now for this year processing about 700 hectares of hemp. But this factory has a theoretical capacity for 5,000 hectares. So this factory is running under capacity. Which brings me maybe for a short-term solution you can think about is because the investments in a harvesting machine are expensive. Now forget about the investments in a processing line. If you have to do a greenfield operation and you want a specific scale operation like the 5,000 hectare factory we had, then you have to think about the total investment in buildings and everything infrastructure between 15 and 10 million euros. What you can do for a short time, you have to maybe to sit down once and try to calculate what the transportation costs are between Slovenia and Romania. So that you start farming, maybe pre-process the hemp a little bit locally, and bring the bales of hemp fiber, straw to Romania for further processing. So you keep the investment in the decodification line low. In the meantime, you start growing without doing the whole investment. The thing, of course, we have to think about is the small field sizes. How are you going to harvest this hemp in an economically sense way, but respecting the small field sizes? Because if with a big machine like that, it's not making any capacity of a small field. So then we have maybe to design or redesign a smaller technology, or maybe have a look once what we can do with existing technology. But therefore it's maybe good that I come one time over and you show me around in the area and discuss the possibilities.
Okay, thank you. We will be happy to see you here. And now the next question for you is the market. How market working? How do you see the market working? We started with free market for services and products on hemp, but we would also like to know your opinion, which is the market you will stress out, and then the industry that is development the most in the European Union. And the question of hemp industry. So
how I see the market for hemp products, you mean?
Yes.
I'm very positive about the development of the market. In the recent years, we saw an increase in demand for fibers. Which of course is very good. We saw an increase in the automotive industry. On the one hand, in a few years ago, you only had BMW and Mercedes using this fiber. Now Volkswagen is starting to use Audi, Peugeot, so non-German brands also starting to use hemp fiber. So more brands are going to use. Another development within the brands we were in, like Mercedes, they're going to apply to more models, and they're going to increase the content of hemp in them.
He stopped. Michael. He stopped.
They told me they want to increase
excuse me a little bit, it was some technical problem. The last word we hear from you was that also Mercedes start. Can you repeat us again about using hemp in automobile industry from Mercedes going?
Yeah, I agree. There are more brands using hemp now, so except Mercedes and BMW, also Volkswagen, Audi, Peugeot is using it. And like a brand like Mercedes is using it in more models now, and they're going to use more kilograms per car. So in the past in the Mercedes C-Type, they used 5 kilograms. Now, a new model is already 12 kilograms, and for the next model, they want to go more up to 20 kilograms and more. So there's a big growth potential, and they want to start replacing Asian grown fibers like KRUSE, jute, sisal, due to the long supply times from Asia, the political instability. Like KRUSE prices raised a lot recently due to strikes in Bangladesh and Malaysia and export prohibitions, you know. So automotive industries in Europe are tending more to go back to European grown natural fiber. That's automotive industry. Let's look at the textile industry. We're still waiting for technology coming on to transfer the coarse hemp fiber into a textile fiber, which you can use for spinning, where you can replace cotton. That technology is not there yet completely. Or you have to do like the Chinese do, boil it in alkaline and natural low, all kind of chemicals for 24 hours. You have a perfect textile fiber, but you don't want that. But there are a lot of new technologies coming on, very promising technologies, when we can replace cotton by hemp. And then the market is so big, because I all speak with a few furniture manufacturers. They all use 10,000 tons of cotton a year for the furniture production. I spoke to a textile producer. These guys are making 100 tons of socks a day. They need 100 tons of cotton a day for socks only. So this is a thousands and thousands and thousands tons market. And people are getting negative feelings about cotton because cotton has the high water use, high pesticides, chemical use, land use. So there's a good opportunity for hemp in the textile industry. It takes a few years, I realize that, but we are getting closer by the year, and that's very important. Then let me add one thing, because we're talking too much about fiber. If you start processing hemp, if you want it or not, you get 2 kilograms of chives per kilogram of fiber. So if you only focus on developing markets for the fibers, you're missing the chive market. And you're not earning back the whole cost price by fiber only. You also need to take care that you're marketing successfully your chives as a byproduct. Because your chives is a sustainable part of your business model and your revenues. So you have to take care of the chives too. And the chives for bedding, for animals, that's an old story that you can do. It's very interesting to do. Needs a lot of marketing effort to do. But chives for building, for hempcrete, that's very promising. And if you realize that the construction industry is responsible for 40% of the carbon dioxide emissions worldwide. 40%. If you can do something there, then you can reduce the carbon dioxide emissions worldwide really. And it's, as you see the wall like this on my bed, in each square meter I fixated 40 kilograms of carbon dioxide. If I had built this wall with bricks and glass wool, I had emitted 140 kilograms of carbon dioxide. So instead of emitting 140 kilograms, I fixed 40, so I saved 180 kilograms of carbon dioxide in each square meter. That's why I built it so big, so to save as more as possible.
As we are talking about this industry, maybe some information behind Nova presentation about the food market and food for animals and for the people. Maybe you can tell about this market also as an important part to develop and the part of economic development of each country and European country.
Now, actually, the real food specialist was present at your conference yesterday, Mr. KRUSE. I don't know if he's in the room at the moment.
No, he's not, but I just wanted you also stress on this market.
Yeah,
we have
he's the real specialist in the food market, but we see continuous growth in the European food market. It's actually funny. If you compare to the Canadian hemp industry, in Canada they were growing hemp for seeds only. They do nothing with the fibers because they have a very big hemp food market in Canada and North America. In Europe we were growing hemp for fibers only because there was no food market. And now you see in Canada it's coming the fiber market, and in Europe it's coming the food market. And this food market is growing. People are recognizing the health benefits of hemp. It's getting a little bit new modern food, you know, health food, the health food age. So it's getting a lot of positive attention, and we've got have very few very good processors in Europe now making high quality products. And I think that growing hemp for fibers only is not going to work. I also believe that hemp growing for seeds only is also not going to work. So that's why we try to take seeds, fibers, CBD, everything from the plant to make as much revenue as possible in the field already. But the seeds are only bringing money if you have customers in Europe. So therefore we need to develop the hemp food market in Europe even more. And as I said earlier, we need to protect this hemp food market by having acceptable THC levels in the hemp food.
Yes, and this is the work you mentioned, and this is your mission and also the mission for every country for themselves. Maybe one question about this before, if you follow, we have a beautiful presentation and also representative of ICANA Institute when there is 1,040 identified cannabinoids in the hemp plant. These cannabinoids are also found in human body. We have these facts presented before, and my question for you, how you personally see that although we know that there are 1,040 cannabinoids around in hemp, why we are still talking only about one or two cannabinoids all around us.
Okay, 1,040 is a number I didn't know. I was still at 140, but okay, it can be. There are quite a lot of cannabinoids in hemp, you're true, and of course the most famous one is THC, we all know. And CBD is the second famous one now at the moment. To be honest, yeah, I personally also believe that we need to bring the cannabinoids to the market in a wide spectrum. So then you get the entourage effect. Also there you have to deal with THC regulations, and in the food supplements you have to take care of not going over the maximum THC levels for food supplements. But I think many more research needs to be done to find out, because we get customer questions every day. One guy wants CBD, the other one wants CBDA, the next one CBD, CBD. Hey, it's to be crazy about, but we know that the other cannabinoids are relatively low. But if you make a whole spectrum oil, bring it to the market where most cannabinoids are in, it's always good. But many more research needs to be done on this subject. And we see the health benefits. Personally, I'm not some kind of believer in natural health medicine. But when I see in my surroundings what CBD does for people, I'm really believing in it now. And it's really helping people who are on chemical medication from the pharmacy, and they now stopped with that, and they use CBD, and they say it's great, I want to have this 10 years before. And of course you see the stories about the children with epileptic disease. There are little girls and boys from 2-3 years old who have 50, 60 seizures a day. These kids don't have a normal life, and with CBD they go to school, they have a normal life. So there's really something into it. But from our perspective for the industrial hemp industry, it's really important to maintain this product also for the industrial hemp industry. As you may be aware of, is the pharmacy also got a very big interest in CBD, and they try to make claim CBD as a medicine, and a medicine only, so you cannot use it in a food supplement anymore. So that's something we want to prevent. We want to say, okay, if you take CBD in a very high daily dose, then you call it a medicine, but at lower doses a day, you call it a food supplement. And that's also one of the tasks we are working on the ANNDREA, is identify CBD. Is the medicine or is the food? And this is a very important discussion going on at this moment.
But from my point of view, you eat it. People who are using CBD now, they eat it. So
yeah.
What we eat, what it is.
Yeah, but that's, and then you say it's a food supplement, and am I correct?
Yes.
Okay,
If we eat it, then
yeah.
it's food. It can be nothing else.
Yeah, and the concentrations are relatively low, so you can put it in a hemp oil or a coconut oil, olive oil. We make many premixes for customers at the moment, and it's really good stuff, and it's really healthy, and I think it will be the next vitamin C in the grocery stores.
And now the next question. Now we will talk about the importance of guidelines. It was mentioned from your friend that it's important to have some guidance. And in these guidance, this standard and quality for hemp products, and how you, as an organization, ANNDREA, is advancing of stressing common guidance across the sector in Europe and so on. It was very important to me that it's a guidance, and I believe you leave a place for creativity when you guide someone, not just to give them the rule. So maybe you can tell more about this importance of this guidance you prepare in your institution for hemp products.
Yeah, we recently identified and we saw that the hemp is getting more and more complex. 10 years ago, we were only talking about fibers and shives, and that's it. Today we're talking about hemp food, we're talking about pharmacy, we're talking about textiles, we're talking about animal feed. So we set up interest groups in the ANNDREA, so we have a CBD interest group, we have a THC level lobbying group, we have a food group, we have a fiber group, we have a shive group, and if you're interested in a specific group, you add to this group. Within these groups, we see now there are initiatives to set industry standards. That's what you mean, and guidance, the industry standards. And I am active in one of the fiber groups, and there we are working now together with our colleagues, competitors, how you want to see it, on industry standards. And for my example, the automotive industry knows if we talk about automotive grade fiber, then they know what they're getting. And that the cutting length is exactly 40 millimeter, the purity is 97%, the moisture content is 12, so that you get an industry standard. And we are working on it. It's not implemented yet because it's more difficult as you think. You can make guidance together and agree on what the quality criteria are, but you should also agree on how you're testing it, because you just have the same testing method. And we found out that we all test our products in different ways using different equipment. So it needs a little bit of discussion, I think, for next year. But soon we will have the first industry standards, I'm sure. And I'm welcoming it, by the way. I'm positive about having industry standards.
Good. And the next question is, what do you see as the weak points of regarding the expansion of hemp production in Europe, or if there are any? And what are the critical factors or things need to be keeping the industry moving forward?
Now, I see a few weak points in the fast-growing industry, because fast-growing industry is attracting all kinds of people. And also people want to be in the industry for the fast money. Now, one tip I give you for free today: if you want fast money, don't start hemp, really. It's not the way to get fast money. You see it already happening with the CBD. The CBD was for a short time very profitable, there were high prices, high revenues, a lot of profit was to be made. But a lot of profit is also attracting other people who are not so, for short term and in, out quickly. And we see a lot of initiatives, people growing hemp everywhere, not obeying the regulations, no food safety, nothing, just bring it in the market and sell it and get quick money and go. And this brings a negative image over hemp. If you don't control these, we call them CBD cowboys in the area. If you can't control the CBD cowboys, it will negatively affect our lobbying work in Brussels, because they see it also in Brussels, and local governments don't like these CBD cowboys growing hemp everywhere without any regulation. So if you want to keep the industry professional, we should try to keep the cowboys out. Also, what I've seen in the past, a lot of people try to set up a decortication facility, processing facility. They got a lot of subsidy from the government, but they didn't have any know-how, they didn't know what they were doing. They built the whole plant, let a lot of farmers grow hemp, and by the time the farmers were ready to harvest the hemp, the company was bankrupt. And the farmers lost a lot of money. And a farmer is never forgetting that. I don't know how it's with Slovenian farmers, but I know farmers from Holland, I know farmers from Romania, I know farmers from Germany, and they're all the same. Bad things they don't forget, and it takes many, many years. So if you get a lot of disasters in the hemp industry, it gives you a negative name, and for the ones who want to try to do it well, it will be made more and more difficult. And that is a disadvantage of a fast-growing industry.
Yes, and maybe these standards and these things are also a solution for that, what you were talking before. Before we continue our discussion with Director for Entrepreneurship from Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, Republic of Slovenia, we are also interested how your ministry was supporting you in research or in development, or you did it on your own, with your own money and with your own know-how. So I'm interested in this question, how your country, your ministry support you.
I will first answer the question for Holland. You have to imagine that it was late 80s, early 90s, and our founder said, I want to start growing industrial hemp. And Holland and hemp, cannabis, marijuana is a little bit complex relationship. So we thought, oh no, not more hemp, no cannabis. So in Holland it was no. It took a lot of effort, even went to the High Court. In the end, got the permission to grow hemp, and in the end it was...
We are not talking about obstacles. Sorry, I don't want to bring you in your past. I'm not talking about obstacles they made because of the papers and so on. I was just curious if they support you with money, some kind of investment.
In the past, in Holland they gave the farmers money to grow hemp, so they support the farmers.
Yes.
And processors were supported by the European Union by a fiber subsidy, but That program stopped in 2012. There was no program replaced. So in this moment, the hemp industry in Holland is not supported financially. The only thing is supported that farmers are allowed to use hemp in the greening of the crop, because a farmer needs to do 5% of his farmland in greening, and hemp is one of the crops which allows greening, so that makes it more attractive for farmers to grow hemp. In Romania, we get a lot of support from the government. They are very helpful, because Romania was still the communist bloc was the biggest hemp grower in Europe. They had 80,000 hectares in total, and they really want to be back in that position. And they are helping us a lot with subsidies on investments, with subsidies on growing hemp. You get about 160 euros if you do a combined crop per hectare from the Romanian government, up on your European subsidy you normally get. And recently the Romanian government introduced a regulation for renewable construction of houses. They said they made money available for 1,000 houses if you construct it with hemp. And it can be a subsidy for the homeowner, can be up to 9,000 euros per house. Now that's in Romania quite a lot, I can tell you. So they are very supportive. And anyone there for the government, please.
Yeah,
it's
we
not,
have a guest for government here.
I speak directly. Let me speak directly to you, is that it's maybe not the money you put directly in the hemp industry itself, in the farming or in the decomptation, but money in making markets, that your products being sold. Because if you create a market, you create an industry, you create a business. And that's maybe more important than putting money into a facility or into, because it's one-time money, but if there's no market, this facility is not going to work. But if you stimulate the market by giving money for hemp houses, or using fibers in the automotive industry, think about these kind of regulations. That is very helpful, creating a market.
Promoting the hemp food, for example, and so on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and conversation. You're welcome to stay with us. And now we continue. And with us will be Martin Stiglitz, Director of Entrepreneurship, Competitiveness and Technology from Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, Republic of Slovenia, and he will present what they prepare on Ministry, how they see they will support this industry by now, but in the future I believe we will hear from you and from more people, and then we can do together what is the best, maybe also your recommendation. So I give a word to Martin Stiglitz now.
Hello.
Stay with us, please.
Okay.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Martin Stiglitz and I represent the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, Republic of Slovenia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to participate in the World Hemp Congress in Gornja Radgona. The main issue of today's event is to look for new business challenges and opportunities regarding hemp and its economical potential. I'm not going to talk about the legal context and the limitation in this regard, but I'm going to describe some opportunities that derive from envisaged funding of innovation and development projects in the framework of the European cohesion policy. Innovation plays a vital role in long-term vitality of a certain country. We need to innovate. We need to explore new business opportunities to sustain competitiveness and to create jobs and growth. Innovation gives us an opportunity to create better and greener societies. And that's why research and innovation are the very heart of the Europe 2020 strategy for the smart, sustainable and inclusive growth. Moreover, nearly 460 million euros is dedicated for the research, development and innovation in Slovenia in the framework of the European cohesion policy. In this context, support will be allocated to the projects that are relating to the priority areas of the smart specialization strategy. The vision of the Slovenian smart specialization strategy is to foster sustainable technologies and services for healthy living. There are three priority areas. First, healthy living and working environment, which relates to smart cities, buildings and homes, and include wood, chain and products. Second, natural and additional resources for the future. This priority relates to circular economy, sustainable production of food and sustainable tourism. And the third, Industry 4.0, relates to smart factories, medicine, mobility and the new materials. Based on operational program for the implementation of the EU cohesion policy in the period 2014-2020, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology has means with the three priority axes. First, international competitiveness and of research, innovation and technological development in line with the smart specialization for enhanced competitiveness and greening of the economy. The second, dynamic and competitive entrepreneurship for green economic growth. And the third, social inclusion and poverty eradication. For the EU funds called ESI, as our ministry for the period 2014 and 2020, 885 million euros, approximately 45 of those are refundable. To the end of the year 2016, will be published through incentives, so public calls for applications for 473,000 euros that are refundable and non-refundable means from different resources. I'm sure that you can imagine where the research and innovation projects regarding hemp would classify in the framework of sustainable production of food, medicine or circular economy. On our ministry, the first public call for application for research and development projects within EU cohesion policy connected to smart specialization strategy was published in January 2016. And very few companies will participate with their projects on the priority area sustainable food. In our directorates within our ministry, we want to promote companies and other organizations to participate on our incentives, public calls for applications with good projects on priority areas I mentioned. There are plenty of chances for means opportunity for the companies which are closely connected with hemp production in different ways. Innovation applies to all areas of our society, from agriculture to energy and to the new digital age, from health and tourism to the environment, from a new mode of producing and to the new mode of consuming. At the end, I would like to thank the organizer of this useful event and I wish you a lot of creativity, innovation and success for all. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Maybe, Mark, do you have any questions for our guest, for our ministry? Are you all right? Yeah. No, he's not. Okay. We will continue this discussion, maybe also question for ministry. And you know that hemp and production, construction in this market, it's a new market in Slovenia. And I'm interested as if it's treated like new, like innovation, something that didn't happen before. And if you have these things in your what you represented, did you think about this when you start to do, or it looks like this, that those who want to work on hemp, on research and development, come directly to the ministry and find a solution? What is the way for the hemp? Because we know this is a new industry and everything is new, and sometimes you cannot fulfill all you want when you...
Yes. So, thank you for the question. From my point of view, I can say that our ministry, we want to promote to hemp industry to send us more applications to our public call applications. We published, and on those we will publish, because there is a big chance for development for hemp industry, which is some new industry in Slovenia. We know some examples. For example, a company, Ozela, in Slovenia region, which produce a socks from hemp. Then we knew some good example from the company, I think it is from TUI, which produce a 3D printer where they put some hemp in the production of that end product, I think. So we have some good practice and examples how to promote hemp industry. And as I said in my speech, we want to promote more companies with good projects, and therefore we want that we get in the future more good projects, and we will be pleased if we could support that good projects with our grant, which are published on our webpage. Thanks.
Thank you. Mark, I'm asking you if you want to, if you have any question for our representative from Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Republic of Slovenia.
Just first of all, very good to see that you're very involved and that you're willing to put money in this project, but also effort, energy and know-how. It's very good to see, and as I said, look at market applications, and that's very important that you find markets for the product, because without a market there's no reason for producing it. Again, we can be of help with that. The Nova Institute, AIA can be of help with that, and then if the market is there, then supply will be there too, and to set up a factory is not that difficult, but the market has to be there, and so there's no reason to put 10 million in a factory without a market. So I think you take a great approach in Slovenia for the moment. So that looks very good.
Okay. Let me just one remark in my speech. When I was telling about the grant from our ministry, I have to remark to the end of the year 2016 will be published through our public offer application for 408 millions 473,000 euros. Okay, that is remark. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. 473,000
Yes,
euros.
I just mentioned to the end of the year 2016, our ministry will be published through public calls for application for 408,473,000 euros. So that are refundable and non-refundable means from different resources. And some of them will be granted for the, why not for the hemp industry. And of course, we want to grant more money in the future for the hemp industry. This is just one information what we have done till, or what we want to do till the end of 2016. Okay, thank you.
Did you understand? Okay.
Thank you.
So now we have a presentation of Ministry for Economic Development. But when we are talking about hemp, we are talking about more different ministry involved in this, and this is also some kind of social innovation, where Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry for the Economic Development, Ministry for Culture, for example, Ministry for Workers, and other ministry should work hand in hand. And here in this Congress is also a first step where ministry are connected and start to cooperate on this issue together. Maybe one question for you, Mark, in the middle. When you are doing with, as a lobbyist, you are working with what kind of ministry? Ministry of Work, or Ministry of Economic Development, or Agriculture Minister?
Now, depends what the subject is. If we talk about our lobbying work at TEC levels, we deal a lot with the Food Safety Agency in Brussels. That's topic of theirs. If we discuss about agricultural subsidies on the hemp crop, they talk more to the agricultural departments in Brussels. So each topic is being treated at different departments. And thanks, Mike Kowers from the North Institute has a lot of know-how in Brussels and has our guide to where to be, where to which topic.
And now we will go to Ministry for Agriculture, and maybe how you are cooperative with Ministry of Agriculture in Romania, for example, that you have a good experience, what you do with them, and then our representative from Ministry for Agriculture, Matthias Kirkman, will represent his part, how they are supporting farmers and working with them, and with another institution who will be presented later. Maybe your short introduction of working with Ministry for Agriculture. Mark?
Yeah, in Romania, my manager there is talking. He has experience in Bucharest, so she knows the people there. But what normally we do there is also explain why hemp is good for the agricultural sector, and why hemp is good and for the crop diversification of the agricultural companies. And as you now see that the wheat and the barley prices are very low, it's of utmost important that that farmers have other alternative, and that's how hemp came in Holland. Because in the northern part of Holland we were growing potatoes, sugar beets, and wheat. There was everything they were growing in the early 90s, and all the prices were very low, so all the farmers were making loss, and they were desperately looking for a fourth crop which could generate profit from the farm. So, and that's very appealing to the ministry also, to have more crops available. That's how we do it.
Okay, thank you. And now we will give a word for representative for Minister for Agriculture, from Ministry for Agriculture, Mr. Matthias Gerkman, who is really connected with the farmers who grow hemp in Slovenia. And also he is familiar with all of the farmers, who they're doing and what they are doing. So he has a own database, and now he will tell us more about the position of ministry and in Slovenia on this topic, support of the farmers, and also what ministry expects from the farmers who grow hemp.
Yeah, well, in Slovenia, hemp is grown since 2004, since we entered the European Union. But like you mentioned before, there were some subsidies until 2012, but Slovenia was not entitled to these subsidies because we didn't have a quota when we entered the Union. So the processing of hemp was never supported in Slovenia. But okay, 2004 there were just 10 hectares and 5 growers. This year we have 350 hectares and 465 growers. So the main problem in Slovenia is the parcel size, because the average is 0.6. And you mentioned that the harvester costs around 400,000 euros. So in Slovenia there is no point in buying that kind of a machine because you can't transport it around the country economically. So, I mean, in Slovenia we expect that on the ministry, we believe, or that the farmers should organize, let's say 100 farmers come together, make some kind of a enterprise, grow 200 or 300 hectares and buy some machinery, some small machines to process that. Well, actually, they tried that in Poland, for instance. Now they are actually making socks from the fiber, from hemp fiber, but as far as I know, they were not able to find textile fiber in Europe. They are importing this fiber from Canada. And actually, they were trying to buy some machines in Austria, some old machines, but then they find out that these machines are not suitable for textile fiber. They were just suitable for this long fiber for making insulation. So the problem is that if they want to get to textile fiber, it's still, let's say, 3 to 4 years to go to get there. But at the moment, the farmers who are growing hemp, I mean, they are just processing it by themselves, so they make hemp oil from seeds, and they are actually making some, they're selling tea as well, they're gathering these flowers and making tea. And at the moment, there is no serious, let's say, processing of fiber. There are some small enterprises, but this is more on a hobby level. They don't have any products to sell. It's okay. They say I'm making bricks from hemp. Yeah, that's possible if 5 friends come together and they make it across the weekend, and then they build a pilot cottage. That's so nice, but to develop a product, it's still some way to go. And on the other hand, there is a processing facility in the middle of Slovenia, but it's not profitable, to harvest hemp and to ship it across the country for 100 kilometers. It doesn't pay back. So most of the farmers, they are actually just harvesting seeds and making hemp oil, because now at the moment the price is good. But that's at the moment, because it's around 40 euros per liter. But when the production will grow, and we might even get some imported hemp oil, if the price of hemp oil produced from seeds will drop to 20 euros, then for farmers on a small scale, it will not be profitable anymore. So but this is what we are telling them, I'm not telling them, suggesting the farmers to organize and to make some kind of processing farm. It's possible to get some money for that, even it's, on the other hand, it's possible to apply for the machinery for growing hemp, for harvesting. But like you said, I mean, the harvester you can buy, it's a big one, possible to small, to buy some kind of a miniature harvester that would be suitable for Slovenia. So the farmers that are really successful are the ones that are, let's say, growing hemp on 5 hectares or 7 hectares, and they own their own combine harvester for wheat because they have it there in place when they need it, and they are able to arrange it for the harvesting of hemp because hemp, the problem is because it matures unevenly, so it's very difficult. So it happens that somebody calls the harvester for wheat, he comes there, he goes across the fields, and then they find out that it's only 1/3 of seeds that's ended in the machine. The rest is straight from the field.
Yeah.
So I think that's a lot of work has to be done regarding let's say organizing the farmers and to increase the acreage of each parcel, because now it's more like a niche product, and let's say some of the farmers are quite successful with that. Some of them they also produce cosmetics and it's protein, flour, and all these different kind of products. But on a bigger scale, let's say to put let's say 100 hectares together with 10 or 15 farmers, that's still something that must have been achieved. But on the ministry, what we are taking care of is also the legal base for the growing of hemp. So last year we succeeded to let's say legalize food production so that hemp can be used for food. Well, frankly speaking, it had been used before, but it was more like a gray zone. It was not allowed, but it was processed anyway. So from 2015 that's possible. And the level of THC in food products is 0.2%. Like this is our, let's say, legal limits used by our food safety department.
Very good.
Well, frankly speaking, I have nothing much to add. If there are some questions, I'm willing to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
We hear some projection, what the future should look like, and how should farmers be organized. But we can see in Slovenia that there are small farms, and what is important that this farm has all supply chain in their hand. Also with the beginning, with harvest, and with selling the final product, and have their customers, like these circles and these customers trust the farmer, and it's building some kind of new way of doing also, and the how the price can stay the same, because people, buyers, market trust in the product. This is the situation now, and we also see that this organic supply is also important, not just for the human, also for environment and for the goal EU 2020. You cooperate with a lot of farmers and with a lot of hectares. Maybe then there are also problems where you are big, finding the market and so on. Maybe your experience when you're growing on, like we heard, 300, 200 hectares of hemp without infrastructure.
Yeah.
For textile or so on.
That's a difficult question. Of course, you should set up a business case if you do it small scale, and then in the end you should also come out with a price that you should set up a price that you can compete with the other processors in Europe is doing large scale. You also have in the end a price advantage because you do volume. Now, while you were talking, I'm thinking those hemp fields in Slovenia, they are fairly small, but are they in specific regions together around specific cities?
This is also the speciality in Slovenia. They are not together. They are small and they are in a different place. And yes, they are everywhere. And for Slovenia, you know, the means of the climate, the microclimates here, the Alps meet, then Adriatic coast, and then we have these Pannonian fields. So the different fields and different microclimates are involved. So farmers also has their speciality. They need to act and work with nature to be successful in harvesting. And now we will continue with also very important institution in Slovenia, working hand in hand with the Ministry for Agriculture, which have all the farmers together in Slovenia. And this institution is Agriculture and Forestry Slovenia, and with us is director of Agriculture and Forestry Slovenia Chamber of Commerce, Branko Ram, and we invite him to stress out how he can see the market economy that is good for farmers, and also how they can help farmers.
Okay, thank you. I'll try in short. Mark, firstly, I would like to thank you to share your experience with us, to give proposals how to do things in the future for your clear vision, clear path of development and priorities to be addressed. Thank you very much. Well, first, I believe at the beginning, we are at the beginning of a promising future here in Slovenia, but there is still a lot of things to do. Firstly, we will have to decide what future or what it will be the future of the hemp production in Slovenia, of course connected to all problems which were addressed at the beginning. We recognize, firstly, when we start to talk about this production, that interest on production is rising, is growing. The second, that there is a lot of technological problems, starting with seed, about harvesting, which was already mentioned, about processing, about marketing, and there is a lot of challenges also in the area of selling and cooperation between producers and processing industry and so on. So we built somehow 4 groups which will have to address all those questions, groups of experts of all institutions from Slovenia for seeds, for harvesting, for processing, and for marketing. And I think at the end it should be an outcome of what to do or what is the best to do in the future. So we also recognize that for representing interest of producers should be, it is important, there should be built an association, and that was already done, and we put a lot of a lot of expectation on work of that association that will really in the future give or have a main role in the area of hemp production. So we have in our institution technical and technological support for the producers and association, and in the future we will intensify our work in the field of support of production. But firstly we will have to decide how to start our path in the future. Thank you.
Do you have any question, Mark?
The longer I think about it, I was thinking about a solution regarding your infrastructure in Slovenia and the setup of the market. My first thinking is about focus on seed production. And so choose varieties where we're truly based on seeds, and short varieties, less straw, less fiber, or no fiber, but then a lot of seeds, because those can be harvested by existing combines, like you do in Canada. So you don't need to have a whole new infrastructure because it's so widespread in Slovenia, very small fields. So take the seeds, start with hemp seeds, and then process it to hemp oil, because you probably have oil mills in Slovenia yourself, and modify it into Slovenian grown hemp fruits, because that's the easiest way to go. If you want to step into decortication, you need equipment, you need different harvesting equipment, you need decortication equipment. And I was thinking about making a small mobile decortication unit traveling from city to city, but if it's no concentration of hemp fields together, then it will be very difficult to make a viable business case for that. So I'm thinking starting with seeds, that will make it possible to use existing harvesting equipment, existing farm infrastructure, and from there on you can start building further in the future. That's the only thing I can think of right now on this Sunday afternoon.
Excuse me, can I have
Yes, of course. Also, we will include public in the discussion. For who you have a question?
For our yes. For the last one from the representative of Ministry of Agriculture. I'm Valia Kirner, and I'm small farmer growing hemp for 5 years now. And I must emphasize that somehow we can harvest, we produce oil and flour, we can help organize ourselves, and we are successful in producing these food products. But as we heard, there is no technology for fiber producing, there is no technology for how to say textile, but there is a great business opportunity in CBD extraction, and it is easy to cut the leaves and the green, prepare and dry the green material. But so far there is no legislation to produce the CBD, to extract CBD. As I heard today, it's not yet legal, and I would ask the guest here, if you think in that direction, how fast can I benefit from your work and your researches, that I will be able to sell the green material for CBD extraction legally? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Maybe you heard before this year that the ministry was successful for the food market, and if you listen, Mark and me, what we're thinking about this CBD extract, it's a food. So I think they did, and they already did in Slovenia in 2015.
CBD
It's important to know for me because tomorrow I'm going with a product. Sorry, it's very important what you say today. If we can sell.
There's not much I can say about CBD, because in the Ministry of Horticulture, what we have solved is growing of hemp to getting a permit and to use it for food product, seeds. And let's say they are making smoothies now and water, you name it. Everything is now, because it's very popular and very, let's say, the modern, because there's a lot of talk about. But on the other hand, there is a lot of confusion as well, with this CBD oil, that's a totally different ballgame than the hemp seed oil. Yeah, I know it as well, but the problem is that even on the European level, there is no regulation about that. So it's a big confusion. Is this a food additive or is it a pharmaceutical product? Can you make a claim that CBD can help children with epilepsy, with seizures? Yeah, I believe that. But in Slovenia, that's not possible yet. So it's not a question of Ministry of Agriculture, but it's more a question of Ministry of Health to get this into the process. But CBD as such is not illegal. You can sell it, but you're not able to claim that this has some kind of a medical effect. Or even if you sell it as a food additive, you should make some claim. It's not just here is the CBD. It's not like pellets from wood. Or it has some influence. But at the moment, as far as I know, even on the European level, there is a big discussion about CBD, what to do with it, where to put it. Is this a food additive or a pharmaceutical product? And in Slovenia, we could say that we are behind, but on the other hand, I didn't came across any regulation of CBD on the European level. So this is my answer for the moment.
Okay, and thank you for your answer.
I just have a question for our guest. Is there any progress in the CBD regulation on the European level at the moment? Because I'm really not aware of anything that is really going on. What will happen with this CBD regulation?
Maybe for Slovenia.
Oh, yeah, no, in Europe, the THC is on the radar. They are working on regulation of THC, and we asked them if they're also working on regulation of CBD. They were informed about CBD and CBD products coming on the market, but it's not high priority for EU at this moment because it's not of high risk. So I expect not in very short notice an EU-wide regulation of CBD. And I'm anyway concerned about the way Europe is going to make EU-wide regulations. Now we have the Brexit, and I think the Brexit is slowing down the EU-wide regulation making. Difficult to say, but at this moment there's no initiative for EU-wide CBD regulation. So for now, it's still checking in each country what does the legal status say. And for example, in Holland, I can tell you that hemp is on list 2, and we have an exemption for hemp as long as industrial purpose fiber seeds and below 0.2%. But hemp extracts are on list 1. No matter if it's coming from marijuana or coming from industrial hemp, it's on list 1. So CBD in Holland has also a fake status. For that reason, most Dutch producers are producing CBD in another country, not in Holland. So you have to check in your own country what are the regulations, what is possible. But if you check into regulations with some creativity, you can keep everything within the green lines and keep everything legal.
We are happy in Slovenia for that step. What's happened? You already heard about this regulation and free market for food. Now we can sell bread, for example, and also you can use these things inside of bread ingredients in milkshake in bar and so on, and this food market can grow up now, and this was really a big. It was a release, or how you say that this you can do, because before you did and you actually didn't know that it is not good that you do. To bake a bread or to have some food, and now it's clear, and we think and we are happy that our government is really did a very great job for us for having small businesses, and also want to include Hemp for food in our business. And now, yeah, we are continuing with our guest. We have two guests on this topic, and maybe we will start with the point of view from human part. And I will give a word to Dr. Željko Perdija and ask him to explain us about endocannabinoid system in our body, and then why this endocannabinoid system in our body is so connected with the hemp, and why it's important that we eat hemp because of our structure, because of our human body. So I will ask him to tell us more about endocannabinoid system in our body.
So, thank you very much for the word. Definitely I can't explain everything what we need about endocannabinoid system and the use about cannabinoids in the medicine. I'm just a representative of our International Institute for Cannabinoids, ICANN, which was established this year. So I think that our primary goal is to implement cannabinoids in the regular treatments of the different kind of diseases, like they do also in the other parts of the world. Of course, our main problem is regulatory. How to use and how to implement the cannabinoids if they are illegal. So this is, I'm very happy because we have politics, and I'm the representative of the medicine, and my primary interest in all story is to find something which will help to my patients, something on the different way, like I use regularly.
Maybe because of time.
Yes, of course. So just short, you
shortly say to us why this is so important. What is endocannabinoid system in our body?
So we find out.
When was found, and this was also one presentation before, when your colleagues say that if we don't know about it and we don't think or take this knowledge seriously about ourselves, our body, she expressed that we can destroy ourselves. So please stress us out what is endocannabinoid system and why it's so important for every human being, and then how it's connected actually with hemp and
as we hear,
and for healthy people.
Of course, it's a very important system. We know a lot about that. Just I want to say my point of view, and this is the main part and limited part is regulatory. About talking about endocannabinoid system and how they are functioning in our body, I need a few days about that. So I think we also heard the big presentation from my colleague Tanya Bagar. She is definitely one of the persons who know a lot about that. But as I if I speak from the practice, I think that definitely we know a lot. We know that the cannabinoids can help in a lot of diseases, and we just need the products. So the regulation about how to get them, I'm talking about phytocannabinoids definitely, not synthetic cannabinoids, and so how to get them from the plant and how to implant them to the products and how to use it in the medicine. This is the I think, main goal. And then we need a lot of clinical researches to prove how they do, how they work, find the exact treatments, and I think that for the future, from that part, we should do a lot of things.
Okay, maybe stress out the main facts you know now about cannabinoids in our body, and really facts that there will be no myths, as your colleagues said before. What we all should know?
As Tara
You
said,
know,
it's
because
guardian of our body. It protects us from a lot of different bad things who are surrounding us. So it's involved in almost in every cells in our body. So it's a huge story. So implementation cannabinoids into the treatments are very wide story. So I don't know what exactly you want to explain.
Yeah, you already said they are guardians, and hemp is the plant that help them.
All our researches, which we are working also, you can find 1,000 of the publications in a lot of databases from the medicine, who are definitely confirmed the positive role of the cannabinoids, and definitely we are know that if we use them, we can do a lot of good things. So I think that we must start from this way and go further.
And then we will be all healthy. And now we will continue with Mr. Dusan Nomina, who is also a specialist for health. And I will first ask him if he's a healthy person and what he do for this, and then he can continue as a specialist. I'm asking you, how old are you, and if you're a healthy person?
Healthy person?
Yeah. And what you're doing for this, and then you represent your work as a specialist for public health.
Excuse me.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I don't know how long this continues, but
This is last week. We have only 10 minutes left, so this is last speaker, and then we finish. Like on schedule.
I'll be short. I'll be 2 minutes, 3 minutes, not more. Okay, let me just. Of course, I'm healthy. If I would not be healthy, I would be somewhere else, not here. But your question was probably about what I'm doing. I'm a specialist of social medicine. I'm working for National Institute of Public Health, and my role is linking science, policy, and practice. And I think also this discussion here, this meeting, this workshop showed that we are missing these linkages, and that we really need to link science and policy and practice. And we have to link also ministries between each other, especially Ministry of Health and other ministers. And about the cannabis or hemp, whatever you call it, marijuana, I want to say that it should never be forbidden, prohibited from the beginning, because the cannabis was always a medicine, and it was a big mistake to make a prohibition, because all this mess and all these obstacles and all these problems with development is because of the prohibition.
And science knows a lot about dangers of drugs, and many scientists, many different groups developed the measurement scales of drugs, and one of the scale is from David Nutt from England, and they measure the drugs, and they measure it from the point 1 to point 100, and the top 70 points is for alcohol, 50% is for tobacco, 60% is for cocaine and for amphetamine, and cannabis has 20%. So it has some risk, and we have to regulate it. We can't leave it to the free market, but we really, it's good, and I'm happy that we were here and we heard excellent presentation from the colleague from Czech Republic and also from the India. And what were they telling us? They were telling us that we need social responsibility, and that it's better that the practitioners, by practitioners I don't mean only medical doctors who don't, by the way, know a lot about cannabis and hemp, with exceptions who are here, of course, but also other professionals. We need much more evidence-based thinking and knowledge, and we have to transmit this knowledge to the policy makers, to decision makers who are producing such irrational, unhuman, whatever you want to call it, non-evidence-based regulations. We have a problem with regulations. So let me stop with 3 proposals. What I think it is priority for hemp, for cannabis, for medical cannabis, for industrial hemp. We have first to reschedule the cannabis. We know it has potentials, not only medical potentials, for food and for other aspects. So it's nonsense that we have cannabis in the first category, which said it's very dangerous drug with no medical use. So once we will reschedule this, or it's better that we even have a special schedule. Cannabis dangers are so low that actually we don't need to have it together with other drugs, because other potentials for individuals and humanities are so much bigger that it deserves a special schedule. So this is first. First, we must reschedule or make a new schedule. Second, we need research. Of course, research will start when people will not be afraid. Now, researchers, the growers, the medical doctors, they're afraid because you are always at risk what you are doing, because things are not clear. We are in gray zone all the time. And third, we need education. We have to educate. I mean, people who have this knowledge. We have to educate other professionals, and especially we have to educate the policy makers. So rescheduling, research and education. That's what we have to do. In addition to what we hear at this meeting, and thank you for Maida and organizers for inviting me to say these sentences here.
Thank you for your talks, and now for the final talk from my side. We already have organizations, Slovenian Association for Cannabis for Edible and Non-Edible Cannabis, and the main things is to give all the know-how and share it for those who doesn't have knowledge, and give the knowledge to the level that specialist has. And what is very important for us to have a free market for selling and develop different products and services in Republic of Slovenia, and then we can work. I'm really happy that we can start with food market, and now I will say goodbye. Maybe one question for the public. We give 4 minutes. Mark, you have a question for who? For who? Yeah? For Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark, short question. We have 4 minutes left, and then we finish
Hello, my name is Tomasz. I am the owner of the Slovenian company B.GS, which is present in 50 special shops and some. I would like to ask Mr. Marek if at your company do you do also CO2 extraction?
No, we're not doing it in our own company. We work with different CO2 extraction companies who are doing contract extraction for us. We all work with critical carbon dioxide, but if we really need bulk mass, we work with a hop extraction facility. And for more specialized extracts, we work with a more cannabis-related extraction company.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible to get any link, maybe, if you are so kind?
Sorry, possible to have?
Is it possible to get any link of these companies?
A link? Oh. We are working quite exclusively with them, as you may imagine, because if everyone's going through extraction, we're losing the control about our quality and raw material input. But you may send me an email and see what we can do together in the future. I assume you're producing your own biomass for extraction?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And the second,
I can forward you some. If you send me an email, I will forward you some links of companies which I know, which I don't work with, but I did some testing in the past, who are good in cannabis extraction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to thank our guests that we didn't, that we can see him and hear him and nothing else. Mark, thank you that you are sharing your experience with us.
No, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, goodbye, and thank all other representatives of Institute Željko. Thank you to Martin Stiglitz from Ministry for Economic Development. Thank you to Branko Ravnik, who is representative of Agriculture and Forestry Slovenia Chamber of Commerce. Thank you to our leader of Hemp, and we are really grateful for his job, what he did for food. Matthias Görkman, it was really big step for Frank market, and thank you also Martin Stiglitz, and especially thank you to the organizer, Malda, who told me that we need to stop now because we are on schedule and it's 6 o'clock. And final word, we have only 2 intents of use of plants, cannabis, hemp, or in Slovenian language, konoplja. It's for food and for non-food use.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Reinhorst, Mark, and to your colleagues that they can share with us so many moments and so many knowledge here in Slovenia. And what is much more important that we share this knowledge global. Thank you very much to audience. Bye and see you next year. And Mark, we will see you in Slovenia next year.
Okay.
Bye bye. Thank you very much.
Ja, queste sono proiette, queste sono proiette popolite. Jasno dodjevala, dobili projekt. Mi smo prijavljali sve temeljstva na cilju. Preveliki rasizam. Ja, to se htjela predstaviti. Zahtjeve pametne specijalizacije. Ja sam to stvari. Ampak na koncu so bili, ja, proste, ena največja fakulteta so meni naši fakultet. Te službe ostale, ki so preveliki, prekomazni, za te konoplja še male. Ja. Pa še nekaj treba upoštevati. Mi imamo več vertik, tega nič. Tu je samo mali test. Ključen je to. Ja, zdaj bom dala jaz ene kontakt, ja. Idemo tu. Veste, kaj je jaz moram zapisati?
Super. No, ampak nek prvi korak, ne?
Celi čas smo že prodajali, samo ne smo vedeli, kako to ni dobro.
Ja.
Razumete?
Razumem.
Jako to kako organizirali. Znate, kako stače, mi nemamo zdaj regionalne agencije. Prej smo šukali, veste, zdaj smo pa tako zgubljeni pa potre. Pa vam damo e-maile, jaz imam na ministrstvu, ne pa ministrstvo, zelo ministrstvo za gospodarstvo. Ena gospodična ali kmetijstvo, ena gospodična je vedno nas vse v manjih listu vesti. Ta spis, Brusel, ta spis, jaz imam vse desko, ne? In to je fenomenalno. Znamo, ne? Zdaj se pa, ali vi se pripravite, ne? To je bilo fajn. To je bilo, ja. Ampak to je... Veste kaj, konkretno še jaz nekaj gospodu. Ostali to, bi še to povedali. Ker zdaj spet regionalne medicine, kam mi že 2006 delamo in ministrstvo bi resnično lahko poskrbelo, da nam plača vse povedali. Jaz osebno sem v strategiji delala samo pametne specializacije, zelenutova, vsak teden, vsaj 40 ur. Da če ta projekt je nastajal zdaj že 5 leto brez ene podpore, dobili smo nekaj zaleče. To je 0 evrov tukaj, še smo to gor postavili, vse ste imeli tu celi svet, ne? Pustimo to, 0 evrov projektu to. Ja, zelo se vam priklanjam, ko ste tu. Hočem vam povedati, mi strategije postavljamo, regionalne litije već recenti delovno, ne bi radi nehali, ne? Radi, ja imam ideje, ali govorimo, ne? Ja. Ja samo hočem sporočilo povedati, ne? Mi še enkrat socialne mreže može reći imamo strategijo za državo, da je pa na zadnje še ne dobi projekta, ne?
Bog ne daj me reči, da ni spikerca. Je le z radija. Z radija je? Zelo občutljiva.
So prvi tisti, ki so to ustvarjali in mi delamo vizijo, ne? Znači, to ne je tako. In tu treba prvo nas nahraniti, potem bomo pa delali, ne? Pa spodnje bomo tudi spodbujali, pa notri pa tudi te majhne delike zdaj, ampak jaz to ne najde. To se da reči leži po socialno. Če smo že čisti, treba pa za 0 evrov. Drugo so pa vse na 0 evrov, ne, napravi vse so sponzori, vse bo na tem strelo. Ja, je, ne morejo pa vizijo države delati še ne. Ja, imajo, zdaj že vsi pričakujejo proračun. Ja, zelo se veseli. Ja, hvala.
Ma voi tanto, la sfiga mi è tanto.
Sedem, osem imaš puno, pa imaš kompjuter stereo, no, Breza. 7-8 imaš puno, pa imaš kompjuter stereo, no. Ti pravim, da sem enega dol vzel, dol sem do tega vzel, pa sem ga tu gor dal, ker je bil en brez. Tak? Ja. Oski, je? Na totem tam malem, pa imaš mislim, da projektovega. Zdaj imamo en kabel, to je zelo kratek. En kabel, to je zelo kratek, ampak to je tu dobro, ne? Ne rabi dalje. Ja, solota je, ne vem, če ga nisem jaz kupil. Z ene strani si ti začneš tako Meroni včeraj rekel ali kontra? Od leda. Od leda, okej. Mota, skup, ne? Ja, ja. To odmotavljaš pa kontra.
Bye bye, till next year.